Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. It's great to have you here once again as we continue our journey through the incredible world of Shadow Slave. Thank you so much for your continued support, your patience, and for being part of this amazing community. I hope today's episode gives you a chance to sit back, relax, and escape into the story for a while. So put on your headphones, get comfortable, and let's dive straight into the next chapter. This is Shadow Slave. Let's go! Shadow Slave, Chapter 401. The acid stored in the demon's stomach had melted the grass, but now new blades were already rising from the ground, taller than before. It took Sunny some time to find the coins between them. The rain did not help either, but in the end he discovered all three. The coins were identical to the first one. They were cast from gold and heavy, a beautiful wooden ship with a tree growing around its mast, depicted on one side and the face of the mysterious stranger on the other. Hiding the coins in his pack, Sunny wiped the rainwater off his face and looked at the remains of the winged demon. In a flash of lightning, he saw the whole creature, red grass growing through its white bones, darkness nesting in the empty eye sockets, terrifying fangs crowding the massive, powerful jaws. Even in death, the creature looked frightening. "Where have you come from, Ugly?" With a sigh, Sunny looked at the sky, allowing rain to pelt him in the face for a while. Whatever little chance he had of tracking the flying abomination by following the trail of its blood was now gone. What else could he do? Closing his eyes for a moment, Sunny walked a few steps and retrieved a piece of gnawed wood from the mud. Just as he had remembered, it resembled a broken corner of a chest, with a strip of metal reinforcing the seam. Both the strip of metal and the wood itself had been violently torn from the rest of the chest, it seemed, by the bite of the dead demon. Which meant one thing: there had to be at least one chest full of mysterious coins somewhere out there, probably. But how was Sunny supposed to find it? The Chained Isles was a vast land, full of numerous dangers and hidden places. All he knew about the creature was that it had been mortally wounded by the dwellers of the dark side and then succumbed to the crushing. Speaking of the crushing, the rattling of chains thundered in the distance, announcing that the Iron Hand Island was entering the ascent phase. Sunny had to leave this place quickly. The next time he returned, the bones of the demon would most likely already be turned to dust. Gritting his teeth, Sunny walked over to the skull of the abomination and dislodged one of its fangs with a powerful kick, picking up the jagged bone dagger. He studied it for a few moments and then put it in his pack. If all else failed, he would try to find an awakened with affinity to revelations and convince them to perform a divination upon the fang. There was one person capable of something like that on the Chained Isles, at least. But Sunny wasn't really willing to request help from that particular seer. Not unless there was no other choice at all. We're not there yet. Banishing the dark thoughts out of his mind, Sunny threw a last glance at the dead demon in the surrounding area, trying to see if he had missed a clue. However, there was nothing. With a troubled look on his face, he dissipated into the shadows and hurried back to the sanctuary. By the time he returned to the sanctuary, dawn was not that far away. Sunny snuck on the altar island and placed 2 of the 3 coins on the cold surface of the stone monolith, then waited for a bit. Nothing happened. Disappointed, he waited patiently for the moon to appear from beneath the dark veil of clouds. After some time, the sanctuary was finally illuminated by pale moonlight, and 2 coins on the altar immediately gleamed, reflecting it. Then they shone with a soft light of their own. The coin he held up in his hand, however, did not. A moment later, the spell whispered, its voice entwined with the rustle of the leaves and the murmur of flowing water. "Your shadow grows stronger. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny smiled, so both the altar and the moon are needed. Hurriedly, he placed the 3rd coin on the altar and soon heard the spell repeat itself for the 3rd time. "Your shadow grows stronger." That should bring me to 201. And also, was he seeing things, or had the obsidian dagger moved ever so slightly? With a skeptical frown, Sunny tried to lift the damned knife, but just as before, nothing he did had any effect on it. Ugh, whatever. His recent discovery was enough of a reward in and of itself. He had received 4 shadow fragments, the equivalent of killing a fallen monster without having to risk his life one bit. On its own, this amount was not that considerable. But what if he found 1,000 or even a few hundred of these miraculous coins? What if he reached the treasury where the chest bitten into by the winged demon was hidden? That would change a lot. The problem was, Sonny had no idea where to look. Pacing back and forth, he thought for a while, and then said to himself, I should probably find an expert on all things chained isles. Somebody who might know about this type of nightmare creature, their behavior and usual haunts, somebody who had spent long years in this region of the dream realm and was friendly enough to talk to Sonny. Now, who do I know who fits into all these criteria? Sonny stopped pacing, lingered for a few moments, and then turned his head to the ring of massive menhirs. A strange expression appeared on his face. In the early morning, a lone figure approached the hallway leading to the White Feather clan's residence. St. Tyrus and her people occupied the northern part of the sanctuary's interior. Sonny had no idea what went on there, since he had never been invited, but he knew that both entrances to their compound were usually guarded. Today was not an exception. Before Sonny could step foot inside the hallway, a young warrior in a cuirass, decorated with etchings of hawk feathers, appeared from an alcove and glanced at him with a vigilant expression. "State your business, Awakened." Sonny stared at the young man with an earnest expression, then smiled. "Oh, I am here to see Master Roan. He once told me to come find him if I need anything. So here I am in need of something. Can you fetch him really quick?" The guard blinked a couple of times, then frowned. What is this about, exactly? Sonny grinned, lingered for a few moments, and then said honestly, "Demon hunting." Shadow Slave, Chapter 402. Sonny had no idea if Master Roan was currently in the sanctuary, but judging by the fact that the guard did not immediately send him away, he probably was. The young Awakened gave Sonny an evaluating look, then whistled softly and returned to his alcove. Nothing seemed to happen for a few minutes. But then, Sonny heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A young woman wearing a simple white garment appeared from behind the curve of the corridor and glanced at him, then gestured for him to follow. Sonny shifted slightly, then moved forward, walking behind the girl. What would you know? I am walking into the lair of a legacy clan of my own free will. Never say never, I guess. He had really never expected himself to do something like this anytime soon. Instead of walking further into the compound, they entered a narrow staircase and ascended to the very top of the sanctuary. There, massive stone monoliths lay flat on top of the menhirs, creating an almost uninterrupted surface. There was a whole separate world above the citadel, as it turned out. Grass and moss covered the expansive stone circle, which stretched far into the distance. Sonny could see guards standing at the outer edge of it, keeping watch on the neighboring islands. Here and there, siege weapons were placed at irregular intervals, aimed at the sky. Right above the White Feather residence, a graceful structure was built on top of the ring of menhirs. With tall windows and beautiful ivy climbing its walls, it resembled a large stone chateau. The walls of the mansion were still wet from rain and shone softly in the light of the rising sun. A path led from its door to an airy pavilion at the edge of the stone monolith, with a round table standing in its center. The mighty griffin was laying near the pavilion, its head hidden under one of the eagle wings, while Master Roan himself seemed to be enjoying a hearty breakfast inside. The young woman gestured for Sonny to go forward and walked toward the mansion, soon disappearing behind its door. "I guess this is how saints live." For a moment, Sonny was full of envy. The chateau on top of the sanctuary seemed so beautiful, simple and peaceful, the complete opposite of the noisy, overcrowded and poisoned world where humans came from. Of course, that peace was a lie. The dream realm might have seemed like a paradise sometimes, but that paradise was dire and twisted, hiding all kinds of horrors that were ready to descend upon you at any moment. Whatever. My house is much better anyway. It has all a man can need, and then some. I bet they don't even have designer lamps here. Pitiful, really. Entering the pavilion, Sonny greeted Master Roan with all respect he could muster. The older man smiled and invited Sonny to sit with a relaxed gesture. "Good morning, Sunless. I must admit, I didn't expect you to seek me out so soon. Did something happen?" Sonny sat down, smiled politely, then shook his head. "Nothing that I would want to concern you with. You see, I'm not here to talk about something that happened, but more about something that might happen. Master Roan raised an eyebrow and laughed. Don't tell me wait. Are you here with a business proposal? Am I about to become a customer of Sonny's brilliant emporium? Sonny choked. No. What? Where did you hear about that? The handsome master grinned. I hear things. What are those bastards saying behind my back? Sonny forced out a smile, then shook his head. No. I am not here as a highly respected, rich, and famous entrepreneur. Nor am I here as a well-regarded member of the Wilderness Survival Faculty of the Awakened Academy. I am actually here as an advanced scout of the Sanctuary of Noctis. Master Roan grew serious. Oh, continue. Sonny nodded, then hesitated for a bit, and finally said, After we parted 2 days ago, I returned to the sanctuary. On my way back, however, I rested for a while on the Iron Hand Island. And there, well, I found the remains of a nightmare creature there. The older man frowned slightly. That's not unheard of. Iron Hand is usually safe, but you know how chained isles are. Nightmare creatures migrate, sometimes naturally, sometimes to avoid the crushing. Sonny scratched the back of his head. That's true. However, the abomination was a fallen demon. It is strange to see one that close to the sanctuary, and especially so because I have never seen or even heard about that type of creature. It was rather scary. Roan's frown deepened. A fallen demon on the Iron Hand Island. That is indeed strange. You've done well to bring me this information, Sunless. Did you get a good look at it, by any chance? Sonny sighed. Well, you see, it was in the depths of night then, he smiled. But luckily I can see perfectly in the dark, so yes. I got a very good look. Let me describe it. He described the demon to the best of his ability, not sparing any detail. He even remembered every wound and injury on the abomination's body, hoping that their nature could shine a light on what exactly had killed the bastard. The longer Sonny talked, the darker Master Roan's face became. Finishing his report, Sonny glanced at the older man and asked, So, what type of a demon was that exactly? And why have I never encountered one before? Master Roan shook his head. You are lucky to have never met one of these fiends, kid. They are a very rare and vicious breed of nightmare creatures known as chainworms. Luckily, it was already dead. Otherwise, I doubt that we would be having this conversation right now. Even I am reluctant to face a demon such as this alone. No offense, Sunless, but if that thing was alive, you would have ended up as its dinner. Sonny hesitated for a bit, then asked cautiously, Chainworms? Why are they called that? The older man sighed, then looked at the breathtaking vista of the chained isles in front of them. After a while he said, It is because these creatures feed on metal. Once one of the heavenly chains is weakened, they appear from the dark side to feast on it. Steel weapons are useless against these abominable things, so fighting one, let alone many, is almost an impossible task. Master Roan stared into the distance with a bleak expression, and then added darkly, I've seen whole islands crumble into the below because of their hunger. Shadow Slave, Chapter 403. Master Roan grew silent for a few moments, then smiled after noticing Sonny's troubled expression. The heavenly chains near the sanctuary are all fine, though, so you have nothing to worry about. That's not what I'm worried about. Sonny had already received a piece of valuable information that could help him find the mysterious treasure. But he wanted to know more before he could ask another question, however. A sudden shadow shrouded the pavilion, the stone chateau, and the expanse of weathered stone surrounding it, as though a cloud moved across the sun, hiding it. The sleeping griffin stirred and raised its head, its vertical pupils narrowing. Just a moment later, the shadow disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. Simultaneously, a strange sound reached Sonny's ears. It was as though 1,000 wings rustled as they cut the air. Then a woman was suddenly standing at the edge of the stone ring, her silhouette outlined against the rising sun by a bright halo. It seemed as though she had always been there, but Sonny could swear that there was no one near them just a second ago. Oh! The woman was tall and slender, her posture straight like an arrow. She was wearing a light steel armor, its pauldrons and greaves decorated with white feathers. Her long blonde hair was fluttering in the wind like a cascade of pale gold. When she turned around, Sonny saw 2 piercing amber eyes staring at him and shivered. Her face was cold and stunningly beautiful, more akin to that of a goddess than of a human being. The woman's pupils were narrow and vertical, exactly like those of the mighty griffin. The ruler of the sanctuary had returned home. Crap. With a shudder, Sonny forced himself to look away and hurriedly bowed. This was his second time meeting Tyrus of the White Feather clan, also known by her true name, Sky Tide, one of the few saints of the human race, the demigod in charge of the Chained Island. Just by virtue of existing, the saint exerted a strange influence on everything that surrounded her. It was not oppressive like the dreadful aura of Gunlaug's golden armor, just different, as if the world itself was reacting to her. The blades of grass seemed to bend slightly toward her, the winds sang subtly lower as she approached, and even sunlight appeared to become a bit brighter in her presence. Master Roan shifted and rose from his seat. "Good morning, Sunshine." Sonny flinched. What?" It took him a couple of seconds to realize that the fearless griffin rider was addressing his wife and not him. Sunshine? Sunshine? Is that how he addressed a saint? Well, she is his wife after all, I guess. Once he thought about it, everything made sense, but still the idea of addressing a transcendent as Sunshine seemed very weird for some reason. Sonny cautiously looked up and saw a wide smile on Roan's face. St. Tyrus herself, however, was as cold as ever. "Good morning, Ro." Even her voice was cold and heavy like the howl of an approaching storm. Turning her head slightly, St. Tyrus looked at Sonny with a silent question. Countless poets would have been ruined if they saw the elegant curve of her eyebrow. Wow. Wait. What am I thinking about? Master Roan patted Sonny on the shoulder and said, "Awakened Sunless visited to tell me about a demon he encountered on the Iron Hand Island. It was a chain worm already dead, fortunately. Still, we should explore the nearby island. Don't you think?" St. Tyrus lingered for a few moments, then shook her head. "No need. The only failing chain on the Isles is far away from the sanctuary, connecting Shipwreck Island to the Twisted Rock. This is where the chain worm came from. I just saw it myself." She turned away, then sighed slightly. "Of course, we will have to prepare. All islands are connected after all. After the Twisted Rock falls, its demise will echo through the entire region. Many islands will shift, causing changes to the severity of the crushing on others. The migration patterns of the nightmare creatures will be affected, too. I should probably get going." Sonny cleared his throat, then said awkwardly, It's been an honor to meet you again, Lady Tyrus. I shall take my leave then." Skytide nodded indifferently, then said, "Thank you for informing us of your finding, Awakened Sunless." He nodded, then rose from his seat and cautiously took a few steps away. When Sonny was almost out of the pavilion, however, the cold voice of the saint stopped him. "Wait." He turned around and forced out a smile. "Yes, how can I help you?" Tyrus looked at him for a few moments, then said in a calm, emotionless tone, "You come from the Forgotten Shore, if I am not mistaken." Sonny nodded. "Yeah. What about it?" The beautiful saint lingered for a second, then asked, "Song of the Fallen? Do you know her? Cassie. Why bring her up?" Sonny smiled. "Yes. We've met. Why?" St. Tyrus looked at him for a few moments, then said, "Good. Song of the Fallen will be visiting the sanctuary soon. She will be glad to see a familiar face, I think." With that, Skytide turned away, letting Sonny know that he was free to go. He hesitated for a second, then walked away. As soon as neither Master Roan nor St. Tyrus could see his face, a dark expression appeared on it. Coming to visit, what the hell is she coming here for? Indeed. Just like Sonny, Cassie had chosen Chained Isles as the region to anchor herself to. Their reason was most likely also the same, the proximity of the Isles to the Hollow Mountains. Luckily, she was not a resident of the sanctuary. Sonny had no idea how the blind girl had managed it, but she somehow convinced Clan Valor to let her and her cohort anchor themselves to the second human citadel in the region, the Night Temple. While Sanctuary was closer to the southern border of the region, Night Temple was situated far to the north, almost on the outskirts of the misty death zone. For that reason, the two of them had been comfortably separated and had not seen each other even once in the past months. But now that was about to change. Exiting the White Feather residence, Sunny grimaced, glad to see a familiar face. Hell, I doubt it. Shadow Slave, Chapter 404. The sanctuary was slowly waking up. Now that the sun had risen, groups of awakened were preparing to venture outside, while those who had stuff to do in the citadel itself were going about their business. A few of them greeted Sunny as he walked toward the altar island. By now, he should have been able to return to the real world. After everything he had discovered during the night, there was a flame burning inside his chest that demanded action. His eyes gleamed when he thought about the mysterious treasure hidden somewhere out there in the darkness. But although Sunny was a very rapacious person, he knew how to keep his avarice in check. Well, most of the time, Shipwreck Island. Sunny had never been that far away from the sanctuary, but he had heard about that deadly place. The Shipwreck Island was situated almost at the center of the Chained Isles, far removed from both human citadels. The nightmare creatures there were especially ferocious, and the islands themselves were far more bizarre and dangerous than those closer to the edges of the region. If one could somehow survive the crushing and look upon the Chained Isles from above, they would see that there was a vast empty space at the very heart of this shattered land. Some people assumed that this was where the ivory tower had once been chained, before all 7 of its anchors were broken. After that, the islands bordering the tier slowly fell into the sky below one after another, making it grow wider and wider. The hole at the heart of the Chained Isles was slowly expanding, and one day, thousands of years from now, it was probably going to devour the whole region. But Sunny had no interest in that remote future. What concerned him right now was that the Shipwreck Island was on the very edge of the tier, and as such presented a lot of danger for a young awakened like him. If Sunny wanted to venture out that far, he would have to study and thoroughly prepare for a long and perilous expedition. And in the meantime, he had to hurry to the real world. Even though he felt the call of treasure with every fiber of his being, desperate to reduce the gap between himself and Nephis, the things he had to do back in reality were crucial. Calm down. It's nothing serious, really. Approaching the white altar, he glanced at the obsidian dagger suspiciously, then placed his hand on the cold marble. There's no reason to worry, so... The lid of the steel sarcophagus silently opened, letting out beams of light and clouds of cool mist. Sunny yawned and climbed out of the sleeping pod, then stretched with a satisfied smile on his lips. His body felt refreshed and energized, as if he just had a long, perfectly comfortable sleep, not at all like what he had to endure in the past 2 months while using cheaper Academy pods. Now that is what I call money well spent. Indeed, the luxurious machine might have been the best purchase he had ever made. Not counting the mantle of the underworld, of course, leaving the compact underground fortress of his basement, Sunny walked over to the kitchen, glanced at the broken remains of his fridge with a bit of shame, and retrieved a few ingredients to cook himself breakfast from the debris. Out here in the real world, it was currently early morning. He sent the happy Shadow outside to observe the surroundings and then turned on the stove. Real eggs, real lettuce and tomatoes, real bread, real bacon, real coffee, real juice. It took him just a few minutes to cook himself a breakfast that would have been considered the epitome of a lavish lifestyle by any inhabitant of the outskirts. Walking to a dining table that was too large for one person, he placed his breakfast on its synthwood surface and activated his communicator. There were no new messages, and he didn't really know what else to do with that thing. Usually people of his age would have an active presence on the network and feeds breaking with all kinds of news, events, and videos. But Sunny had almost no digital presence whatsoever, nor did he want to have one, really. He knew how to access various resources and services, of course, and many of the things on the network had once been the stuff of his dreams. The unlimited amount of games, books, shows, and entertainment of all sorts was on the tip of his finger. But ironically, now that Sunny had free access to all these alluring things, he had no time to dive into any of them. Right now, he had too much to do, and his dreams were filled with only clangor of steel and nightmarish abominations. Maybe one day... Slowly consuming his food, Sunny used the communicator to quickly sketch and describe the coin he had found, keeping its true secrets to himself, of course. Outside, his neighbors were preparing to face the new day. The sun was rising above the giant city, and crowds of people were on their way to work. The shadow found a hidden spot on the porch of his new home and observed the quiet street from its shelter. It saw a few PTVs drive by, humming slowly as they rolled or levitated toward the exit from the terrace district. Several well-dressed adults walked by, heading for the public transport terminal. Sometime later, it was time for the students in school uniforms to follow them. Sonny sipped coffee and observed these children through the shadow, trying to imagine himself having such a life, waking up in a safe home. Eating the delicious food a parent had prepared for you, not having to think about where your next meal would come from. Going to a place where an unlimited amount of knowledge and mentorship was available to you completely free. Having no real worries and no real fears. Just living. What a strange existence that would be. He stared at the students with a complicated expression. They were so soft. Their clothes were soft, their eyes were soft, and their lives, too, were soft. How were these children going to survive the real world? The real world was hard, cruel, and unforgiving, just like Sonny himself was. A person like him had a much better chance of surviving in such a world, not to mention the hellscapes of the dream realm. Finally, the stream of students grew thin. One of the last to walk past Sonny's house was a young girl of around 14 years. She was about as tall as him, with pale skin and black hair. The girl seemed to be a bit uncomfortable in her own body, like all teenagers tended to be, and the school uniform did no favors to her slender physique. Her dark eyes, however, were very sharp and clear. Luckily, unlike her brother, Rain seemed to have taken after their mother, who was a rather attractive young woman from what Sonny remembered. Even though she was still just a child, he could already see that one day the teenage girl walking past his home was going to become a real beauty. Finishing his coffee, Sonny placed the empty cup on the table and sighed. Found you. Shadow Slave, Chapter 405. Indeed, the awkward 14-year-old girl was his little sister, Rain. And indeed, it wasn't a coincidence that Sonny had bought this exact house in this exact district of the city. While the terrace neighborhood was nice and charming, the real reason he had chosen this home in particular was because it stood next to the place where Rain lived. It was on this street a year and a few months ago that he had watched from the shadows as she was having dinner with her adopted family, their warm and happy life displayed for him to see through the wide window of their brightly illuminated living room. Well, now Sonny had a living room and a wide window of his own, even though there was usually only darkness behind it. Back then, he had become painfully aware that his fantasy of saving his little sister was empty and misguided. Rain didn't need to be saved, least of all by a troubled outskirt stray like him. A ghost of the past that she most likely did not even remember. If he had knocked on her door on that night, nothing in her life would have changed for the better. Sonny wasn't the same penniless kid anymore. He was an awakened, one marked as a special strategic asset by the government. He was considerably wealthy, connected, even powerful. But deep down, he still believed that the statement held true. His clothes and circumstances might have changed, but Sonny himself remained the same, twisted and damaged, like anyone who had seen the truth of this world would be. What's worse, now that he had risen above his previous pathetic self, he had a whole swarm of new, much more serious problems. Naphis, the sovereigns, the legacy of mysterious Weaver, all of these things promised a future full of turmoil and danger. He was not exactly the kind of person who had good things to offer to anybody. So no. Sonny had not changed his mind about keeping himself out of Rain's life. He wasn't going to approach her, and had no desire to meet her face to face. There was, however, a problem. Now that Sonny was an awakened, statistically, Rain's chances of becoming infected by the nightmare spell herself had grown. But even if he forgot about that statistical correlation, there was still a possibility that she would end up in the first nightmare, no matter how small. By now, Sonny was 18 and Rain was 14. Almost every person infected by the spell had fallen victim to it while being older than 16 and younger than 19, which meant that there were about 2 years left before Rain would be in real danger, and about 4 before she would be out of it. Even if they were more or less strangers and didn't owe anything to each other, Sonny felt responsible for her. Perhaps Rain did not remember him due to how little she had been at the time of their separation, but he remembered everything. To him, she was the last memento of their long-lost home. Now that he had the ability to pull some strings behind the scenes to ensure that her chances of surviving the first nightmare were enhanced, be it through access to better battle instructors or something else, he couldn't just sit still and do nothing. But to do that, he first needed to understand how well Rain was being prepared already. Hence, he bought a house near the place where she lived and let his shadows loose to explore the neighborhood and spy on her and her family. When I put it that way, it sure sounds a bit creepy. Sonny stood up, yawned, and shrugged. He was an awakened whose power lay in shadows, deceit, and bloodshed. Before that, he was a street rat, willing to do anything in order to survive. Mundane humans had no idea about what he had gone through, what he had done, and what he was capable of as the result. If they did, they would probably be horrified. So, a little hint of creepiness was only to be expected. Putting on a warm hoodie, he walked outside, hid his hands in his pockets, and headed toward the public transport terminal at a slow pace. His shadow was a few hundred meters ahead, stealthily following Rain and keeping an eye on her. No one was the wiser to its presence. Sonny sighed and looked at the cloudy sky. Time to go to school, I guess. Rain went to a rather elite school, as it turned out. Judging by the prices of the homes in the Terrace district, Sonny knew that her adopted family was reasonably well-to-do, but it seemed that he had underestimated either their wealth or their connections. The school was not the most prestigious out there, but it was close. Enough that only the kids of government officials and conglomerate heirs attended it for the most part, of course. There were a few kids who seemed to be there because of their academic achievements, but not enough to make a difference. The children of government servants arrived on public transport, like Rain. The chaebols came in expensive PTVs, which were controlled by personal drivers. Sitting at a table in a cafe, a kilometer or so away from the heavily guarded entrance to the school, Sonny suppressed the desire to whistle. That's like something out of a drama. I wonder if I'll see someone's getting slapped in the face today. Suddenly remembering his first encounter with Master Jet, Sonny coughed and rubbed his cheek in embarrassment. The happy shadow was still following Rain, stealthily moving from one shadowy patch to another. Then it waited for a good opportunity and dove inside the shadow of one of the kids walking toward the same classroom as her. Sonny got comfortable and ordered a few pastries and a pot of tea. He couldn't quite believe that he was going to waste time attending school of all things, even if it was in that very strange manner. He hadn't been to school in a dozen years already, not counting the months spent in the academy. Well, this should be interesting. Shadow Slave, Chapter 406. A couple of hours later, Sonny was ready to claw his eyes out. Not because the lessons taught to Rain in school were boring, but because he had to watch a bunch of entitled kids exist in an enclosed space and make it as hard for everyone to learn anything as possible. The elite school seemed like a place of learning, but in fact it was more like a battlefield. The hidden politics among the students and the hierarchy of numerous cliques they formed were more complex than the ruthless strife between the factions in the Bright Castle, and judging by their behavior, just as dire. But it was not. No one's life was at stake. No one was going to be exiled and starved to death if they did a wrong thing. All of this was simply about prestige, vanity, and standing. It was utterly stupid. However, once Sonny thought about it a bit more, he realized that it was not to them, and maybe not at all. These kids were put under immense pressure, assigned a numerical value, and forced to compete with each other. As the result, they inevitably developed a fierce sense of resentment toward their rivals, which was only made deeper by the deep sense of insecurity this system instilled in them. No wonder they were at each other's throats. The school was, in fact, not only meant to teach the kids the skills necessary to survive and thrive in the real world, but also to destroy the very same softness Sonny had pondered about a few hours earlier. It wasn't hard to imagine that at the end of it all, the best and most resilient students would become harsh and jaded, while the rest would simply be broken and discarded. A wasteful system, and one of very questionable effectiveness. Sipping tea in the quiet cafe, Sonny shook his head. Rich people, luckily for him, Rain seemed to be unaffected by the vitriol her classmates seemed to be more interested in than the actual studying. She sat calmly at the back of the class, avoiding getting embroiled in any drama, and dutifully learned everything the teachers explained to the students. The lessons themselves surprisingly turned out to be very interesting. Sonny even found himself enjoying these hours very much. There had not been any combat lessons yet, but he did manage to catch this school's version of the wilderness survival course, as well as listen to a rather intriguing lecture about the early exploration of the dream realm. He also saw a lesson dedicated to various nightmare creatures, their biology, capabilities, and weaknesses. If he had known that much during his first months on the Forgotten Shore, well, it would not have changed much, really. No matter how much a person knew about these things, no sleeper was meant to face challenges of that magnitude. And yet he couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. He had been denied access to this treasury of knowledge as a kid. Who knew how his life would have turned out otherwise? It would have been a lot more interesting and enjoyable, at least. By then, he had some idea of Rain's depth of knowledge and overall readiness for the nightmare spell, but he still did not know how well she was really being trained. He had to see her during a lesson in combat for that. After a while, Sonny had become a little bit bored. Listening to a lecture about spell tech absent-mindedly, he looked around the cafe. At this hour, there weren't a lot of people there, but that was swiftly changing. The white-collar workers from the surrounding buildings were now on their lunch break, as were senior students of the school. Several noisy groups were occupying tables near him, so he couldn't help but catch bits and pieces of their conversations. No way. When is it coming out? In a couple of months, I think. Who will play the female lead then? No, wait, let me guess. These guys were apparently discussing some upcoming film, excitedly wondering about the casting. Something about their conversation appeared strange to Sonny, but he didn't pay it too much attention. None. That is the mindset of a true battle master. No way he meant to say that. Who do you think Lord Mongrel is, a nobody? Of course not. He only said that because he considers social status and renown meaningless. In the eyes of a warrior, such things are not even worth mentioning. The only thing that matters is your strength. That's why he hides his noble upbringing. Sonny stared at the couple of young men that were in the middle of a heated debate, then shook his head. That's hilarious. What are the chances? Apparently there was somewhere else out there with a similar alias. And that guy, from what Sonny could hear, was not only a total buffoon, but also went around calling himself a lord, pretending to be some wise philosopher and teaching people how to be a true warrior. What an idiot. Well, figures. Only an idiot would choose such an alias on purpose, after all. I wonder what this guy's problem is. He has to be horribly insecure about something for sure. Then, however, he had to focus on Rain again, because she was finally heading for the school's dojo. The combat lesson was about to begin. The instructor, surprisingly, turned out to be an actual awakened. It was a man in his late 30s, with a mighty build and cold eyes of an experienced fighter. Sonny couldn't tell what aspect the man possessed, but he was obviously not a sheltered non-combatant. Rain's instructor was the real deal. He had to have enough money to never be required to work a single day in the real world, so the fact that he was teaching a bunch of kids in a school meant that he was doing it either because of his principles or because of an obligation to one of their parents. In any case, it was a good thing for Rain. In the next hour or so, Sonny watched the students train and fight each other with various weapons. He expected them to use fake ones, but to his surprise, the awakened instructor insisted that the kids both wore heavy protective gear and wielded real ones, even if the weapons were blunted to not pose a real danger. Good approach, I guess. Rain's level was better than he had expected. Not comparable to someone like Castor or Nephis, of course, but miles better than anything he would have been able at her age. She was swift, nimble, and strategic, utilizing every opening the opponent presented to her full advantage. She seemed to prefer using ranged combat, but could hold her own in a melee with the help of a wide range of weapons, from a long spear to a light saber. There were kids who were better than her and those who were worse, but none who could compare to her in terms of wits, and yet a deep frown appeared on his face. There is one thing that is lacking: viciousness. His sister was not nearly vicious enough. Shadow Slave, Chapter 407. Judging that he had seen everything he needed to, Sonny rose and left the cafe, then headed home. The happy shadow left the premises of the school unnoticed and soon wrapped itself around his body, but not before showing how proud and satisfied it was with its flawless performance. Yeah, you did well. On his way back, Sunny was thinking over what he had learned about rain. His sister seemed to be smart and well-adjusted, and receiving the kind of training most kids in this world could only dream about. But was it enough? He did not know. No one could know, really. After he had returned from the forgotten shore, several people told him that they would have never survived in that hell. But their words rang hollow to Sunny, because how would they know? Until a person was thrown into a situation like that, there was no way to tell what would remain of their resolve once everything else had been stripped away. Brave people broke, while cowardly ones found strength that they had not even known was inside them. Kind people became cruel, while cruel people became lost. Only by looking at a mirror of a nightmare could one truly see their real face. Before Sunny entered the forgotten shore, he had thought himself to be strong. But once there, he had to learn the hard way that his strength was brittle and illusory, that it could shatter under the smallest amount of pressure. To survive, he had to build within himself a new kind of strength, one that could not be broken by anything or anyone. That was how he had survived. How was he supposed to know how rain would measure against the horrors of the spell? And how was he supposed to make her chances of surviving its trials better? Consumed by these thoughts, Sunny returned home and tried to put his mind at ease. This was not something that he could decide in a hurry anyway. For now he had many other things to do. Activating the Dreamscape pod, Sunny climbed inside and closed his eyes. Time to relax a little. At least out there in the Dreamscape, things were simple. He just had to fight, learn, and win. Granted, his previous visit to the Colosseum had turned out to be a fiasco, but Sunny had high hopes for more elite arenas. He just had to gain enough victories to enter them, about 70 more to gain access to the lower-ranked professional dreams. Not that hard. He had lost all interest in dueling with amateurs, and couldn't wait to meet better opponents who could teach him a variety of polished styles. Better do it quickly. Appearing on the sand of the Colosseum, Sunny sighed behind the mask and willed the soul serpent to assume the form of the somber Odachi. That's weird. For some reason today, much more people wanted to challenge him. A literal crowd of awakened assembled around Sunny in a span of a minute, staring at him with disturbing intensity. Also, the challengers seemed to be way more talkative. What's up with these fools? Hey, mongrel, what is your real name? Sunny stared at the young woman challenging him, then answered with slight irritation. Mongrel? She smiled knowingly as if struck by a mysterious epiphany, then asked, What style do you practice? Sunny frowned behind the mask. I practice no style. The girl opened her mouth to say something else, but he interrupted her by stepping forward and activating the challenge. 2 seconds later, the girl's dead body was already turning into a rain of sparks. Why are they so chatty today? I don't have a lot of time. If I want to enter a professional arena next time, I have to be fast. Looking at the crowd of awakened, Sunny sighed dejectedly and growled, Words are worthless. Silence is gold. Don't waste my breath. The challengers looked at each other with weirdly enlightened expressions, then grew quiet. That's better. At least they're an understanding bunch. Now that people seemed to have lost their desire to chat uselessly before every damn duel, things went much faster. Sunny had no plans of copying the styles of these talented amateurs today, so he could be as efficient as possible. It required him to really exert himself, though. They were all awakened, after all, each and every one of them. Behind the black mask, Sunny was sweating an ocean and silently whispering curses. But what could he do? He just had to get it done. Because he took no breaks between the duels, his reserves of shadow essence grew dangerously low at some point. Sunny was forced to command the soul serpent to return to his body to accelerate the accumulation of essence and slow down its expenditure. Noticing that he had dismissed his sword, the challengers assumed that he wasn't going to fight anymore and sighed with disappointment. Glancing at them, Sunny gritted his teeth and hissed, Next. He was not that far from accomplishing his goal for today, and the mantle of the underworld was like a weapon itself. Especially if he manipulated its weight to make his blows carry the weight of a mountain. Metaphorically speaking, his aching muscles protested, but he endured the torment and continued. Just a few more. As the next challenger stepped forward, Sunny dashed toward him, deflected the glancing blow of a spiked mace with a vambrace, and struck the young man in the face with all the strength he could muster. The black onyx gauntlet grew terribly heavy as it flew through the air, connected solidly, and caused the young man's skull to explode, more or less. Sonny secretly panted and cursed. I can't keep this up much longer." Luckily, he only had a few more duels to win. About an hour after he had entered the Colosseum, Sonny finally reached enough victories to qualify for a better arena. By then, he was so tired that he felt like throwing up. God damn it, that was incredibly tough. All in day's work, I guess. Throwing one last glance at the crowd of silent awakened, Sonny shook his head. What a bunch of weirdos with that. He gave the dreamscape the command and left the illusion, both exhausted and satisfied with his progress. Left alone on the sand of the Colosseum, the challengers remained quiet for a few minutes. After a while, one of them said. He shook his head. Another awakened sighed heavily, then said in a solemn tone, "Yes." "We are not worthy enough, Shadow Slave." Chapter 408, Sonny crawled out of the simulation pod and lay on the cold floor for a while, breathing heavily. How come an illusory arena is so exhausting? The designers of the dreamscape were really weird. The people who frequented the Colosseum were even weirder, though. Sonny couldn't even begin to understand the quirks of their behavior. That's how subcultures are, I guess. After a while, he stood up and went upstairs to make himself some food and replenish all the energy he had spent during this intense and taxing hour. Sonny made himself a light dinner, devoured it with wolfish hunger, and then relaxed in a chair while drinking a cup of delicious tea. As he rested, his communicator buzzed. He took a sip of tea, then opened the message. Effie had sent him. "Hey, Doofus, have you seen this? I think I found a new boyfriend for your girlfriend." The message ended with a winking emote and an attached video link. Perplexed, Sonny clicked on the link and spit out all of his tea. Forgetting to wipe his chin, he stared at the holographic screen in front of him with wide eyes. What the hell is this? The video was of him, of his duel in the dreamscape to be precise. Caught in stunning quality, the recording of his short duel against the young man in azure armor was playing on a loop, set to menacing and epic music. The caption read, "Mongrel Victorious." Sonny stared at it for a while, then slowly lowered his gaze and looked at the view count beneath the video. 7 zeros! Was that Leo Stryker guy someone famous? Sonny only came to his senses because of the pressure of his flaw. Gritting his teeth, he sent Effie a short message. "I have not seen this." What the hell is happening? Feeling apprehensive, he went on the network and typed Mongrel Dreamscape in the search bar. Immediately, thousands upon thousands of results showed, all featuring the fearsome image of Weaver's mask. Sonny gulped. Oh no. Oh no. He opened the first link and almost spat blood. Mongrel defeats Leo Stryker, Taoist Safer, and the Fool in 3 strikes. The short montage of a bunch of his duels played. This one had even more views. That doesn't even make sense. Were those two famous as well? What, 3 strikes? I hit the second guy twice. Feeling an approaching headache and a bit of panic, Sonny scrolled through the feed, growing paler and paler with each second. There were countless videos, captions, and discussions. Thousands of people were fervently debating his duels, his identity, and the hidden meaning of his words. It seemed as if they had somehow become convinced that he was some sort of a profound sage going around spouting words of enlightened wisdom. There were whole discussion boards dedicated to interpreting his teachings. Oh no, Sonny grabbed his head, realizing that the buffoon he had heard being discussed in the cafe was him. Come to think of it, many of Rain's classmates had been talking about this stuff too. Had she seen this garbage as well? He groaned. At least no one seemed to have any idea about who Mongrel was. His efforts to obfuscate his identity were working, as was Weaver's mask. But the worst was still to come. As Sonny was studying the mess he had made, new notifications started appearing in the feed. Mongrel returns. Mongrel decimates the Colosseum. 70 victories in 60 minutes. Lord Mongrel's shocking rampage. Mongrel is Saint Redacted's bastard son confirmed. He closed his eyes. Gods! What is this crap? Opening a random link, he read in horror. Mongrel #1 sympathizer. I was there, guys. It was incredible. He was like a natural disaster. So awesome. Random shoe. Did you hear what he said? Mongrel 1 sympathizer. Words are worthless. Silence is gold. So profound. My whole outlook on life changed. Random shoe. Wow, my dad used to say me the same thing when I tried to talk to him after school. Mongrel 1 sympathizer. Wait, Shoe, are you Mongrel's son? User Random Shoe changed their name to Mongrel's son. Mongrel's son. Aren't we all Mongrel's children? Sunny closed the link and went to another page. Silence is gold. One strike of a sword is worth more than 1,000 words. An in-depth analysis of the post-neo-nihilist philosophy of Mongrel post-neo, what? Stupefied. He opened another link. Reacting to Mongrel's 70 wins. You gasp, you lose. And another. Mongrel does not believe in styles. Styles only separate men. And another. I spent a night with Mongrel, a candid confession of a former idle trainee. Deactivating the communicator, he sat quietly for a while, and then groaned again. Oh no. The new recording of Mongrel's stunning performance in the Colosseum flew around the globe in no time at all. Starved for new information about the mysterious demonic fighter, people became glued to the screens of their communicators. They were not disappointed by what they saw, to say the least. Mongrel's already considerable renown, or infamy, depending on who you asked, became even more widespread. Sunny had grown up in the outskirts, so he had never been really exposed both to the network culture and to the peculiar fan base of the dreamscape. That was why he had severely underestimated the effect his recent visit to the amateur arena would have on the people interested in these things. He had only wanted to reach the number of victories required to access the professional duels as fast as possible, but failed to take into account how outstanding the feat of defeating 70 opponents in just 1 hour would look from the side, especially considering the fact that he had killed the last half a dozen or so with his bare hands, not even bothering to use a weapon. These last few duels looked especially striking, impressive, and gruesome. If before people called Mongrel a sword demon, now he had become just a demon in their eyes. What's worse, even though it took all of his power and lots of effort for Sunny to achieve these victories, due to the fact that his face was always hidden behind the fearsome mask, he appeared to be completely calm and indifferent, as if defeating so many people in a row was nothing to him. A walk in the park, added to the fact that he had dismissed his sword near the end of the hour and then left after shaking his head, it seemed as though Mongrel was not only a demon, but also held all the rest of the duelists in utter contempt. Mongrel was disappointed in them. That disappointment ignited a fire in the hearts of many duelists of the dreamscape, pushing them to train harder, reach higher, become stronger. Mongrel's status was always in front of them, reminding these young men and women what they were striving to achieve. Mongrel, victories, 100, defeats, 0. And of course, all of them continued to wonder about his true identity. Very soon, someone made a logical connection. An incredibly talented young warrior appeared in the dreamscape soon after the 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore returned to the real world, putting every awakened there to shame. Obviously, Mongrel was one of these 100 heroes. But which one? It didn't take people a lot of time to solve the mystery. On one of the discussion boards on the network, an anonymous user wrote, "Guys, isn't it obvious? Who is among the best of the Forgotten Shore warriors, and also has a big reason to keep his identity a secret?" Another answered, Wait, you're right, it was right in front of us the whole time." And then the shocking piece of news spread through the network as wildfire. Mongrel's true identity is Kai of Nightingale. Shadow Slave. Chapter 409. Night Gale Representative Agency publishes an official statement. Popular idol and fashion icon, Night is not the controversial dreamscape sensation, nor has he ever participated in any scandalous activities under the alias Mongrel. Sunny read the latest news title on the screen of his communicator and covered his face with a hand. Oh gods, how did poor Kai end up being involved in this mess? Had the world gone completely insane? He stared at the message icon at the bottom of the screen nervously, half expecting to receive an angry message from his friend. Or was it up to Sunny to apologize in advance? Kai had seen him purchasing the mantle of the underworld, after all. Even though the onyx armor did not look the same as it had before being repaired, and turning from pure stone to the strange stone-like metal, there was a possibility that he would recognize it. Ugh, why is life so hard? Sonny shook his head resentfully and stared at the ceiling. And then there was the issue of Rain. Sonny had watched her walk home through the eyes of the shadow and was once again consumed by uncertainty. Did he need to intervene? What was the best way to help her? Did she even require his help? There was no easy answer to any of these questions. He turned off the communicator, sat in the darkness for a while, then stood up and went to the kitchen. Retrieving all the things that could spoil quickly from the ruined refrigerator, Sonny cooked himself a decadent dinner and ate in tense silence. To hell with this. I'll deal with all these problems after returning from the shipwreck island. It shouldn't take me that long to reach it, investigate, and come back anyway, a week at most. Why waste time on all this nonsense when there was a treasure waiting for him in the dream realm? Sonny had already retrieved all the pertinent information he could find from the Academy database. All Awakened had some level of access to the base of shared knowledge about the dream realm and the nightmare creatures, and due to his position as the research assistant assigned to the Wilderness Survival faculty, he had more than most. It wasn't really enough to venture on such a dangerous expedition, but at least gave him a basic understanding of what to expect. The rest he was going to have to learn from the people in the sanctuary who had actual experience of traversing those parts of the Chained Isles. And then there was also Cassie. She could help him even more. With a dark grimace, Sonny washed the plates, spent a few moments admiring their design and craftsmanship, then went about preparing himself for a long stay in the dream realm. Soon he entered the basement, activated the maximum level of security measures, and climbed into the steel coffin of the sleeping pod. As the lid of the sarcophagus closed, he sighed and thought, 1 week, I bet everyone will forget all about this mongrel idiocy in a week. His gloomy shadow dejectedly shook its head. It took Sonny a whole day to talk to everyone he needed to talk to and gather enough information about the shipwreck island and the routes he could take to reach it. As it turned out, the journey promised to be even more perilous than he had expected. Awakened did not usually go that far into the wilderness of the Chained Isles alone, and even established cohorts were reluctant to venture this close to the tier. The nightmare creatures out there were ferocious and powerful, and the islands themselves presented more danger than here on the edges of the region. Those people did not have his aspect, though. Sonny did not consider himself to be more powerful than a full cohort of experienced Awakened would be, but his powers were tailored perfectly for scouting, traversal, and escape. Even if he was going to find himself facing against an overwhelming foe, he was reasonably certain of his ability to at least run away. Plus, he had Saint. The taciturn demon was worth half a cohort alone, and by herself. As the sun was crawling down from the heights of the sky above, he found himself in his room, studying the makeshift map of the Chained Isles. On it, Sonny had marked the potential routes to the Shipwreck Isles, as well as known dangers he would face on the way. Of course, such a map was not completely reliable. Nightmare creatures tended to migrate and travel between islands to escape the crushing, but the really terrifying ones tended to stay put. Even taking into account that some of the places he wanted to go through could turn out to be inaccessible due to entering the ascent phase, Sonny was more or less sure that he could reach the Shipwreck Island in 3 to 4 days while remaining comparatively safe, with one exception. No matter how he looked at it, he was going to have to traverse an island known among the inhabitants of the sanctuary as the Reckoning. Not much was known about that place except for the fact that several cohorts lost members there, while others had not come back at all. Apparently, the creature that inhabited the island was especially twisted and deadly and was capable of messing with a person's sight. No one really knew what it was, however. All that Sonny was able to find out was that the creature was most likely not corrupted. People were under the impression that it was of the fallen rank, but had different opinions on what its class was exactly. It didn't seem to be a tyrant. At least, I can fight perfectly well even if it plays tricks with my sight, and it's not like I have to defeat it or even fight it, really. I can just slip past and be on my way. With a sigh, he rolled the map up and placed it in his pack. There was already a bit of food and a few supplies for a prolonged journey there. Sunny couldn't take too much with him, since there was a rather small limit on the weight of things he could pull with himself into the shadows. He could also only do so with inanimate objects, at least for now. He had no idea if that was going to change in the future. Finally, he opened his chest and took out the fang he had retrieved from the dead chain worm on the Iron Hand Island. Sunny stared at the fang for a long time, a dark expression on his face. Cassie was going to visit the sanctuary soon with this thing, and her affinity to revelations. Sunny could make his expedition much safer, not to mention increase his chances of actually discovering the treasure. Or he could avoid having to ask her for help and take much more risk, with no guarantee of success. After a while, Sunny threw the fang back into the chest and closed the lid. I'd rather die, honestly. With a grim smile, he locked the chest, picked up his pack, and headed to the exit. As the sun rolled into the dark embrace of the sky below and disappeared, he left the safety of the sanctuary behind, approached the edge of the island, and jumped toward one of the heavenly chains. Shadow Slave, Chapter 410. Sunny traveled northwest, trying to cover as much distance during the night as he could. He rushed across gargantuan chains as a swift shadow, soared up onto the island, traversed them on foot, and dove into the darkness once he reached the other side. He was moving across the chained aisles with enviable speed, but still not as fast as someone capable of flight would. Using Shadow Step expended a lot of shadow essence, so he had to replenish it often to continue riding the heavenly chains. That, however, put him in a lot of danger. The islands were teeming with nightmare creatures of all kinds, as well as deadly natural, unnatural, really threats. Sunny had to remain cautious at all times, keeping one shadow wrapped around his body, while the other scouted ahead. He hid in the shadows to avoid fighting with wandering abominations or, if there was no other choice, teleported away. These jumps, however, only served to devour more of his essence, forcing him to rest and circulate it through the coils of the soul serpent as he waited for his cores to fill up. Most of the time, he didn't feel like there was a real threat to his life. Sunny's combination of attributes and abilities made him a very hard prey to hunt. No matter what kind of a horror tried, he always managed to slip away, for now at least. As long as he did not venture into the territory of the really terrifying nightmare creatures, like those corrupted fiends that claimed some of the islands, or the beings that dwelled on the dark side of them, he was going to be all right for as long as he managed his essence carefully against those powerful abominations, though even being a shadow was not a guarantee of safety. He still remembered the two ghostly torches in the dungeon beneath the ruined cathedral in the dark city. On his way, Sunny visited many islands that he had already explored before, and some that he never had a reason to visit. Each was lethal in its own way, and hid alluring mysteries, most of which were bound to turn out to be nothing but inescapable traps, of course. He suppressed his curiosity and moved past. With two skies full of bright stars, the chained isles were stunning at night. Even while rushing forward and hiding from the abominations populating this breathtaking and terrible land, Sunny couldn't help but marvel at its dark beauty. But beautiful things were the most dangerous. By now, he had learned that lesson all too well. At dawn, Sunny finally reached the island that was supposed to be the first stop on his journey. It was a desolate place where nothing lived, with rocky ground and plenty of small impact craters that had been left behind by the debris on the neighboring island. The chains holding that island in place had broken once a long time ago. As the result, not restrained by anything, it soared high into the sky and eventually fell apart, ripped to pieces by the crushing. Its remaining neighbor was not of any particular interest to Sunny, but it was a good place to rest and catch his breath. Hiding in one of the craters, Sunny ate a miserly breakfast and drank from the endless spring. Then he looked at the rising sun, studied his map for a few minutes, and summoned Saint. As the taciturn demon stepped out of his shadow at enough of a distance to not subject him to the soul-eroding effect of the broken oath. Of course, Sunny glanced at her, tiredly rubbed his face, and said, "I'm going to sleep. You stand watch, please?" The shadow stared at him indifferently for a second, then knocked an arrow on the string of her bow and turned away. Sunny sighed. He could do without sleep for a couple more days, but it was wise to keep himself in the best possible shape. One never knew what could happen in the dream realm, after all. Using his pack as a pillow, Sonny lay down and closed his eyes, just a few hours. A day later, he reached the reckoning. The ominous island that so many people in the sanctuary dreaded was large, spanning no less than a dozen kilometers across. What's worse, it was supported by only 2 chains, which were situated almost exactly opposite of each other. To get to the next one, Sonny had no choice but to travel the whole length of the island. There was grass covering the ground, with a forest of tall evergreen trees visible in the distance. He could see a rocky hill far away, with a waterfall rushing from a weathered cliff. Just like everywhere on the chained isles, it was unclear where the water came from and where it went. Sonny was already used to the strangeness of this land to pay it any attention. The reckoning seemed like a beautiful and tranquil place, idyllic even. However, looking at it through the eyes of the shadow, Sonny couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. Something was very wrong with this place. It was very picturesque, however. He couldn't see or hear any living beings on the island. There was no sound other than the rustle of the wind, no movement other than the slow swaying of the trees. There were no beasts, no insects, no anything. Not a single nightmare creature could be seen wandering the expanse of the peaceful island. What could be so terrible that even nightmare creatures did not dare to come to this place? Or had they been slaughtered by the owner of the island? If so, where were the bones, or bone dust at least? I don't like this. Initially, Sonny thought of traversing the reckoning in his usual manner on foot, but now he changed his mind. It was better to waste an additional amount of shadow essence than to risk meeting the ruler of this ominous place face to face, if it had a face. With a frown, Sonny used Shadow Step to leave the heavenly chain and appear on the surface of the island, near the shadow he had sent to take a look at it. Sonny did not assume physical form, preferring to remain incorporeal. That way he would be able to reach the other side of the reckoning unseen. Where is that terrible creature anyway? He couldn't see any hint of it anywhere. Full of grim apprehension, he slowly moved through the deep shadows that were cast by the tall trees of the evergreen forest. No matter how hard Sonny looked, he didn't notice any movement near him. It was as though the fallen abomination that gave the island its name, Reckoning, had simply disappeared. Maybe it can't be seen. Sonny cut off his vision and concentrated on the shadow sense. His perception of shadows came into focus, reaching far and wide. And there? What was that? There was one shadow in particular that didn't belong to anything approaching him with terrible speed. The bastard is invisible. Sonny froze, becoming absolutely still. In this state, he was not only one of the shadows, but also indistinguishable from the larger shadow he was hiding in. He didn't possess a physical body, so nothing was supposed to be able to hurt him in that state, at least physically. The invisible creature continued to move in his direction even faster than before. Wait, no, something doesn't make sense. Even if the abomination was invisible, why was there no sound? Why didn't grass bend beneath its feet? It was almost as if the nightmare creature that dwelt on the reckoning was really a shadow. Before Sonny could react, the owner of the reckoning was upon him, and then he learned that shadows, too, could feel pain. Shadow Slave Chapter 411. Sonny had never fought in his shadow form, and really, he didn't even know how. All he had were his instincts, but that wasn't enough. In fact, trusting your instincts too much was a sure way to get yourself killed. Intelligence was the most dangerous weapon in the arsenal of a human, and it was Sonny's mind that ended up saving his life. He had realized that his enemy was not invisible, but a shadow just like him only a moment before the creature was upon him. In that split second, Sonny managed to come up with the only way to escape death. As sharp pain pierced his entire being, he lunged forward and escaped the shadows, rolling away on the grass. Jumping to his feet, Sonny staggered and clutched at his side, blood flowing between his fingers. Arg! The shadow of the unknown abomination lunged in pursuit and swiped uselessly across his body, not causing him any harm. It was just a shadow after all. Throwing a glance at the thin tear in the puppeteer's shroud and a deep wound beneath it, Sonny took a step back. Simultaneously, he gave his shadows a command to hide themselves under his armor and augment his body. Physical attacks couldn't harm shadows, but shadows also had no way to harm living beings. That was the thought that had saved him. If he had failed to assume the shape of a human in time, he would have been dead by now, most likely. Because he had not, however, he and the shadow creature were now at a standstill. The master of the Reckoning Island tried to attack him several more times, each strike ending up as fruitless as the previous ones. Then it froze, as if slightly confused by the situation. Sunny finally had a chance to take a good look at the hostile shadow. It looked just like a shadow would, like a dark, ethereal silhouette of a person painted on the grass in black. The creature seemed to have 2 legs, 2 hands, and 1 head. If Sunny didn't know what it really was, he would have assumed that the shadow was cast by an ordinary person. There was no one else in sight, though. Backing away and grimacing because of the pain radiating from the deep wound in his side, Sunny stared at the enemy and thought feverishly, "No, this is wrong." A shadow creature was, indeed, deadly for someone like him. But to every other human on the chained isles, it was completely harmless. How was it, then, that so many people had been killed by it? And what about the nightmare creatures? How had this shadow slaughtered so many living beings? His eyes widened slightly. Sunny threw his hand to the side to summon the midnight shard, and just in time. What happened next caused him to shudder. The creature moved once again, and then 2 dark flames appeared in its darkness. A moment later, a human figure stepped out of the shadow. It was a young man with pale skin and cold, cruel eyes of an experienced killer. A spark of madness burned in their depths. The stranger had black hair and was wearing a light armor made out of soft silk and black, lusterless leather. In his hands, the apparition was holding a long, slightly curved blade of an austere tachi. Sunny felt fear grip his heart as he recognized the face in front of him. Of course he did. It was his own face, after all. Since when was I so scary?" Sunny recoiled in shock. "What the hell are you?" The apparition mimicked his expression, then opened its mouth. Its lips moved, however, there was no sound, as if the abomination was mute. Sunny had no problem reading its lips, though. "What the hell are you? What is going on?" Before he could finish that thought, though, he had to defend himself against a lightning-fast strike of the enemy's sword. Sunny deflected the fearsome attack and staggered back, his hands trembling from the force of the impact. Curses! The bastard might have looked like Sunny, but it was much, much stronger. About as strong as a fallen devil would probably be. Sunny had no time to recover before his evil twin was upon him once again, attacking with the painfully familiar grace of his own battle style. This time, the tip of the tachi missed Sunny's eyes only by a few centimeters. A vicious smile appeared on the apparition's face. Sunny grunted. As the abomination launched a flurry of lethal attacks his way, each swift and vicious, he struggled to defend himself and fought through the pain. He was barely holding on for now, at least. Because of how strong and fast the creature was, Sunny had no doubt that he'll be killed eventually. How could he fight against someone who knew all his tricks, but was also much more powerful? Even the shadow dance was useless. What was the point in trying to mirror the style of an opponent who had stolen his technique from Sunny himself? The situation did not look good at all, especially because blood was still streaming down Sunny's torso. Between 2 strikes, he dashed back and pierced the apparition with a furious gaze. "You poor bastard! Of all the faces out there, you just had to choose mine? Fool, couldn't you have chosen someone I don't know taller?" Earnestly, though, he couldn't help but think. Not gonna lie, the evil version of me looks sort of awesome. Am I really this dashing in real life? Sunny didn't really know how to feel about this. He wasn't, of course, trying to speak to the creature because he wanted to chat. He was just trying to distract it while Saint was drawing her bow. A moment later, a black arrow whistled in the air, aimed at the devil's heart. However, the young man with cruel dark eyes simply stepped to the side and swiped the arrow away with his sword. Sunny cursed. He became really despondent, though, only a moment later when a sudden ripple spread through the bizarre creature's body. In a blink of an eye, the apparition changed. Its face suddenly became white as alabaster and inhumanly beautiful, with ruby eyes, high cheekbones, and full lips. The soft fabric of its armor turned black as onyx and hard as stone. The shape and height of its body changed, too, before Sonny could even react. He wasn't facing his own reflection anymore. Instead, he was facing Saint's crap, as the sickening feeling of his soul slowly falling apart permeated Sonny's entire being. The perfect copy of the taciturn demon raised its bow and sent an arrow flying straight at his heart. Shadow Slave, Chapter 4112. Well, one mystery is solved at least. Sonny became painfully aware of how the Devil of the Reckoning was able to slaughter so many awakened, and why no nightmare creature could survive on its island. If the bastard was able to turn into a copy of any enemy while remaining as powerful as a fallen devil, then very few things could ever hope to escape from it alive. And those awakened who had escaped, despite everything, mistakenly believed that their companions fell to a creature that could mess with people's sight. What else would they think after watching a human being killed by what looked like their exact copy? Well, why had no one thought that it was an actual copy and not a trick on the eye? Damn it! If there was one thing that landed Sonny in this dire situation, it was that people in the sanctuary severely lacked imagination. All these thoughts flashed through his mind as he used Shadow Step to disappear and fall awkwardly to the ground a dozen meters behind the devil, completely out of the way of the flying arrow. Great, but now what? Just a few moments before, Sonny had been contemplating abandoning the fight and simply running away. Unlike some humans he had met in the past, he wasn't burdened by useless things like pride or vanity. If the situation called for a cowardly escape, he was ready and willing to do just that, but now that the bastard had turned into Saint and was holding a bow, the idea of trying to run was not very enticing. The last thing he wanted was to be hit in the back of his head by an arrow. Think? There was no time to think, though. The reflection of Saint swiftly spun and lunged toward him. As Sonny teleported further away, the creature suddenly pivoted and crashed into the trunk of a tall, ancient tree. A moment later, Sonny emerged from the shadows and saw, with horror, a giant mass of heavy wood plummeting on him from above. Desperately burning through his essence, he filled his body with as much strength as possible and raised his hands, trying to catch the falling tree. As a groan escaped from his mouth, Sonny's feet dug into the soft soil of the Reckoning Island. Somehow, he managed to stop the tree without being crushed by it. It was at this moment that a second arrow flashed toward his heart, only to collide with another one in the air and fly aside. Some distance away, the real Saint dismissed the bow, raised her sword, and dashed toward the impostor. "Eat that, bastard!" Sonny gritted his teeth, strained his already overtaxed muscles, and threw the massive tree at the abomination with a tremendously powerful push. When he used his essence and augmented his body with both shadows, Sonny was able to achieve bursts of truly inhuman strength. How was the bastard going to escape this? The creature indifferently lowered its shoulder, then simply disappeared into the shadows and appeared on the other side of the flying trunk. Then it met attacking Saint with a devastating shoulder bash. The onyx armor of the taciturn demon cracked and she was thrown back, causing another tree to explode into a cloud of splinters. Sonny paled. Shadow Step. Not good. The apparition turned to him and mockingly tilted its head. Something was very wrong with that thing. It seemed maleficent and utterly mad, but at the same time incomplete somehow. Behind the evil will and terrifying killing intent that dwelled in its ruby eyes, there was a hint of some other boundless emotion. Sonny faintly recognized the feeling of it since he had felt the same deep and indescribable emotion one time before. Far below the hollow mountains and the darkness of the misty stone labyrinth between the two otherworldly rivers, he had sensed the same feeling of loss, anguish, and confusion in the shadows left behind by the companions of the First Lord of the Bright Castle. What even is that thing? He had no time to ponder about its nature, though, because the creature had once again turned into a pale young man with dark eyes and was lunging at him, a vicious smile frozen on its lips. Feeling a cold shiver running down his spine, Sonny realized that he would not win this fight, nor was he capable of escaping from the reckoning alive. This time he was truly in danger. He was really going to die on this beautiful, peaceful island, and the last thing he was going to see before falling into the embrace of death would be his own reflection staring back at him through the eyes of his killer, unless Sunny sent Saint back into the Soul Sea and met the apparition's attack with a block, feeling his body shudder from the force of the blow. He had assumed that the Devil of Reckoning was a shadow, and it was indeed similar to one, but really it was not. It only appeared as a shadow because Sunny himself had been in the form of a shadow when they first clashed. And once he had turned into a human, the devil, too, became a human. The young man with the cold eyes of a killer took a small step and made a high thrust with the tachi. Sunny, however, knew his own fighting style too well to be caught by that trap. Knowing that the thrust was just a feint, he threw his own blade downward and just barely managed to deflect a vicious slash that followed. He was late by a fraction of a second, though another tear appeared in the fabric of the puppeteer's shroud, and a shallow wound on his thigh began seeping with blood. The creature was more of a reflection than a shadow. It mirrored everything about its enemy: their appearance, their weapons, their battle technique, even their powers otherwise. How would it be able to use Shadow Step? In a sense, it was a perfect adversary. But that wasn't all. Sunny grimaced as the apparition threw his sword away and delivered a powerful kick that almost turned all of his ribs into bone dust. If not for the burst of essence he had sent to his legs, Sunny would have never managed to dodge that devastating blow. But his essence was already running dry, and his enemy seemed to be even stronger now, as if the more Sunny bled, the more powerful the pale young man became. The devil was even able to mirror the memories its enemy wielded. Before Sunny had experienced the soul attack of the copy of the broken oath. And now the creature was obviously being fed raw power by the blood blossom he attacked with the midnight shard to buy himself a couple of moments to think. The apparition had not seemed to be affected by the broken oath, though. Was that because it had assumed the form of Saint, who was immune to soul attacks? Did this mean that the devil was able to copy not only powers and memories, but attributes too? The creature easily deflected Sunny's attack and leaned forward to deliver the final blow. Sunny's only hope to escape it was to jump back, but what else did the creature copy? Was it really a perfect reflection? There was only one way to find out. Instead of jumping back, Sunny stepped forward and collided against the apparition, completely open, unable to escape being struck down by the enemy's blade. Before the deadly strike came, however, he leaned close to the devil's ear and whispered so softly that no one except for the two of them would ever be able to hear what he had said. Stop. Lost from light. And then the devil froze, as if suddenly turned to stone. Sunny smiled. It was a perfect reflection indeed. Shadow Slave, Chapter 413, the apparition stood motionlessly, frozen in place by Sunny's quiet command. He could see his face reflecting in its dark eyes, even paler than usual, beads of sweat glistening in the sun. The creature was completely still, all its terrifying strength shackled by the 4 simple words Sunny had whispered to it. It was enslaved. No matter how powerful the strange abomination was, no amount of power could ever allow it to disobey the command of its new master, Sunny. By stealing his face and his powers, the creature had also inherited his innate ability, Shadow Bond. Sunny had made use of that bond to subjugate the devil, and now it was at his mercy, for now at least. With a pained grimace, Sunny fell to the ground and drew in a hoarse breath. That was close. The wound on his thigh was not too serious, but the cut he had received as a shadow was long and deep. Blood weave had prevented him from losing too much blood and was going to ensure a fast recovery, but it had its limits. The wounds needed to be tended to, however. They could wait. Right now, Sunny had to decide what to do with the former ruler of Reckoning, the dreadful creature that had slain plenty of humans, and only gods knew how many nightmare creatures, which was now under his full control. Such a powerful abomination. It would surely be very helpful to have something that fearsome serving him, unable to disobey any command. He glanced at the frozen creature and shivered. Looking at it was still like looking in a mirror, after all. Despite knowing that the thing in front of him was a nightmare creature, he couldn't help but see a slight young man with pale skin and dark eyes, couldn't help but see himself. Yes, having a fallen devil do his bidding would be extremely beneficial, especially because the apparition looked exactly like him. With a bit of cunning and preparation, Sonny would be able to seemingly appear in two places at the same time. If he ever needed to prove that he wasn't mongrel or accomplish something shady without drawing any suspicion, that would be a perfect way to do so. There were countless scenarios where such an ability would be incredibly useful. But there lay the problem. The creature was only enslaved because it had assumed his form. Since the creature could take any shape, it was going to stop possessing his aspect abilities, including Shadow Bond, as soon as it turned into something else. Then, it would be free of its shackles and able to do whatever it wanted, including unleashing its wrath on Sonny. That was why he had dismissed Saint before attempting to subjugate the apparition. He needed it to remain as his own reflection, and no one else's. Yes, he could circumvent the possibility of losing control over the terrifying creature with a long series of complex orders that would limit when and how it could use its shape-shifting. But coming up with a foolproof net of prohibitions was a Herculean task. Sonny wasn't even sure that it was possible. He had spent a long time thinking of ways to escape this exact fate. So he knew better than most, better than anyone perhaps, how hard it was to keep an unwilling slave under control, especially if the enslaved being was more powerful than its master. There would always be a way to twist words, find a loophole, and turn the orders given by the master against themselves. Sonny was sure of it. He had to be. So, what was he supposed to do with the frozen abomination? Standing up with a grimace, Sonny faced his perfect copy and looked at it with regret. The main reason for what he was about to do, nevertheless, was way less complicated. He simply didn't want to be a slaver. He didn't want to own any living thing. Sonny lingered for a while and then said, "Don't be scared. I won't make you a slave. That would be too cruel of a fate, don't you think? Even for a nightmare creature like you with that." He raised his hand as if to caress the cheek of the pale young man, and then swiped it swiftly across his neck. Almost invisible in the bright light, the ghostly blade of the moonlight shard trembled as drops of crimson blood fell from it into the vibrant grass. The young man didn't move, but his pupils widened. A few moments later, blood flowed from between his lips, painting his pale skin red. Sonny looked at the dying apparition, deeply disturbed by the visage in front of him. It was not every day that one got to see himself die. That is. He paled slightly, but did not look away. In front of him, a person who looked exactly like himself was slowly drowning in blood, a crimson torrent flowing from his cut throat. A few moments later, when the creature was on death's doorstep, its body suddenly trembled and then shifted slightly. A tortured smile appeared on its face. The apparition's lips moved, but just as before, no sound escaped from them. However, Sonny thought that he had managed to read a few words. "We never searching." That was what the apparition had tried to say. Then the light in its eyes extinguished. A strange ripple spread over the young man's body, and a moment later thin cracks appeared on his skin. After a second or two, the creature shattered into a rain of silver glass, which then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Only one jagged mirror shard remained lying in the grass, reflecting nothing but cold darkness. As Sonny stared at all this in bewilderment, the spell whispered, "You have slain an ascended reflection, mirror beast?" Sonny blinked. "Wait, what did it just say?" The spell, however, wasn't done speaking. "You have received a memory." Shadow Slave, Chapter 414. Sonny stared at the ground, confused. What just happened? Why did the spell call that thing an ascended reflection? What was a reflection, and why was it ascended instead of fallen? How could a nightmare creature be ascended? He frowned. Was it not a nightmare creature? How is that possible? The apparition was definitely not a human, so what else could it be if not one of the dream realm's abominations? And one more thing, the spell did not say that his shadow had grown stronger, did it? To make sure, Sonny checked the number of his shadow fragments. Just as he had suspected, it didn't change. He even dove into the soul sea and saw that there was no new shadow among the rows of the creatures he had slain. This is very, very strange. What the hell had he just killed? With a deep frown on his face, Sonny bent down and cautiously picked up the jagged mirror shard that the apparition had left behind. No matter how he looked at it, the shard resembled a perfectly mundane piece of glass. with a thin layer of silver painted over its reverse side. The only strange thing about it was that no matter how Sunny turned the shard, it refused to reflect anything except for an impenetrable veil of darkness. There was also an inscription on its reverse. Sunny's frown deepened when he realized that the inscription was not made with runes. Instead, what he saw were the familiar letters of the human alphabet. They were clumsy and awkward, as if written by a child's hand. There was only one word written on the mirror shard: Beastie. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" The mystery of the mirror beast was so strange that for a time Sunny even forgot about the burning pain in his side. Eventually he whispered, "An echo?" Echoes did not possess souls, so he expected that slaying one would not reward him with any shadow fragments, just like what had happened after Mirror Beast's death. The apparition, however, was obviously not an echo. It was too independent, sentient, and had too much individuality to be a simple copy of a dead nightmare creature. Not to mention that it had been ruling the reckoning for the past few years, with no human master in sight. There was, however, a type of being that it resembled. Sunny threw a dark look at the remains of a tree that had been shattered by Saint's body. In many ways, the strange reflection resembled a shadow. Was the mirror beast a type of echo created by someone's aspect? Its creator must have been incredibly powerful then. If so, where were they? What had happened to them? And why was their reflection wandering the chained aisles in a feral state? There were no answers. It was just a theory anyway. Sunny had no proof whatsoever to substantiate it. Maybe his new memory would give him some answers. He was about to summon the runes, but a sudden pulse of pain reminded him that he was, in fact, still wounded. With a hiss, Sunny clutched at his side and looked around, searching for shelter. He was going to have to tend to his wounds and rest after the fight with Mirror Beast. The memory could wait until after he wasn't bleeding so much. Wrapping the strange mirror shard in a piece of fabric and placing it into his pack, Sunny used some of his last remaining reserve of shadow essence to step through the shadows and appear near the rocky hill in the center of the island. His shadow had noticed a shallow cave there, which was situated obviously behind the foaming wall of the picturesque waterfall. Walking on a narrow stone ledge that led behind the waterfall, Sunny checked that the cave was empty and then entered its cool shade. The cave wasn't very big, but due to its location and hidden nature, there was no better shelter on the entire island. Rather happy with this discovery, Sunny groaned and lowered himself to the ground. Sending Saint to keep watch outside, he dismissed the puppeteer's shroud, then opened his pack and took out a small box containing several thin needles and a span of silk thread, staring at the needles with a deadpan expression. Sunny sighed. "I hate this part." Due to his awakened body and the nature of blood weave, Sunny could recover from most injuries much faster than any mundane human, or even one of his peers, would be able to. However, if he wanted to be able to travel again by tomorrow, he still had to take measures. With another sigh, he threaded one of the needles, gritted his teeth, and began suturing the edges of the long cut on his side together. The process was not very pleasant, to say the least, so the cave was full of the sounds of heavy breathing and suppressed curses for a while. Finally, Sunny was done. Washing the dried blood off his body with the help of the endless spring, he grimaced and looked around. Now that he had time to take a better look at the cave, he noticed that it had apparently been used as shelter by another human at some point in the past. There was a circle of stones built to contain a fire, with a bunch of firewood arranged neatly by its side. By now, the wood had long rotted, letting Sunny know that the cave remained empty for many years. There was a pack much like his own lying on the cold stones near the fire pit. He limped toward it and took a look inside. There was nothing of particular interest there, just the usual supplies a traveling awakened would take with them on a long expedition, most of them ruined by the humidity inside the cave and the passage of time. He did, however, retrieve a rolled-up map and studied it for some time. The map had been drawn on a piece of monster hide, so the humid air did it no favors. Most of it was unreadable, with only a few small pieces remaining intact. Sunny judged that the person who had left it behind was much more knowledgeable about the chained aisles than he was. Sadly, none of that knowledge had been preserved. The only legible word he could easily read was written near the edge of the tear. It read, "Hope." Sonny sighed. The stranger whose map he was studying had most likely been killed by the mirror beast. For a moment he entertained the idea that the map had actually been left behind by the creator of the strange reflection, but that theory made little sense. Why would such a powerful person leave not only his things, but also his creation behind? Putting the map back into the rotted pack, Sonny glanced at the fire pit and said after a long pause, "I'm sorry that your hopes had been for naught, whoever you were. Now your nightmare is over." With that, he hesitated for a few moments, and then finally summoned the runes. It was time to take a look at the memory he had received for slaying the terrifying creature that the spell had called the Mirror Beast. A few seconds later, Sonny's eyes widened. "Weapon! It is a weapon! Shadow Slave, Chapter 415." Sonny stared at the shimmering runes, excitement rising in his heart. This was what he had been waiting for. Memory, Cruel Sight. Memory rank, Ascended Memory Tier, 5. Memory type, Weapon. A weapon. Sonny had been searching for a new weapon for a long time. He was very fond of the Midnight Shard, since that was the sword he had carried through the darkest time of his life, and with which he had fought his way out of the hell of the Forgotten Shore. It was a very powerful memory, too, one whose enchantment had saved his life on several occasions. However, Sonny felt that he had outgrown the austere Tachi. Or rather, the obstacles he was facing these days had. Many of the nightmare creatures on the Chained Isles were of the fallen rank, and their tough hides presented a lot of resistance to the sharp blade of the awakened sword. Not to mention those corrupted horrors that Sonny avoided to the best of his ability for now, but was inevitably bound to encounter one day. The other reason he wanted to procure a new weapon was the fact that the unbroken enchantment, while extremely potent and useful, could only be accessed in very rare circumstances, namely, when Sonny was nearing death. This meant that the most powerful trait of the Midnight Shard could only help Sonny if he made a terrible mistake. If Sonny fought with skill and foresight, however, thus keeping himself from being mortally wounded, the powerful enchantment remained inactive, as it had for the past months. Paradoxically, the better Sonny performed, the less useful the Midnight Shard was to him. It was nice to have a last resort, but Sonny did not like the idea of relying on a tool that could only be effective if he failed. He wanted to possess a weapon whose enchantments were reliant on his success, and as such both strengthened him and rewarded him for doing well. Hopefully this was one such weapon. It was an ascended memory of the 4th tier, equivalent to a memory he would have received from a fallen devil. That was already a tremendous start. His most powerful weapon right now, the Moonlight Shard, had come from a mere fallen beast. Trying to control his expectations, Sonny trembled in anticipation and read further. Memory description. Full of pride, the noble knight made a deal with the Dream Spawn. Years later, the knight had defeated all his enemies and became a mighty king. On the day that his son uttered the first word, the Dream Spawn came to the king and demanded his pay. He left the kingdom with the child and disappeared, never to be seen again. Much later, the young prince returned and stood beneath his father's throne. He expected to be met with joy and warmth, but was met with fear and suspicion instead. Sonny frowned. What the hell does that mean? The description mentioned a dream spawn, or rather the dream spawn. That was the name of an attribute Nephis had, which she possessed because of being born from a hollow mother. Were there other people with the same attribute among the human race? There had to be, and, judging by this strange tale, they had been feared even here in the dream realm. No, that didn't make any sense. Nephis was described as being born of 2 worlds, so how could a native of the dream realm possess the same attribute? Very strange. Maybe the name is just a coincidence. Sonny shrugged, then concentrated on the runes. Tell me what you can do. Memory enchantments. Shapeshifter, Light Eater, Ghost Blade, Dark Mirror, 4 of them. His eyes gleamed. Shapeshifter enchantment. Description: this weapon can shift form between a sword and a spear. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then turned away from the runes and summoned the Cruel Sight. He just had to see this. A tenebrous mist shrouded his hand, and then an elegant sword appeared in it. It was much shorter than the Midnight Shard, with a leaf-shaped blade that was about as long as the distance between Sonny's elbow and the tip of his middle finger. The blade seemed to be forged out of polished silver and served as a perfectly clear mirror. Looking into it, Sonny could see the reflection of his pale face and the wall of the cave behind him. The hilt of the short sword was made out of polished black wood, which was encased in intricately engraved silver near the guard and at the pommel. The cruel sight was light and swift. Sonny slashed the air several times and smiled. It was going to take some time to get used to using a single-handed sword, but he liked it. It already felt like an extension of his hand. It was much more suited for stealth attacks, too. The sword was also double-edged, which gave him more freedom in how to use it. But that wasn't all. Following a mental command, the hilt of the sword suddenly began to extend. A second later, Sonny was holding a long, graceful spear. The black shaft contrasted against the silver blade, creating a beautiful and somber image. The blade itself kept its length, so Sonny could perform not only thrusting attacks, but also cuts and slashes. He stared at the somber, elegant spear for a bit, then commanded it to turn back into the sword. This was going to be a challenge. Sonny wasn't really proficient with polearms, but he had seen how versatile, unpredictable, and deadly they could be in the hands of a master. Not to mention that he had wished to have more distance between himself and the nightmare creatures he fought on numerous occasions. This weapon was a perfect combination of mobility and reach, allowing him to effortlessly switch between a nimble short sword and a devastating long spear. It gave him access to the best of both worlds. His smile widened. Perfect! This is perfect! What else could it do? There were 3 enchantments left. Light Eater enchantment description. The blade of this weapon can reflect, absorb, and expel light. That would be useful to control shadows, as well as potentially blinding the opponents. Ghost Blade enchantment description. This weapon can strike at incorporeal targets. An incredible ability that would give Sonny the ability to fight against some of the most dangerous creatures in the dream realm, those wraiths that were immune to physical damage. Dark Mirror enchantment description. Each attack of this weapon can be augmented with elemental damage. It can be charged with any element the wielder has been damaged by. Current charge, none. Sonny gasped. A permanent elemental augmentation. This is incredible. Shadow Slave, Chapter 416. Sonny stared at the emptiness for some time, thinking. His new weapon was an Ascended one of the 4th rank, which already made it much more formidable than anything else in his arsenal. It was adamantine and sharp as a razor, which would allow him to cut through fallen creatures as if they were made of butter. Well, not exactly, but rather close. Added to that were the considerable reach of its spear form and the incredible swiftness of its sword form. But there was more. The cruel sight was capable of augmenting its attacks with elemental damage. That meant that each wound Sonny would deliver to his enemies would be more dire. Not only that, but the nature of the augmentation could be changed, which meant that if given enough time to prepare, he would be able to exploit the weaknesses of his opponents with the element they were most vulnerable to. He just had to get himself wounded by that same element. Ouch. Everything that was worth it had to hurt a little. Sonny had learned it many years ago. Speaking of which, he sighed, then summoned the cruel sight and held it in his hands for a bit. Then he stood up and walked toward the exit from the cave. As the sound of the waterfall grew louder and louder, he prepared himself. A second later, Sonny entered the field of soul erosion emanated from Saint's armor. Instantly, he felt weak and in pain, as though the very essence of his self was being dissolved by a terrible force. Arg curses. No matter how many times he was subjected to the effect of the broken oath, it was a vile feeling every time. The only good thing about it was that souls, just like bodies, could heal with time, and as long as he did not spend too much time being damaged by the evil memory, he would be able to recover in a day or 2. Gritting his teeth, Sonny summoned the runes describing the cruel sight and simultaneously sent essence into its silver blade, activating the dark mirror enchantment as his contorted face reflected in the polished silver of the elegant sword. Nothing about it changed, however. The cruel sight suddenly seemed different, as if an invisible, cold, and sharp aura surrounded its edges. Sonny looked at the description of the dark mirror. Current charge, soul. With a relieved sigh, he took a few steps back and escaped the radius of the broken oath. The sensation of his soul being slowly destroyed swiftly disappeared. The runes, however, did not change. Sunny had to feed the memory with a small amount of shadow essence to activate the augmenting enchantment, but its blade would remain entwined with the element of his choice until he charged it with another. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. Just like that, Sunny now possessed a weapon capable of dealing soul damage, the rarest and most insidious type of damage he knew of, one that very few beings out there had any resistance to. In a span of one day, his lethality had grown manyfold. Dismissing the somber sword, Sunny turned around and walked back into the cave. I guess I am the true harbinger of reckoning now. His gloomy shadow lingered for a bit, then scratched the back of its head. For once, it had nothing to add. 2 days later, Sunny was finally approaching Shipwreck Island. Currently, he was on the neighboring one, hiding in the shadow of a collapsed stone tower that had long ago become overgrown with moss. Somewhere behind him, the body of a giant worm-like creature lay on the ground, its body seeping with foul black blood. Sunny had spent a lot of essence jumping through shadows to avoid being devoured by that thing. No matter how many times he had pierced its flesh with his spear, the worm seemed to possess an almost endless amount of vitality. The fact that Sunny had no idea where any of the abomination's vital organs were only made the situation worse. In the end, however, the nightmare creature had succumbed to the damage being continuously dealt to its soul, and now it was dead. Swarms of smaller, but no less repulsive worms were already emerging from the ground to feast on its flesh. Sunny did not care. He had already retrieved the soul shard from the creature's body, and he surely had no plans of using the worm's meat as food. And regardless, his attention was currently concentrated elsewhere. What the hell? The Shipwreck Island was currently at the height of its ascent phase and loomed high above in the sky. As the result, Sunny was able to see its underbelly far away in the distance. The underside of the island was shrouded in eternal shadow, and something vast and terrifying was moving in it. The inhabitants of the dark side were all powerful and unsightly, but the thing nesting under that one in particular was especially harrowing. Perhaps all islands this close to the tier sheltered such horrors, but even that was not the thing Sunny was looking at. I guess I have my answer. A long time ago, one of the chains connected to Shipwreck Island had broken and now hung down. Entangled in it, a giant iron corpse swayed slowly in the wind. The creature resembled a man made entirely out of metal. The heavenly chain had coiled around one of his legs, so the giant hung with his head down, his face rusted and severely damaged. His powerful chest was caved in and shattered by some titanic blow, and one of his arms was torn away at the shoulder. This was, without a doubt, the creature whose lost limb gave the name to the Iron Hand Island. The dead giant swayed despondently in the wind, producing sounds of rusty metal scraping against the iron of the heavenly chain. Those sounds were loud enough to reach across the gap between two islands and be heard by Sunny in his hiding place. Looking at that humbling sight, Sunny shivered. Who could have killed such a thing? Of course there was no way to know. Just like always, finding one answer had immediately presented Sunny with a dozen new questions. Nervously shifting his gaze between the hanged giant and the swarm of worms ravenously devouring their elder, Sunny remained hidden in the shadows and waited. Soon, the rattling of chains announced that the Shipwreck Island was starting to descend. Sunny tensed. It's time. Shadow Slave, Chapter 417. The chain leading to the Shipwreck Island was about 4 kilometers long, which was on the shorter side by the chained isle's standards. As a swift shadow, Sunny would have been able to ride it all the way to his destination in just a few minutes. Sadly, the heavenly chain was currently drawn taut and nowhere near the sky below, which meant that its links weren't covered by a thick layer of shadows. He was going to have to cross it on foot. As the ground behind him started to move, announcing the approach of something far more hungry and terrifying than the swarm of gluttonous maggots, Sunny slid out of his hiding spot, dashed toward the edge of the island, and jumped down. Falling through the vast expanse of the blue sky, he landed on the iron surface of the heavenly chain, rolled down a few meters, and then finally caught his balance. The chain stretched far into the distance, rising higher and higher until it connected with the slowly descending Shipwreck Island. Unlike how it was with the other pieces of land Sunny had seen in this strange region of the dream realm, the chain didn't simply disappear into the soil, but instead led to a tall stone structure that resembled a castle gate. Two massive pillars rose high into the sky, overgrown by vines and moss. The gate itself had been broken a long time ago, and now the space between the pillars was empty, the wind passing freely through its vast opening. Further away, the corpse of the iron giant continued to sway in the air, his one remaining hand pointed at the sky below. Summoning the cruel sight, Sunny turned it into the spear and cautiously moved forward. The further he walked, the lower the shipwreck island descended, until finally the heavenly chain became almost horizontal. In about an hour, Sunny crossed the abyss separating two isles and approached the stone structure he had noticed from afar. Up close, it was even more monumental. He found out that he had been wrong, though. The pillars did not seem like they had ever served to house a massive gate. Instead, they just reached for the sky, built for some unknown purpose. There were weathered steps cut into each of the pillars, leading all the way to the top. Sunny frowned. Who would be crazy enough to climb that high? Even now that the island had descended up there on top of the monumental pillars, the crushing must have been suffocating. With a shrug, he used the dark wing to glide upward and climbed onto a wide stone platform between the pillars. From here, the remains of an ancient road led further into the island. Following it to reach the top of a low hill, Sunny stopped and looked down at the site of the peculiar landmark that gave this place its name. At the very heart of the desolate island, a large wooden ship lay broken on the ground. It must have been beautiful and magnificent once, but now all that remained of its former glory were the fluid lines of the graceful and narrow hull. The ancient wood somehow remained untouched by the passage of time, but the bow of the ship was completely shattered. There were also large breaches here and there along the length of the wreck, and green vines covering large sections of it. What was a ship doing at the heart of a land that had no rivers and no seas remained a mystery, but Sunny became hypnotized by the sight of a crushed vessel for a completely different reason. A triumphant spark appeared in his eyes. "I guess I'm in luck today." With a dark smile, he shifted his gaze and looked at the tall mast of the ship, a dead, withered tree coiled around it, its naked branches stretching into the sky like bones. Sunny recognized that tree even if it looked very different from how it was depicted on the reverse side of the mysterious coins, full of life and in bloom. This was the same ship he had seen before, which meant that the coin might have come from inside the wreck, or at least was connected to it somehow. Initially, Sunny had only planned to scout the vicinity of the island and search for the traces left by the dead chain worm. But now he felt as if this scouting expedition could actually lead him directly to the treasure he so desperately wanted to find. What were the chances that the coins depicting the strange ship came from somewhere else? Close to zero, most likely. Now he only had to sneak into the wreck, explore it, and return in one piece. Which was not an easy task, considering how close to the tier the island was. Sunny could not see any nightmare creatures moving across its surface, but he knew that there had to be some, and that they were going to be of the truly dreadful kind. Still, he wasn't going to turn back now. It's worth it. Sunny spent some time observing the island. No matter how hard he looked and how much his shadows roamed around, he couldn't see any abominations anywhere near the ancient ship. That didn't mean there were none, though. It just meant that they were better at hiding than he was at looking. After a while, Sunny frowned and summoned Saint. The taciturn demon stepped out of his shadow a few 100 meters down the slope of the hill and indifferently looked around. Then, she dismissed her bow and instead summoned a melee weapon. The midnight shard appeared in her hands, its austere blade reflecting the black onyx of the shadow's armor. The two suited each other very well. Saint turned her back to Sunny, raised the long tachi, and calmly headed toward the distant wreck. After 30 seconds or so, he left his shelter and followed, keeping to the shadows. Minute after minute passed in tense silence. Despite his expectations, they didn't meet any powerful abominations. The island was quiet and deserted, covered only by overgrown ruins, vines, and piles of broken wood. When they were halfway to the ship, however, something finally changed. As Saint approached one of the piles of debris, it suddenly moved, and then assembled itself into the shape of a tall, menacing humanoid creature, its hands ending in long, jagged blades. As countless similar piles of splintered wood began to move all around them, Sunny breathed out a curse. It had started so well. Shadow Slave. Chapter 418. Damnation. Before the first wood wraith could even fully form, Saint was already upon it. The blade of the midnight shard flashed through the air and bit into the body of the creature with the dull sound of an axe striking the bark of a tree. The effect was somewhat the same. Although she managed to do some damage, the wraith simply ignored the shallow cut and lurched forward, towering above the graceful stone knight with destructive menace. Its hands fell down with crushing force, the wooden blades aimed at Saint's helmet. Wood couldn't cut stone. Right. The shadow seemed reluctant to check. She easily sidestepped the creature's attack and thrust upward, driving the tip of the midnight shard into the enemy's neck. Augmented by one of Sunny's shadows, the sword went deep into the adamantine wood. A moment later, the second shadow wrapped itself around the body of the taciturn demon, causing her skin to shine with dark radiance. The coral gem of the broken oath glowed brightly on her black breastplate. Saint twisted her blade and pushed it sideways, causing half of the wood wraith's neck to explode into a rain of splinters. The creature staggered and lashed out with another strike, but it was too late. The shadow calmly shifted her weight from one leg to another and delivered a devastating slash, beheading her enemy. As the wraith fell apart and turned back into a pile of debris, she looked at it indifferently, and then hit the dull side of the midnight shard's blade against her shoulder twice. The voice of the spell whispered, "You have slain a fallen beast, Sailor Doll. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny gritted his teeth. Crap! Augmented by two shadows, Saint had defeated one of these dolls without too much problem. However, there were countless more rising from the ground. Sunny counted at least several dozen before losing count. What should I do? Fighting the horde of fallen beasts was clearly suicide. He could either retreat or order Saint to draw their attention away and sneak onto the ship. He could also recall one of the shadows, send it ahead, and then use Shadow Step to travel instantly between his current position and the wreck. But that meant leaving Saint weaker. Decisions she should be fine for a few minutes, right? Throwing a glance at the taciturn demon, Sunny sighed and dashed toward the ship. "Have fun, you three?" Saint looked at him, then silently turned away and raised the midnight shard. As Sunny jumped from shadow to shadow, something crashed thunderously behind him. You have slain a fallen beast, but not too much fun. No matter how formidable his demon was when augmented by the shadow and wielding a powerful memory, she was still just an awakened. He had to be swift as Sunny appeared from a shadow. Something massive suddenly lunged at him. Without slowing down, he dove under the blade of another wood wraith, then lashed out with the cruel sight. The silver blade of the sword cut through the body of the abomination, leaving a deep gash on its side. Sunny slid on the moss, escaping from the attack reach of the massive creature. Twisting around, he thrust his sword into empty air. A split second later, however, the hilt of the somber weapon extended, turning it into a long spear. The silver blade pierced the chest of the wood wraith with surprising ease. The Sailor Doll was still alive, but its soul was damaged. It staggered and took a step forward, driving the spear deeper into its flesh. Sunny tilted his head, then dissolved into shadows and appeared behind the creature. A moment later, the moonlight shard pierced its head. "You have slain a fallen beast, Sailor Doll. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny retrieved his weapons. You have slain." Saint was busy, too. Glancing back, he saw that she was close to being surrounded by a mass of menacing wooden creatures. Not good. Not wasting any more time, Sunny turned away and continued moving toward the wreck. A few minutes later, Sunny reached the broken ship, dove into one of the breaches in its hull, and hid in the shadows. Then he immediately dismissed Saint. Making sure that nothing posed an immediate threat to him, he then quickly checked on the taciturn demon in the Soul Sea. The shadow had received several wounds in the fight against the swarm of wraiths, but none of them was too serious. She was going to have to spend some time restoring herself in the nurturing black flames of the Shadow Core. Still, rest well, Saint? You deserve it. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then retrieved the memories he had entrusted to her. Who knew what he was going to encounter inside the ancient ship? It was better to be safe than sorry. Looking around, he studied the interior of a small room he had found himself in. Sonny had no knowledge whatsoever of what the insides of a ship were supposed to look like, let alone of an archaic wooden vessel like this one. That was why he couldn't even guess what purpose this cabin had been intended for. All he saw were piles of debris absolutely mundane for a change and thick brown vines covering the walls. The air was stale and murky. It smelled a little sweet. Oh, crap. Here we go again, with a subtle shudder. Sonny stared at the strange reddish-brown vines. Those things, without a doubt, were alive. They were also the source of the sweet smell permeating the air that Sonny was currently breathing. What was even worse, they were obviously just a small part of some much, much larger organism. As a strange feeling appeared in his lungs, Sonny sighed, took a piece of cloth from his pack, and wrapped it tightly around the lower part of his face. Blood weaved to the rescue. Let's see what's inside. He only took a few steps when something gleamed on the floor in front of him. Bending down, Sonny picked up the small object and stared at it with a complicated expression. A heavy golden coin rested in his palm. Shadow Slave, Chapter 419. Grasping the coin in his fist, Sonny took a step forward, then cautiously walked around a thick vine sprawled across the floor of the small cabin. Or was it a wall, since the ancient ship was lying on its side and at an angle? It was hard to differentiate the floor from the ceiling. The surface beneath Sonny's feet was skewed, forcing him to bend to be able to keep balance. The piles of debris and the vines weren't making things any easier for him. By now, Sonny was almost sure that the vines were a part of a larger creature. His suspicion only grew when he climbed through the narrow doorway and left the cabin. Finding himself in a wide corridor, Sonny felt that the sweet smell permeating the murky air became much stronger. Here, everything was covered by a thick layer of reddish moss, with twisted vines growing through it as they stretched in every direction. Sonny couldn't help but feel as though he was now inside some giant being, with the wooden carcass of the ancient ship serving as its bones, the moss representing its flesh, and the vines being its veins. The warm breeze that blew through the wreck at rhythmic intervals reminded him of the slow breathing of a slumbering giant. It came from somewhere deeper in the ship, bringing with it the sickeningly sweet smell, and then disappeared for a dozen seconds, only to appear again. Let's not do anything to awaken that thing, then. Sonny thought for a few moments, and then decided to keep both shadows wrapped around his body instead of sending them to explore the ship, in situations where a confrontation with an unknown enemy could happen at any moment. Having them close by was of paramount importance. At least that approach had saved his life many times in the past. Taking a step forward, he felt the moss spring under his foot, and then swayed. His vision blurred slightly arg. His worst expectations did not come true. Unlike the blood blossom, the tiny grains of pollen or spores or whatever it was that he had breathed in had not tried to take root in his lungs and grow through his flesh. Instead, they simply poisoned him. The poison had entered his lungs, then traveled to his bloodstream, and was now spreading through his body. Sonny could easily see himself losing consciousness and falling to the ground, his body then becoming overgrown by the reddish moss. Slowly digested by it, turned into nourishment for the creature that had usurped the wreck of the ancient ship. But he wasn't going to. As soon as the poison entered his bloodstream, blood weave went into a frenzy. It seemed to really dislike anything alien invading its territory. Slowly but surely it went about destroying the toxin. Sonny just had to endure the pain. Summoning the cruel sight, he used the shaft of the spear to help himself keep balance and waited for his vision to become clear again. After a minute or two, Sonny slowly exhaled and continued on his way. A few minutes later, still suffering from pain and weakness, he picked up a second coin from the moss and stared at it for a second. The beautiful person with a crescent moon drawn on their forehead smiled at him with a carefree expression. Sonny frowned in response. "What are you so happy about, fool?" Turning away, he noticed another coin gleaming in the moss a couple of meters further down the corridor. It was almost as if someone left these coins here like breadcrumbs to lead an unsuspecting treasure hunter to their prize. Very convenient. Full of unease, Sonny walked over to the third coin, picked it up, hid it in his pack, and then cautiously moved deeper into the wreck. Soon, he approached a wall with a massive gate barring it. The wooden surface of the wall had cracked and was bent outward, as if something was pressing heavily on it from the other side. The vines out here were especially thick and vernicose, shining in the beams of sunlight that fell through a wide hole in the hull of the ship right above. The sweet smell in the air was almost overwhelming. Sonny stared at the warped wall, a grim expression on his face. Although he could not see through it, he could feel the shapes of shadows on the other side. Hidden from him by the thick bulkhead was a much larger, vast, and open space. He judged it to be the main cargo hold of the ancient ship, and in it something massive was moving, slowly expanding and contracting. Brown vines that had devoured the wreck all originated from that place. The sickening breeze that blew through the ancient ship from time to time came simultaneously with the contracting of the massive shadow. Sonny lingered for a while, then decided that he had no desire to disturb the slumber of that being. Instead of trying to open the door, he jumped up, grabbed the edges of the hole above him, and climbed onto the exterior of the ship's hull. He was reasonably sure that a treasure such as miraculous coins would not have been stored in the main hold with the rest of the mundane cargo anyway. Unless he was absolutely certain that he had no other choice, he was not going to enter it. Sonny was of a rather high opinion about his abilities, but not so high as to forget all fear. That thing inside was not for him to fight, at least not yet. How was he supposed to kill a giant mass of vines and moss anyway? Instead of trying, he walked on the sloping hull of the ancient ship, carefully avoiding breaches through which thick brown vines were crawling outside, and soon passed the area of the main cargo hold. Now he was approaching the shattered bow of the ship. Out here, the hull was heavily damaged, with most of it being riddled with wide cracks, jagged holes, and splintered boards. The sight of it made Sonny wonder about what had happened to the graceful ship he had seen on the miraculous coins. The vessel was obviously not an ordinary one. Why had it crashed here, on that remote island? Why was its bow in such a devastated condition? What had the ship sailed on to begin with? Had it just flown through the skies? If so, maybe the crushing had gotten to it. Feeling that he wouldn't be able to remain hidden in the shadows on this treacherous surface, Sonny crawled back inside and landed softly on the carpet of moss. Just a few steps from where he found himself, several golden coins were gleaming on the ground, with one more lying further down the dark corridor. Sonny cautiously gathered them, then moved deeper into the wreck. It wasn't long before he found the compartment that must have served as the ship's treasury. He knew that there was something special about it instantly, simply for the fact that the floorboards around the heavy door were the only place on the entire ancient ship that was completely free of the reddish moss, the vernicose vines, and the air near it was void of the sickeningly sweet smell of the poisonous spores. Standing in front of the door, Sonny smiled. Eureka! Shadow Slave, Chapter 420. Sonny approached the heavily reinforced door and tried to sense if something was moving on the other side of it. There was nothing. It didn't feel as though something dangerous waited for him inside the treasury. On the contrary, with how fresh the air was and how clean the floorboards were, the treasury looked almost inviting. He wasn't entirely convinced, though. Sonny lingered for a bit, then commanded one of his shadows to separate itself from his body and slide under the door. It was going to remain very close, so he was willing to risk weakening himself for a bit. How do I even open this thing? A moment later, Sonny grimaced and covered his face with a palm. When did I become this stupid? Looking through the eyes of the happy shadow, he saw the armored compartment in its entirety. It was a large room with a high ceiling and 3 heavy chests standing in its center. The entire back wall of the treasury, though, was missing, letting in a flood of sunlight through the jagged edges of a massive breach. Of course it's missing. The chain worm had to have gotten inside somehow after all. Sonny doubted that the demon could have fit through the door of the treasury, let alone politely lock it behind itself after leaving. He sighed, then shook his head and decided to attribute this momentary lapse of judgment to the taxing nature of having to endure the pain of being poisoned. No one was there to witness him making a fool out of himself anyway. Regardless, there was no terrifying nightmare creature lying in wait on the other side of the reinforced door. Nothing was going to attack him if he entered. Sonny considered climbing back on top of the hull of the ship and finding a way to enter through the breach in the back wall of the treasury. then simply stepped through the shadows and appeared inside. He was too excited and impatient to waste any more time, not to mention that the more time he spent here, the more chances there were of something going terribly wrong. If there were really hundreds of coins in one of those chests, though, that would be a trophy to put all other trophies to shame. A find of a lifetime. Sonny waited for a couple of seconds, letting his eyes adapt to the bright light of the sun, and then studied the 3 chests standing in the middle of the armored compartment. All 3 were open. 2 stood empty, but the third his eyes widened in shock. The third chest was long and adamantine, its dark wood reinforced by strips of dull metal. It was large enough to fit an adult man and filled to the brim with heavy gold coins. Some spilled out of it and were lying on the floor in a tantalizing pile, showing either the beautiful face of the mysterious charmer or the reverse depicting the ancient ship. Thousands! There are thousands of them! Sonny felt his heart skip a bit and swayed slightly. In front of him was a treasure that would take him all the way to forming a third core, and then some. With this many miraculous coins, Sonny would be able to annihilate the gap between himself and Nephis, maybe even overtake her. This can't be true. He instinctively wanted to think that it had been far too easy, but it wasn't really. He had almost died while fighting the mirror beast. Allowed Saint to be injured in a fight against sailor dolls, walked through the poisonous darkness of the ancient wreck. If it wasn't for the blood weave, he would have been already dead. How many people out there could boast about carrying the legacy of a daemon in their veins? For almost anyone else, this trip would have been fatal. Not to mention that very few could have made the series of discoveries and logical conclusions that would lead them here. So no, it wasn't too easy to get to where he was currently standing. It wasn't easy at all, and anyway, Sonny was due for a bit of good luck. Recently, nothing had really gone his way. Take this whole mongrel fiasco, for example, or everything that had happened in the Crimson Spire. The heavy chest stood silently, surrounded by sunlight. The golden coins shined in the bright radiance, inviting him to come and take them. Sonny gulped. This sight was so beautiful, his eyes gleamed with avarice. "Don't mind if I do?" Taking several steps forward, he approached the chest. "Gold is heavy. How am I going to carry all of this back to the sanctuary? Damnation. I won't be able to enter the shadows with all that burden too. That is a problem." He reached for the coins but then stopped suddenly. His hand hovered just outside the invitingly opened chest. Something wasn't quite right. Sonny frowned. "What is it, huh? Maybe I can bury the chest and make several trips. Wait, no. What's wrong here?" His frown deepened. There was no danger inside the treasury, nor was there anything moving outside of it. The terrifying creature that had been slumbering in the cargo hold of the ancient ship was still asleep. There were no sailor dolls wandering nearby too. So what was disturbing him? The chain worm. The chain worm had swallowed several coins. He also had a piece of the chest in its stomach. The wood splintered, the strips of metal torn. Sonny had even thought how lucky he was that the demon decided to feast on the metal, reinforcing the chest, and bit a chunk out of it, swallowing the coins in the process. So if it had torn a piece from the chest, why wasn't the chest missing a piece? And what had mortally wounded the chain worm anyway? Confused, Sonny glanced at the 2 empty chests. They were perfectly whole, with no parts missing. Then he looked back at the large, heavy chest in front of him, his hand still hovering a few centimeters away from the pile of gold inside. The chest had all its corners, too. One of them, though, was of a slightly different color, like a patch of new skin that had grown over a wound, and didn't quite match all the rest. Since when were chests capable of healing? What the H? Before Sonny could finish the thought, though, the chest seemed to have sensed his hesitation. It suddenly lurched forward, and as massive jagged teeth suddenly appeared from beneath the gold, its heavy lid closed on Sonny's hand with a sickening sound of breaking bones. Shadow Slave, Chapter 421. As golden coins moved, revealing several rows of terrifying triangular teeth, Sonny recoiled. But it was too late. The heavy lid of the chest suddenly came to life and closed with astonishing speed, another row of fangs appearing from behind its edge. What? Just a fraction of a second before the creature sunk its teeth into his forearm, Sonny's other hand shot forward. The blade of the cruel sight slid between the falling guillotine of the chest's lid and the fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. A moment later, the chest closed, and Sonny screamed. Because of his quick reaction, the creature failed to bite his whole hand off. However, its jaws turned out to be horribly powerful. With a sickening sound, the bones in his arm shattered. Neither the leather vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud nor the augmentation of the shadow managed to resist the terrible strength of the gluttonous chest. Sonny found himself caught in the abomination's crushing maw, with the blade of cruel sight laying flat on top of his broken arm and protecting it from being pierced by the sharp teeth that protruded from the lid of the chest. From below, several triangular fangs were slowly sinking into his vambrace. There was no obvious way to free himself. What the hell is that thing? As several coins fell out of the creature's mouth and rolled on the floor, the chest pressed down harder, making Sonny shriek from blinding pain. "Be bastard! Let go of me, you vile piece of rotten wood!" Instead of doing that, the chest moved closer, forcing Sonny to fall to his knees. Something wet and coarse touched his hand, and a disturbingly long and wide tongue emerged from beneath the golden coins, sliding across his arm and dripping with viscous saliva. Then the tongue moved toward his neck. Sonny stared at the horrid sight in outrage, then screamed, "What the spell?" as the second shadow wrapped itself around his body. Gifting him a vast boost in strength, Sonny tried to pull his broken arm out of the abomination's maw, but its bite was just too damn overbearing. All he accomplished was almost knocking himself out from the pain of bone shards scraping against each other. "Arg, crap!" As the unnaturally long tongue of the chest almost reached Sonny's neck, he growled and then commanded the cruel sight to turn into a spear. At the same time, he activated the dark mirror enchantment with a burst of shadow essence, imbuing the silver blade with soul-destroying power. The memory extended inside the creature's mouth, hitting it in the back of the whatever it had, instead of a throat. The tip of the spear sunk into the adamantine wood only by a centimeter or two. The wound was by no means serious, but it must have hurt the chest a lot, because it suddenly let out a shrill shriek, and then spat Sonny's maimed arm out. Sonny fell to the floor and rolled away, then rose to one knee. "Yes!" Before he could celebrate getting his freedom back, however, the chest suddenly swayed and then rose into the air, revealing a gaunt and revolting body hiding beneath. More coins rolled on the floor. The abomination must have been a masterful contortionist, because at its full height, it was almost 3 meters tall. Sonny had no idea how the creature managed to hide all that bony flesh inside the fake chest, even if the chest was large enough to swallow a human whole. Its long and emaciated limbs unfolded with repulsive cracking sounds, and then it towered menacingly above Sonny, the long tongue dripping with saliva. "Oh, curseda!" Before he could even react, the creature moved one of its long legs and kicked him in the chest with the force of a derailing train. Sonny's body shot back, smashed through the reinforced door of the armored compartment, and rolled into the corridor outside. He tried to groan, but all the air had been knocked out of his lungs by the terrible collision. His skull seemed to be in one piece, as was his spine, barely. It did feel, however, as though his entire body had recently suffered from being stomped on by a whole herd of elephants. In his disoriented state, Sonny couldn't help but think confusedly, "Elephant, what the hell is an elephant?" Then, however, all thoughts disappeared from his head, because he noticed the vile creature falling on all fours and then launching itself forward, the lid of the chest rising for another bite. When the abomination landed, though, there was nothing to bite into. Sonny had used Shadow Step and fell out of a shadow 10 meters further into the corridor, then landed awkwardly on his broken arm and whimpered. "Oh, damn, that hurts." The toothy chest hovered in the air for a couple of moments, as if bewildered, then slowly turned to face him. Sonny sighed, then picked himself up from the floor and tried to stand up. His first attempt failed. Gritting his teeth and hiding how much pain he was currently experiencing, Sonny threw a furious glance at the creature and growled, "Come here, you bastard!" With that, he used the cruel sight to help himself stand up and then pointed the spear at the creature. The chest tilted to the side. How come it seems as though the bastard is grinning? How can a chest even grin? But there was no mistaking it. The abomination was mocking him. It became especially apparent after a grating, high-pitched giggle escaped from somewhere inside it. The sound of it was so offensive both to Sonny's pride and his ears that he would rather have his arm broken all over again than listen to it. Funny, is it? Sonny smiled, then unhurriedly lowered the spear and thrust it into one of the thick brown vines sprawled on the floorboards in front of him. The abomination's giggle abruptly stopped. It froze and stared at Sonny as if utterly stunned, and then trembled. Not so funny now, huh? A moment later, the entire ship trembled, too. Shadow Slave, Chapter 422. Whatever it was that slumbered in the cargo hold of the ancient ship did not like one of its vines being damaged, let alone having its soul cut by a sharp blade. As the whole wreck trembled, a strong gust of warm, pungent wind hit Sonny in the back, tousling his hair. The air became even murkier than it had been before. The chest creature froze, staring at him with something that resembled a mortified expression. Even its tongue stopped swaying in the air and retreated back under the pile of golden coins. Now it was Sonny's turn to grin. An evil gleam appeared in his eyes. Retrieving the cruel sight, he said, "Goodness gracious, how clumsy of me!" The abomination lingered for a few moments, gave him a hateful look, and turned slightly toward the door of the treasury. Then, however, it halted.
"Don't tell me!"
Faced with the terrible danger of facing the awakened master of the wreck, the creature was still hesitating. The prey was right in front of it. To Sonny's misfortune, he and the bizarre monstrosity shared one fundamental character flaw. Both were very, very greedy. Before he could even blink, the abomination suddenly turned back and lunged at him with a shrill giggle rumbling from somewhere in the depths of it. All Sonny could do was spend more essence and use Shadow Step again, appearing on the spot where the creature had been a second ago. As he slipped on the debris of the shattered door and fell, the abomination shot through the air and crushed into the wall of the corridor, pulverizing the wooden boards and getting entangled in the vines covering them. It huffed and puffed, then tried to extricate itself from the mess of glistening vines. However, they wouldn't let go. In fact, as Sonny watched in horror, the whole corridor moved, the reddish-brown mass that it was overgrown with rippled, and the thick vines crawled toward the trapped creature, long thorns suddenly appearing on their vernicose surface. The abomination giggled again, this time nervously, and doubled its efforts to free itself, slashing at the vines with its talons and biting into them with its terrifying teeth. As sickeningly pungent juice flowed into its maw, the creature shuddered. "Crap, crap, crap!" Turning on his stomach, Sonny lunged himself forward and rolled into the treasury. Here there were no vines and no moss, only 2 empty chests and a scattering of gold coins gleaming on the floor. As he hesitated, thinking of what to do next, something crashed with a deafening noise in the corridor behind him, and a moment later, the tall silhouette of the gaunt monstrosity appeared in the doorway. Sonny's eyes widened, and he brandished the cruel sight, preparing to defend himself. The abomination, however, did not pay him any attention anymore. Jumping over Sonny, it landed in the middle of the armored compartment, and then ran as fast as it could toward the breach in the back wall. Without stopping even for a second, it reached the breach and dove through it, escaping the awakening wreck. Sonny followed its escape with his eyes and then blinked. Huh! Then his gaze fell on the floor of the treasury. The coins were still there, glinting in the bright sunlight. They didn't disappear or dissipate after the creature had run away. The coins were real. They're real. As the ancient ship shook and trembled and the mass of vines crawled toward the treasury, Sonny gritted his teeth and lunged toward the coins, grabbing them and pushing them into his pack. Real, they're real. He was in such a hurry to gather all the coins that he even cut himself slightly on the piece of mirror that was still stored in the pack. Ouch. If these coins are real, then the rest of them inside that damned chest are real too. Perhaps there weren't as many as he had thought, since the chest turned out to have a false everything, but just the top layer that was visible to the naked eye had to contain 1,000 or more coins at least. As Sonny hunted down the last shiny golden disc left in the treasury, his attention was elsewhere. It was concentrated on his shadow, the one he had hidden in the abomination's own shade when it jumped over him. Now the shadow was following the bizarre creature as it ran toward the edge of the island, its gangly arms swaying in the air. Sonny expected it to be assaulted by the sailor dolls, but the menacing wood wraiths seemed to be retreating from the wreck themselves. Some even dropped to the ground, turning back into piles of debris. The ground was moving. Well, what do you know? He thought that the dolls learned to fall apart and reassemble themselves as a way to combat the crushing, since many nightmare creatures on the Isles had adapted to its harsh reality in one way or another, but maybe this peculiar ability had initially been just the means to hide themselves from the being that inhabited the wreck. In any case, he couldn't let the chest escape. Not when 1,000 shadow fragments were hidden inside the abominable thing. Palming the last coin, Sonny threw the pack over his shoulder, then picked up the cruel sight and stood up. A determined expression appeared on his face. The abomination was already halfway to the edge of the island. "Where are you running, bastard?" Diving into the shadows, he expended a large burst of essence and appeared out of his own shadow right in front of the creature. Since he could only use one hand now, the weapon memory had turned back into a short sword. Before the abomination could react, the cruel sight lashed out and bit into its thigh. The silver blade went all the way through, escaping from the back of it in a rain of black blood. The chest let out a startled shriek, and then the monstrosity tumbled to the ground, rolling over its head and sending pieces of moss and mud flying into the air. The force of its crash was so fearsome that the ground trembled. Or was there another reason? Before Sonny could do anything, brown vines shot from under the moss, wrapping themselves around the body of the bizarre abomination. One of them, however, slid around his leg instead. Shadow Slave, Chapter 423. Not good! The vine wasn't as large as some of the ones Sonny had seen back on the ancient ship, but it was still as thick as a man's arm, with curved black thorns protruding from its glistening surface. The vine brought the sickeningly sweet smell with it. Sonny hacked at it with the cruel sight, but barely managed to break the vine's skin. As a fine aerosol of aromatic juice shot into the air, the damned thing moved. His eyes widened. The vine easily shredded the leather boot of the puppeteer's shroud, as if the awakened armor of the fifth tier was made out of tissue paper. Before the sharp thorns could saw off his foot, however, Sonny cursed and brought the cruel sight down once more, this time augmenting the silver blade with both of his shadows. The short sword hacked through the vine, severing the stretch of it that was wrapped around Sonny's leg. The rest of it didn't like being cut one bit. Surging forward, it aimed at his torso. Several more appeared from beneath the moss and shot at Sonny, too. However, now that nothing was holding him, he could finally use Shadow Step again. Before the vines reached his body, Sonny turned into a shadow, safe and sound in the tranquil embrace of the darkness, for now at least he slid a few meters away and stared at the struggling abomination. The creature was entangled by several thick vines, which moved across its body, leaving bloody trails on it. Sparks flew as the black thorns scraped fruitlessly across the adamantine surface of the wooden chest. Though it seemed to be much tougher than the rest of the creature's body, the monstrosity gathered its limbs underneath it, then pushed with all its might, trying to stand up. An angry shriek escaped from its maw. The vines were trying to hold it down, but either they were much weaker here, far away from the wreck, or the abomination was much stronger than Sonny had thought. It rose to its knees, then lashed out with its talons, ripping two of the vines apart. Suddenly liberated, the monstrosity crawled from underneath the remaining vines and then dashed toward the edge of the island on all fours. Sonny hissed. "Crap! Why couldn't it just lie still and die?" He escaped the shadow and ran after the unreasonably swift abomination. But it was too late. Just a few moments later, the bizarre creature reached the very edge of the island and jumped off of it without slowing even for a moment. The lid of the chest clicked close as it plummeted down. What the hell? Sonny reached the edge a few seconds later and froze as he looked down. A grim expression appeared on his face. Some distance below, a gargantuan heavenly chain escaped from the mouth of a stone structure similar to the one Sonny had seen on the other side of the island. This one was slightly different, though, mainly because both of the massive stone pillars had broken and collapsed a long time ago. The chain itself was different, too. Sonny had never seen such a thing on the chained isles. It seemed sick, somehow, weakened. The chain was covered in rust, its iron links dim and lifeless, Robbed of their usual sense of indestructible stability, this one was rather long, stretching for a good 10 kilometers or so into the distance. Because the shipwreck island continued to descend, it was slightly angled upward. Sonny could see a relatively small isle on the other end of the chain, far into the distance, and everywhere in between grotesque chainworms were crawling all over the weakened heavenly chain. Now that Sonny saw them alive, he understood that he had underestimated just how disturbing these creatures were, with their long serpentine tails, human-like torsos, and long muzzles that brimmed with dagger-like fangs. The demons looked like misshapen maggots devouring the dying chain. Or maybe it was already dead, and they were simply feasting on its corpse. Some were thin like the one Sonny had seen before, some engorged on the rusty iron and bloated beyond any reasonable measure, towering above the damaged chain like small hills of flesh. The scales on the latter ones looked like they were now made out of steel, and shined as they reflected the sunlight. Those who had not satiated their hunger yet were much thinner and flew around, resembling giant metal dragonflies. Crap. The damned chest creature landed directly on the rusted heavenly chain, gathered its long limbs, and dashed away from the shipwreck island, swaying dangerously as it went. From time to time, it fell to all fours and launched itself into the air, jumping from one link to another. It wasn't long before the bizarre abomination encountered a chainworm. The winged creature lunged at it, only to be kicked in the muzzle and have one of its wings ruthlessly torn apart. The chest creature tossed the maimed chainworm back toward the island, where its body was suddenly grabbed by a long root that lazily extended from the darkness of the dark side, then disappeared from view. The abomination took in the terrible sight, giggled, then turned around, and continued running away. Sonny hesitated. His prize was getting away, but the small island he could see in the distance had to be the Twisted Rock, the isle directly bordering the tier. There would be no more land to escape to if he went there, and the only chain that connected Twisted Rock to the chained isles was currently being devoured by the demonic worms. It didn't seem to be on the verge of collapse just yet. However, how would Sonny know? It's not like he had seen a heavenly chain break before. Perhaps it was time to give up on his pursuit and turn back. He lingered on the very edge of the island, sensing brown vines crawling closer and closer. Risk it all or retreat and lose the chance to get his hands on the miraculous treasure forever? Naphis was about to become a devil in just a few days. No matter what decision he was going to make, he had to make it right now. In the end, Sonny had to silence his avarice and consider the situation objectively. Going after the bizarre abomination posed a huge risk, but it also promised a huge reward in the end. What made him decide was not greed, emotions, or even rational thought. It was his intuition. For whatever reason, Sonny felt a strong aversion to the idea of turning back. It was as though Twisted Rock exerted an invisible pull on him, drawing him closer. He had never experienced something like this, at least not to this degree. He knew that his intuition was not a simple thing. It was connected to the fated attribute and the special properties his eyes had inherited from Weaver. Somehow, Sonny was capable of perceiving the trembling of the strings of fate around him. From time to time, considering how strong his intuition was pushing him toward the Twisted Rock, something out there had to be of utmost importance to his fate, or at least have a connection to it. "Fine, let's get those coins." With a grim expression, Sonny summoned the dark wing and dove into the empty abyss of the skies. Shadow Slave, Chapter 424. Sonny glided through the skies, tensely observing the underside of the shipwreck island through the eyes of his shadow. The chain ahead of him was teeming with a swarm of fallen demons, but behind him he didn't even want to know what the thing hiding in the darkness was. One thing became clear, though, and it was why none of the chainworms had tried to devour the iron giant that swayed in the wreckage of a broken heavenly chain, or rather, had succeeded in trying to bite a piece out of him. The dead colossus was like cheese in the mousetrap, attracting these vile creatures into the range at which the being that dwelled in the perpetual darkness could catch them. Sonny was sure that many chainworms had attempted to feast on the iron giant, but ended up being the feast instead. Currently, he was trying to avoid the same fate. Luckily, the dark wing allowed him to glide diagonally away from the shipwreck island instead of plunging straight down, avoiding the attack range of the terrifying being. He reached the chain without attracting the attention of the bottom dweller and instantly became a shadow hiding on its underside. Waiting for a few moments, Sonny studied the length of the heavenly tether in front of him. Not too bad. A large section of the unusually long chain hung low, reaching the sky below. He would be able to ride most of it without being noticed by the chain worms. The last stretch of it, though, Sonny was going to have to use shadow step to jump from shadow to shadow if he wanted to avoid having to fight a swarm of the fallen demons. The problem was that his reserves of shadow essence were already running low. Except for the short walk across the hull of the ancient ship, Sonny had no chance to really replenish it. In the meantime, he had used a lot to get to the wreck. Fight the damnable chest abomination and pursue it. Chances were he would reach the twisted rock with no essence to spare whatsoever. How was he even going to kill the vile chest, especially with one of his arms broken? He hesitated for a bit, then rushed forward, swiftly reaching the section of the chain submerged into the sky below and continuing to fly through the darkness once there. To avoid tempting fate, Sonny remained on the underside of the gargantuan tether, where there were way fewer worms crawling around. He did, however, encounter several, and saw up close how they were tearing into the rusting iron of the chain as he silently flew past. The sight of it was simultaneously disturbing, fascinating, and strangely sad. All things must come to an end, I guess, even as seemingly eternal as the miraculous heavenly chains. Soon he caught up with the chest creature and followed it from the shadows. The bizarre monstrosity was still running as fast as it could, jumping from link to link and using its long, gangly limbs to keep balance. From time to time, it got into a short and vicious fight with one of the chain worms, and either left them severely wounded or promptly escaped with a ghastly wound or two of its own. By now its grating giggles grew somewhat miserable as well as menacingly angry. Sonny observed its fighting habits, thinking about how to deal with it best. At the same time, he was meticulously calculating the amount of shadow essence he would have to spend to cross the last section of the way to the twisted rock, trying to find a way to keep his reserves as high as possible. His calculations, though, had turned out to be for naught. When both Sonny and the chest monstrosity were about halfway to the small island, a dreadful sound reached their ears. It was the rattling of the chain. Sonny froze for a moment, then glanced toward the goal of this journey. Oh no, the twisted rock had entered its ascent phase and was now rising quickly into the sky. Curse it all. Sonny remembered thinking that he was in luck today, and couldn't help but growl mentally, of course, since he had no vocal cords currently. Where the hell was this supposed luck? The fact that the twisted rock was ascending meant two things for him. One was that he would have to act fast and try to kill the chest creature before the crushing became too terrible, or somehow obliterate the damned thing while being weighed down by it. The second was that the position of the heavenly chain was swiftly shifting, making it so that the stretch of it submerged into the sky below was becoming shorter and shorter. This meant that he would have to spend much more essence to reach the island without attracting the attention of the swarm of chain worms. And he didn't have a lot of essence to spare, to begin with. Damn it! As the angle of the chain increased and the bizarre monstrosity swayed, then fell on all fours and rushed forward even faster, Sonny tried to deal with the resentment growing in his heart and followed it. Was my intuition wrong? Things didn't seem too good for him right now. Soon, the two of them emerged from the darkness of the sky below and saw the sunlight again. The chest creature seemed indifferent to it, but to Sonny, it was an ill omen. Out here in the sunlit expanse of the sky above, the heavenly chain was not covered in an uninterrupted layer of shadows anymore. That meant that he couldn't move through it unobstructed. Instead, Sonny had to either step from one shadow to another, if they were close enough, or send his own forward and make use of it to jump over long stretches of brightly lit parts of the heavenly tether. Damn it! Knowing that there was no other choice now, Sonny burned through his essence in order to not fall behind the rushing monstrosity. Soon, his reserves grew dangerously low. It was still enough to reach the twisted rock, probably, but once there, he would have to fight while both of his cores were nearly empty. That meant no bursts of speed, strength, and resilience that he had already gotten used to. No access to active enchantments like the Dark Mirror. No more using Shadow Step to escape dangerous situations, at least for a while, and added to all that, One of his arms was broken and completely useless. Oh, and there was also the crushing. If Sonny had teeth in his shadow form, or a mouth for that matter, he would have gritted them right now. Full of dark emotions, he thought. Doesn't matter. I'm getting these coins even if it kills me. Shadow Slave, Chapter 425. Soon the vile creature drew close to the twisted rock. It crouched near the vertical stone wall of the floating island, giggled, and then suddenly shot upward, jumping no less than 20 meters high. Its talons pierced the weathered stone, and the abomination nimbly climbed up, soon disappearing from view. Far below, on the rusted surface of the damaged heavenly chain, a hunched human figure suddenly appeared from the deep shadows. Sonny felt the chain sway as the island rose higher and higher, then looked up with a dark expression. In this direction, Twisted Rock was the last piece of land before the empty expanse of the tier. It also only had one iron tether connecting it to the rest of the chained isles. So now that the bizarre monstrosity was up there, it had nowhere else to run. With a pained grimace, Sonny summoned the Moonlight Shard, cut one of the straps off his pack, then tied it around his neck to create a makeshift sling for his broken arm. He was going to have to set the bones and make a proper splint later, but for now this was going to have to do. With his arm secured and cradled against his chest, Sonny waited a few seconds for the sharp pain to subside, then activated the Dark Wing and used the prowling thorn to fly up the overhanging slope of the stone island. The dragonfly cloak only allowed him to levitate if there was a surface beneath it to support the enchantment. If there wasn't, he was only able to slowly glide down instead of falling without any control. So, to travel up, he had to either push off of something or pull himself towards something. The prowling thorn made that process easier. Due to the burden of the early stages of the crushing, Sonny had to exert more strength than usual to propel himself upward. After using the heavy kunai to do so several times, he finally crested the edge of the twisted rock and soared a few meters above it. The twisted rock was a dreadful and miserable place. The island was rather small, and all of its surface was nothing but an uneven expanse of dark stone. That stone, however, looked really strange. It was as if once a long time ago it had been melted by unimaginable heat and then abruptly solidified again, creating strange shapes and swirls. Here and there, blackened bones protruded from the molten stone, telling the tale of countless humans and beasts who had drowned in that scorching inferno. The sight of them was eerie and disturbing, like something torn from the actual hell, thrown down by the crushing. Sonny landed heavily on the dark stone, and swayed, then supported himself with the shaft of the cruel sight. His graceless arrival made enough noise to attract the attention of the chest fiend, who was crouched a dozen or so meters away. The creature froze, then turned around and faced him. Sonny scowled. A mangled corpse of a chain worm was hanging from beneath the half-closed lid of the chest. As the creature turned, the tail and claws of the dead fallen demon scraped across the molten stone. The bizarre abomination stared at Sonny for a few moments, then opened its maw and swallowed the remainder of the chainworm whole. Despite the fact that the demon was at least 5 times bigger than the chest that served the fiend as the head, it somehow disappeared inside without leaving a trace. The creature licked the blood off its sharp teeth and giggled. This time, its laugh sounded rather hateful. A cold smile appeared on Sonny's lips. "Right back at you, bastard." As the fiend rose to its feet, towering above Sonny menacingly at full 3 meters of height, the cruel sight shifted and turned into a somber short sword. Its silver blade gleamed, seemingly absorbing the bright sunlight. The heavenly chain rattled below, and as its rusted links scraped against each other, the twisted rock continued to ascend. The smile disappeared from Sonny's face. Staring at the gluttonous abomination, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. The thing was tall, fast, and incredibly strong, much stronger than he was, especially now that his reserves of shadow essence were almost completely drained. Despite the fact that it was heavily wounded both by his sword and by the claws of the chainworms, it still appeared agile, vigorous, and full of murderous spite. However, this fight was not going to be as suicidal as it might have seemed. There were 3 main reasons why Sonny felt confident in his chances of defeating the bizarre abomination. The first one was hanging on a thread tied around his neck. It was a beautiful amulet in the form of a crimson flower, the blood blossom. The fiend was bleeding heavily from the deep cut on its thigh, which had been left there by the sharp blade of the cruel sight, and from a multitude of ugly wounds delivered to the gaunt body of the monstrosity by the chainworms it had fought while traversing the heavenly chain. The more black blood flowed from those wounds, the more the morbid charm memory enhanced both the puppeteer's shroud and the cruel sight, as well as any other memory Sonny would want to use. The second reason was rather simple, and it was the fundamental difference between the two of them. The abomination might have been stronger and faster than Sonny, but it lacked his combat skill and insight. As long as the gap in power was not absolutely overwhelming, a polished technique could turn the tide of any battle. More than that, fighting things that were bigger and more powerful than him was more or less Sonny's specialty by now. However, the third reason was the most important, and the one he hoped to exploit the most. Yes, the fiend was stronger than Sonny, but it was also much, much larger and heavier than him. That meant that it was going to be affected by the crushing much more. No matter how bad it was going to get for Sonny, it was going to be many times worse for the towering abomination. Out here on the chained isles, being small and lithe was sometimes a great advantage. Feeling the burden of the crushing pressing down on him more and more, Sonny raised his sword and aimed it at the bizarre fiend. Let's see which one of us is going to break first. Shadow Slave, Chapter 426. The fiend shifted its weight, then lunged forward with a shrill giggle. It was terrifyingly powerful and fast, but because its movements were clearly telegraphed, Sonny had plenty of time to react. Diving under the long arm of the abomination, he narrowly avoided being torn apart by the sharp talons and lashed out with the cruel sight. As the silver blade bit into the abdomen of the creature, piercing its tough skin just under the ribs, he continued forward and spun. Just a split second later, Sonny was already behind the enemy. However, he wasn't safe. Without pausing ever for a moment, the bizarre monstrosity pressed its hands against the ground and then kicked back with both legs. There was enough power in that strike to shatter a small hill, but Sonny was already moving, getting out of range. He had not observed how the fiend fought against the chained worms for nothing. He knew that the wretched thing could use all four of its limbs to attack, and that its joints seemed to be able to bend in any direction. Not only did he know what the abomination was capable of, he also knew what it liked and tended to do. He also knew where it was most vulnerable and where none of his weapons would be able to do any harm. That's why he had aimed for its gaunt body instead of the much larger and obvious target, the chest itself. Sonny had always been very perceptive, and practicing shadow dance only sharpened his ability to observe and understand such things. Maybe it was thanks to that he had managed to learn so much about the fiend so fast. As the soles of his boots scraped against the dark stone, a fleeting thought passed through his mind. How would it feel to shadow a nightmare creature, I wonder? Then he had no more time for unnecessary thoughts. Crushing through blackened bones, the abomination bent its joints in the opposite direction of where they were supposed to turn, spun, and lunged at him once again. This time, it was moving on all fours, the lid of the chest serving as its lower jaw. That made it almost impossible for him to dodge out of the way. Sonny had no idea why the golden coins weren't spilling out, but luckily, they seemed to be held in place by some strange force. Unable to use his maimed arm to help himself keep balance, he had no choice but to jump down and roll under the attacking fiend. The cruel sight flashed again, leaving a deep cut on the leg of the creature. At the same time, a pulse of sharp pain radiated through Sonny's entire body. Even though he took care to protect his broken bones, he couldn't keep them from scraping against one another completely. But the worst pain was still to come. That is going to hurt. Sonny had already known that he would not be able to get back to his feet before the next attack came. Due to the fact that the abomination would have to perform it from an awkward position, it was not going to be as devastating as the previous blows. The crushing had also become considerable enough to slow down both of their movements, but those long and sharp talons were absolutely deadly, even if there was not much force behind them. As the fiend pivoted and snapped one of its limbs in his direction, Sonny sent both of his shadows from his body to encompass the puppeteer's shroud. A moment later, the talons slashed across his torso and slid from the lusterless black leather of the chest guard without piercing it. The strike itself, however, was still powerful enough to throw Sunny flying back. He counted on that, though, and used the momentum to create distance between himself and the vile creature. Landing on his feet, Sunny suppressed a groan and brandished the cruel sight once again. As the heavenly chain rattled, Twisted Rock rose even higher, and the burden of the crushing suddenly pressed him down even more. Some time later, Sunny was on the verge of passing out from exhaustion and pain. "Arg! Curse you!" He staggered back and hunched over, using the shaft of the cruel sight to keep himself standing upright. His breath was ragged and pained, and drops of both sweat and blood were rolling down his face. Things were not going great. For the both of them, actually, the ferocious clash between himself and the vile, giggling fiend had gone for much longer than either of them had ever expected. After the first few minutes, it had become apparent that neither one could easily kill the other. Sunny was too devious and slippery to be caught by the bizarre creature, and the damned chest monster was too vigorous and resilient to succumb to the dozens of shallow wounds that Sunny had delivered to it. What's worse, all of its vital organs seemed to be hidden inside the chest, which was nearly indestructible. It was the most terrible battle of all, a battle between two cockroaches. As the result, their fight lasted for a simply stupid amount of time. By now, both were in rough shape. Sunny was almost dead from exhaustion, bleeding from several ugly wounds, and in a world of pain. The abomination looked even worse. Its gaunt body seemed to have gone through a meat grinder, and its long tongue was hanging lifelessly over the edge of the chest, not even trying to move. Neither was ready to give up, though. The fiend panted heavily and stared at Sunny. Then it giggled once again. This time the giggle sounded tired, slightly bewildered, but mostly full of searing hatred. The bastard really wanted to rip Sunny to shreds now. Staggering forward, it tried to swipe at him with one hand, but crashed heavily to the ground instead. Lying there motionlessly, the bizarre creature let out a despondent growl. The crushing was almost unbearable by now. Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to withstand it for much longer. So the abomination had to be having an extremely rough time, too. In fact, it was certainly being tortured by the oppressive force much more. Very soon, both of them were going to be completely immobilized. He just had to kill it before that happened. Not sure that he would be able to take another step, Sunny extended the cruel sight to its full length and thrust it forward. The silver blade pierced the skin of the fiend, causing more black blood to seep out. "Good bleed to death, you piece of crap!" He could feel the enhancement of the blood blossom become a tiny bit stronger, but at this point it was already meaningless. The charm was just an awakened memory of the second tier, after all. Whatever boost it could provide was not that substantial when dealing with fallen nightmare creatures and ascended weapons, especially past the point where the incremental increases in its potency were truly substantial. The abomination tried to dodge the attack, but failed to move fast enough due to the merciless pressure of the crushing. It tried to stand up, but failed. A grim smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Got you!" His enemy, it seemed, was now completely helpless. But Sunny could still move, he could still attack. He had not even used any of the shadow essence that had been accumulating in his cores this whole time. The reserves weren't large, but there was some. Retrieving his spear, he gathered his strength, and then thrust it forward again, delivering another wound to the bizarre creature. And then again, and then, just die already! And then the fiend giggled mockingly and suddenly gathered its limbs, which then disappeared into the bottom of the chest. A few seconds later, the whole body of the creature was out of sight, leaving only the adamantine, indestructible chest standing in the middle of the stone island. The tip of the spear scraped against the dark wood, not leaving even a scratch on it. Sunny stared at it, dumbfounded. Then he let out a yelp, and as the power of the crushing increased even further, fell to his knees. "What the hell? Come back here, you coward!" His hands trembled from strain as he lifted the cruel sight and struck the chest once again to no result whatsoever. Sunny seemed to have overexerted himself with that last strike, because the spear fell out of his hands and plunged to the ground, striking the stone with enough force to send a few cracks through it. Then it bounced and rolled away, finally getting caught on a piece of bone about 2 meters away. He stared at the cruel sight with a shocked expression and then dismissed the memory instead of trying to walk or crawl that far to retrieve it. Sonny turned to the chest and gritted his teeth. A moment later, sparks of light appeared around his hand again. "Don't think that it's over?" The lid of the chest trembled and then rose a bit. The creature clearly strained to achieve even that much. A gloating, hateful giggle emerged from the depths of it a moment later. That was the exact moment when Sonny tossed a polished crimson gem that had appeared in his hand toward the chest. Just a split second after the broken oath flew inside the abomination's maw, the lid snapped close, pressed down by the obliterating force of the crushing. A muffled sound resounded from within the chest, but no matter how much the lid trembled, it didn't rise again. Sonny fell to the ground and laughed, then groaned and whimpered as he arduously crawled a few meters away and finally grew still just outside of the broken oath's soul-destroying reach. Lying there in complete exhaustion, unable to move anymore, Sonny grinned. Who's laughing now? "Try to swallow that, you bastard!" Shadow Slave, Chapter 427. The twisted rock soared higher and higher into the sky, and as it did, a terrible, crushing force assaulted the two living beings that were pressed into its surface, separated only by a dozen meters of dark stone. The large adamantine chest did not look too good. The wood was slowly losing its color. The strips of metal reinforcing it showed growing patches of rust. It seemed as though the creature was struck by some terrible disease. In a sense, it was, after all, the broken oath was currently destroying its soul, bit by little bit. Sonny did not look that much better, though. He was lying on the hard stone, looking at the merciless skies, struggling to breathe and endure the pain. His armor was soaked in blood, and his broken arm was pressed tightly against his chest. His face was deathly pale, almost the same color as the tall and majestic ivory tower that floated high above the world, shrouded in the whitest of clouds. Every breath was a torture. Sonny knew that he was not going to bleed to death because of the blood weave, but the wounds still needed to be tended to. His broken bones, especially, were in need of attention. This crushing was turning out to be tragically long, though, not giving him the chance to do so. Well, that was not a surprise. The single chain connecting the twisted rock to the rest of the isles was much longer than most, which meant that the small island was going to rise very, very high. Higher than Sonny had ever been in this strange and deadly land. The crushing was not only going to last longer, but would also be vastly more terrible than the few previous times he had experienced it. By now, the hours of hardship he had endured together with Master Roan several days ago seemed like a pleasant walk in the park. Now it seemed as though he was being slowly crushed under the weight of the entirety of heavens. Sonny was only alive because he didn't have to hide his powers anymore and could use all of his abilities without restraint. Unlike on the day he had met the dashing griffin rider, both shadows were now tightly wrapped around his body, augmenting its resilience threefold. For that reason, he had not turned into a puddle of bloody goo yet. Although it certainly felt as though he was getting close, if things became really unbearable, he could still escape into the shadows, and either wait out the worst part of the crushing or try to escape back to the heavenly chain before his shadow essence ran out. Since he had spent this whole time patiently circulating it through the coils of the soul serpent, there was a considerable amount flowing through his cores by now. He had also spent this whole time waiting for the damn chest fiend to finally die, as well as considering his options on how to transport the gold coins back to the sanctuary of Noctis. Since it had turned out that only the upper layer of the treasure pile was real, he now had much more options, however. All of them required him to burn through a lot of essence to cross back through the swarm of chainworms. The problem was confounded by the fact that Twisted Rock was going to be destroyed soon, which meant that he could not risk making several trips to the Citadel and back. He had to carry his spoils away while the island was still attached to the rest of the chained isles. For that reason, Sonny was trying to endure as much of the crushing as he could before turning into a shadow. He also did not forget about the strange way his intuition had reacted to the dying island. Before the burden of the crushing became too overbearing, he had sent one of his shadows to scour the whole place in search of anything that might have been important enough to affect the strings of fate. However, there was literally nothing on the twisted rock except for barren stone and ancient blackened bones. The shadow explored every nook and cranny of this miserable place, only to find nothing at all. He had even sent it to take a look at the underside of the small isle, but it was as empty and desolate as the rest of it. Sonny was left very confused by that turn of events. He was certain that there was nowhere on the twisted rock that he had failed to search, and yet there was nothing on the island to cause his intuition to react so strongly. What was going on? Had he failed to notice something, or was he mistaken about the whole thing to begin with? Sadly, after a while, the crushing had become too terrible for him to endure without the help of the second shadow, so he had to call it back. And now, here they were. A sudden sound attracted Sonny's attention. Glancing sideways, he noticed that a crack had appeared on the surface of the adamantine chest. Black blood seeped out of it, soon turning into a stream. A few seconds later, a second crack appeared near the first. He would have smiled if not for the fact that even such a simple action was rather strenuous now, this high above the sky below. It's not going to be too long now. A few minutes later, there was a pool of black blood surrounding the large wooden chest. Sonny endured the pain and counted the seconds. Before he reached 1,000, the vile creature trembled slightly and giggled one last time, its grating voice full of doleful outrage. Then the bizarre monstrosity shuddered and grew absolutely still. It was finally dead. Sonny couldn't help but grin slightly. Finally, all those coins are mine. As the heavenly chain rattled and groaned, the voice of the spell resounded above the hellish stone island. Its words sounded like music to his ears. You have slain a fallen devil, mordant mimic. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Shadow Slave, Chapter 428. Despite the torturous burden of the crushing, Sonny couldn't help but feel jubilant. Not only did he receive 8 shadow fragments and a powerful memory, he had also defeated a fallen devil all by himself without even Saint providing him any help. The Black Knight, too, had been a fallen devil, so killing one solo meant a lot to Sonny. It was a poignant milestone that made him feel like all his hard work and all the vile things he had gone through were not for nothing. He was accomplishing his goal, growing stronger. Of course, the mordant mimic was not as terrifying of a foe in battle as the guardian of the ruined cathedral had been. One was a creature that seemed to have been created solely for combat, while the other mostly relied on deceit and ambushing its prey to achieve victory. And yet the chest fiend was by no means an easy foe. If anything, its devilish nature only made it that much more dangerous. Arg! As the twisted rock rose higher, the crushing struck at Sonny with even more dreadful force, making his mirth dissipate in a wave of miserable suffering. A muffled groan escaped from his lips. Endure, just endure a bit more, this hell is going to end soon. For now he had no choice but to keep suffering, wait, and stare at the distant silhouette of the ivory tower. The beautiful pagoda seemed so close now that he could almost imagine himself reaching out and encompassing it in his fist. With nothing else to do, Sonny summoned the runes and found the familiar cluster out of habit. Shadow fragments, 223,000. I wonder how many coins are in that damned chest. Would he be able to create the third core with their help? Shifting his gaze, Sonny found the runes describing his memories. A new one was now shown at the end of the list. His eyes glistened slightly as he concentrated on it and read the description. Memory, covetous coffer. Memory rank ascended. Memory tier 5. Sonny really couldn't believe his fortune. This was the second ascended memory of the 4th tier that he had acquired in a span of just a few days. Even without considering the main boon of the expedition, the miraculous coins, this journey had already proved to be incredibly fruitful. But what kind of a memory would the bizarre carnivorous chest leave behind? Curious, he read on. Memory type. Tool. A utility memory. While not as showy as armors and weapons, utility memories were the foundation of every awakened's arsenal. Take Sonny, for example. Some of his most precious memories were tools. Endless spring, ordinary rock, silver bell, even weaver's mask. Excited, he tried to forget about the obliterating pressure of the crushing and concentrate on the rune's memory description. You are very strange, said Noctis. Why was his new friend so deathly afraid of chests? Why was he so timid and pale? Don't be afraid. These are just my treasure chests. They won't bite. Well, except for this one. This one will eat you alive. Sunny blinked. That is interesting. So Noctis of the Sanctuary of Noctis was a person after all. What's more, he or she had apparently been in possession of several treasure chests, including one that could eat people alive had the mordant mimic once been a pet of this Noctis. If so, what kind of a person would keep a fallen devil as a pet? Suddenly, full of dread, Sunny continued to read memory enchantments: mendacious coffer, capacious chest, locomotive chiffonier, lurid trunk. Sunny stared at the runes with a deadpan expression. What do all these words even mean? Struggling to understand the names of the enchantments, he wondered if the spell was having a stroke and shifted his gaze to the descriptions. Mendacious coffer, enchantment description. This memory can mimic the form of any inanimate object. The size and intricacy of the simulacrum are dependent on the wielder's soul core capacity. Makes sense. I am sure that the mimic only assumed the form of a chest, instead of being born created as one. I wonder what kind of a shape I can currently manage, though. He studied the runes again. Capacious chest, enchantment description. This memory is bigger on the inside. It can be summoned and dismissed while storing inanimate items. The size of the storage space, as well as the maximum weight of stored items, are dependent on the wielder's soul core capacity. Sunny suppressed the desire to grin. Yes, this was exactly what he needed right now. This enchantment solved the exact problem he was facing, the need to carry all the gold coins away before Twisted Rock was destroyed. Once again, luck was on his side, but that wasn't all. The ability to store items in the covetous coffer and then store the coffer in his soul sea opened up a sea of possibilities. In a sense, it was just like Effie's incredible bag. But better, the bag had to be carried around if there was anything inside of it, while the coffer could be stashed away until needed. And if so, could Sunny bring items from the dream realm to the real world with its help? He couldn't wait to find out. Thinking of all the money he would make, Sunny turned his attention to the remaining enchantments. Locomotive chiffonier enchantment description. This memory can move around and follow its wielder. Nice! That will solve the problem of having to carry all the items if I store too much inside. They are still going to weigh a ton after all. Lurid trunk enchantment description. This memory will protect itself against potential thieves by eating them. Sunny blinked. That is a bit scary. I better remain on the good side of this bizarre memory, huh? Overall, he was incredibly happy with the covetous coffer. This new utility memory of his was simply fantastic. Not only was it capable of solving his current predicament, it would also make his future ventures into the dream realm much more comfortable and efficient. Not to mention the possibility of being able to bring soul shards into the real world with its help. And selling them there at a high price. Soul shards meant money, and money meant being able to purchase memories. With more memories at his disposal, Sunny would be able to bring Saint to 200 shadow fragments faster, which would hopefully make the two of them vastly more powerful. Now, he just had to survive the crushing. He was almost ready to give up and turn into a shadow when the heavenly chain finally drew taut, stopping the rise of the Twisted Rock. One more deafening rattle rolled through the air, and then everything grew quiet. The crushing was at its peak now. Sunny was hurting terribly, but still able to withstand it. He just had to endure until the island entered the descent phase, and the pressure would slowly start to reduce. Sunny strained his chest and drew in a hoarse breath. Thank gods! However, before he could feel any relief, the whole island suddenly shuddered, and a strange, piercing noise assaulted his ears. It sounded like the sound of metal being torn apart. Sunny's pupils widened. What was that? Shadow Slave, Chapter 429. A moment later, a deafening roar of massive iron links being torn apart rolled over the entire island, which then lurched up by a few meters and suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Sunny yelped, feeling the crushing assault him with even more obliterating force. The chain is failing. Why did it happen so soon? For a few moments, he felt nothing but pure, bestial panic. Then, he forced himself to regain control over his mind and threw a desperate glance toward the not-so-distant edge of the Twisted Rock. Would he be able to escape in time? He lingered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and commanded one of the shadows to slide off his body onto the ground. As soon as it did, a muffled scream escaped from his lips. It felt as though a giant hammer struck his body, making every bone in it shudder and groan. Sonny turned his head to the side and spat a mouthful of blood. Curse it all. The shadow flew to the edge of the island and slid over its edge, desperately trying to reach the dying chain. But it was too late. As Sonny watched in horror, one of the links of the heavenly tether broke. Only one. The weakest of them all, but that was all it took. No. The chain that connected Twisted Rock to the rest of the chained isles snapped in two, and as 10 kilometers of gargantuan iron links slowly fell toward the sky below, the island suddenly shot upward. Since it was still in the ascent phase and now unrestrained by anything, the speed of its rise was simply terrifying. No, no, no. The crushing struck at Sonny with such fury that he couldn't even scream. He felt himself being slowly broken and feverishly tried to come up with a solution, stepped through the shadows, jumped down, and tried to glide to the shipwreck island. No, that would never work. There were more than 10 kilometers separating these isles from one another, which was far outside the Dark Wing's capabilities. He could try to chase after the piece of the chain still connected to the shipwreck island, but chances of catching up with it were close to zero. The length of the heavenly tether was falling deceptively slow, but it was just an illusion caused by its colossal size. In truth, the torn end of it was flying through the air at tremendous speed, moving both down and away from the Twisted Rock. The repulsive silhouettes of the gluttonous chainworms were growing smaller by the second. Sonny was already late to rush in pursuit of it, and every moment that passed made the probability of success lower. Great, goddamn great, you fool! You finally let your greed kill you, Sonny growled, full of fury at himself, but then suddenly stopped. No, that didn't make any sense. He was not on this island because of greed. Even though Sonny had made several risky decisions in order to get to the miraculous coins, at the end of it, standing on the edge of the shipwreck island, he put his avarice aside and made a sober choice. He came here because his intuition had told him that something on the Twisted Rock was very important to his future. But what was it? There was nothing but stone and bones in this damned place. What was he supposed to do? How was he supposed to survive? Sonny tried to calm down and think. He summoned his shadow back and briefly regained the ability to breathe. It wasn't going to be for long, though. The crushing was already overwhelming his physical ability to resist its lethal pressure. Sonny had a few dozen seconds at most before he would be forced to retreat into the shadows or die. Think there has to be a way out. Hide inside the dead mimic or the covetous coffer? No, the items inside the memory maintain their weight, which means that they too will be affected by the crushing. And even if not, what's the point? Even if the chest survives until the Twisted Rock itself is torn apart and plunges down into the sky below, I'll just be falling forever inside of a box instead of on my own. That's like dying inside of a coffin. And the Twisted Rock was going to be destroyed by the crushing, inevitably and without a doubt. As it rose higher and higher, it was going to start to fall apart. When enough of it was destroyed to obliterate the mysterious force that kept the isles afloat, the remaining debris was going to fall down and eventually disappear into the sky below, alongside what was going to remain of Sonny. He lay motionlessly for a few seconds, then for a few seconds more, another crack appeared on the corpse of the mordant mimic. Then the stone beneath it cracked too. Sonny did not move at all. The cracks on the stone widened and crawled in every direction. A few moments later, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Sonny had one last gamble left. Gathering all of his strength, he groaned and pushed himself off the ground, even though it felt as if he was lifting a mountain. And every muscle in his body trembled at the edge of bursting apart, he somehow managed to sit up. Then Sonny summoned Weaver's mask. After returning from the forgotten shore and deciding to create a separate persona to investigate the sovereigns, as well as do all the things that Sonny didn't want to be associated with his name, the one which would then accidentally become known as the famous Lord Mongrel. He had decided to never use any of the equipment that it wielded if there was even the smallest chance of someone connecting him to the mysterious masked man. But he had little choice right now. His last hope was fate. He knew that something had drawn him to the Twisted Rock, even though in the end he failed to find it. In the past, his intuition only reacted that strongly to the things that were connected to the gods, the unknown, and Weaver. So, there was a high chance that Weaver's mask would show him the way to salvation. As the cool black wood caressed his skin, Sonny forced air into his lungs and sent his shadow essence toward the mask. He was going to do something that he dreaded doing for many months: activate the mysterious enchantment of the divine memory. When the power of his soul poured into the Weaver's mask, Sonny froze for a moment and then let out a horrible, inhuman scream. Shadow Slave, Chapter 430. The moment Sonny's essence touched the black wooden surface of the divine memory, Weaver's mask suddenly reached into his very soul and hungrily drank more, and then more and more and more. In a fraction of a second, all of his reserve of shadow essence was sucked dry, with only a tiny bit of it remaining, almost as if these pitiful drops were not even worth being consumed by the mask. And even then, all it could achieve was activate the enchantment for just a single moment. That single moment, however, was enough to almost drive Sonny insane. Suddenly, a horrifying pain pierced his eyes and his mind, akin to the suffering he had experienced after consuming the drop of ichor, only so much worse, infinitely worse. As he shrieked, all traces of intelligence disappearing from his voice, the world he saw changed. Suddenly, all Sonny could see was an endless, beautiful eternity of twisting threads. Those threads transfixed everything in existence, connecting every living being and every object, every thought and every concept, every dream and every nightmare, stretching infinitely into every direction, as well as into the past, the present, and the future. These were the strings of fate. They were just like the threads of light that the spell was woven of, but while the magnificent and inconceivably complex pattern that Sonny had seen twice in the empty void between dream and reality composed, the function of the spell, what he glimpsed right now, connected everything. All of the universe as it had existed was existing and was going to exist. Much worse, when observing the weave of the spell, Sonny could only sense and guess at its meaning. But the terrifying enchantment of Weaver's mask not only allowed him to see the tapestry of fate, but also forced the understanding of it onto him. The knowledge of everything, everywhere, all at once, of course. Such knowledge was too much for any human to endure. Just the tiniest, infinitesimal amount of it was enough to instantly destroy any living being, except maybe for a god or a daemon. As blood streamed out of Sonny's nose, eyes, and mouth, and a silent scream died on his lips, he instinctively did the only thing that could save him from being obliterated by the sight of the strings of fate. He dissipated into the shadows. This was perhaps the reason why his eyes did not turn into smoldering embers and his head did not just explode right there on the spot. Shadows had no eyes and no skulls, after all. However, falling into the embrace of darkness, Sonny realized with cold horror that Weaver's mask somehow was still resting on his face. When he turned into a shadow, it had turned into one too. His vision shifted from that of a human to the colorless sight of a shadow, but he could still see the eternity of strings of fate. There were especially many of them near him. The infinite threads were tightly wrapped around his body as well as around his soul, encompassing and piercing it. It looked almost as if he was strung on them like a small marionette. And among those threads, two shone much brighter than the rest. One was made out of pure white flame and stretched far away into the distance, leading north toward the hollow mountains. The other was made out of beautiful golden light and led down and away from both the shipwreck island and the twisted rock, diving into the tier and disappearing into the boundless darkness of the sky below. Although it seemed as though eons had passed in reality, it was no more than a fraction of a second. Sonny's head did not explode because he had turned into a shadow, but his mind was still on the verge of utter, irrevocable destruction. A fraction more, and it was going to be wiped out from existence by the divine knowledge of fate. But what can I do? The mask is a shadow now. His thoughts were scattered and weak, and yet he fought through the shock and managed to remember an important detail. He could dismiss the memory, but that would be too slow. Even if it took only a second, there would be nothing left of him by the end of it. A wave of desperation rose from the depths of his heart, and then the shadow essence that Weaver's mask had absorbed finally ran out. Instantly, the enchantment deactivated, and the ruthless worlds of endless threads disappeared with it. Sunny could only see what all humans and shadows were meant to be able to see, a piece of dark stone soaring into the sky as the merciless grinder of the crushing was slowly breaking it apart. Sunny sensed hazily that there was something urgent about the situation, but he was not entirely there. Although the terrible visage of the strings of fate was gone, his mind was scattered and empty. He couldn't really lose consciousness while in the form of a shadow, but not being able to think or even recognize the existence of his self was very close to it. Soon, however, he started to slowly gather the pieces of his wounded, shattered mind back together. He was in dire danger, after all. The entire twisted rock was shaking and rumbling as it rose higher and higher into the sky above. Wide cracks appeared on its surface, growing larger with each second. The blackened bones had already been turned into dust, and now the only thing standing above the stone was the ramshackle, lopsided, dead treasure chest. The corpse of the mordant mimic strangely seemed to be much more sturdy than the ascending island itself. It was still in one piece, at least, and almost whole. I need to come up with a plan. As this thought formed in Sunny's mind, he suddenly came to his senses and realized several things. One of them was what he had to do. The other was that the pitiful drops of shadow essence left in his soul cores were about to evaporate, which meant that he would not be able to remain in the form of a shadow for much longer. The third one was that he still had not retrieved the golden coins from inside the chest. Now, whether he lived or died depended on one thing: whether he would be forced out of the shadows and turned into a bloody puddle first, or whether the twisted rock would fall apart first. Which would it be? Well, I might as well try, right? Flowing through the shadow cast by the treasure chest, he dismissed the broken oath. A tiny amount of shadow essence from which the memories were created returned to his soul. Hiding on the surface of the dead mimic, Sunny dismissed the blood blossom and the puppeteer's shroud, too. Finally, he dismissed Weaver's mask, which brought him much more essence than the previous 3 memories combined, even if in the grand scheme of things, that amount was still rather insignificant. Still, if it could gift him even 1 second more, it was worth it. Circulating his essence through the coils of the soul serpent to slow down its expenditure and enhance the speed of its regeneration, Sunny hid on the treasure chest and waited for his fate to be decided. After something that felt like an eternity, when the twisted rock had soared so high above the chained isles that the crushing started turning smaller pieces of stone into fine dust, the island finally shuddered and cracked open. One of the rifts that opened in the blackened stone was directly beneath Sunny and the dead mimic. The whole section of the isle suddenly broke off, separating from it in a rain of rock shards. Sunny caught a glimpse of petrified bones encased in the solidified stone, and then the chest he was hiding on floated up. For a few seconds, all of it, the remaining core of the island, the sea of stone debris, and the dead mimic, continued to rise higher and higher. Larger pieces of rock were crushed into smaller ones and then turned into dust. A deafening thunder filled the air. But then, as if an invisible switch had been turned, the mysterious force that had kept the twisted rock floating between 2 skies for thousands of years was no more. Suddenly, everything that was too heavy to be carried away by wind slowed in its ascent, froze in the air for a few moments, and fell down. The cracked treasure chest tumbled down, too, falling toward the sky below. Sunny, who was still just a shadow adhered on its side, saw the world spin around. The last drops of his shadow essence were about to disappear, but that was fine. They would last him long enough to reach the altitude where the crushing wasn't immediately lethal anymore. When it finally happened, Sunny suddenly appeared on the surface of the chest and held onto it for dear life. The pressure of the crushing first threw him against the wood hard enough to break a few ribs, then tried to rip him away. But Sunny would not let go. His damned coins were in that damned chest. Together, he and the dead mimic fell lower and lower until finally the crushing weakened enough to allow Sunny to move. Summoning the dark wing, he commanded it to turn into a blur and changed the direction of their fall. However, he was not trying to move toward the distant silhouette of the shipwreck island out of desperation. Instead, he was guiding the chest in the opposite direction, aiming it into the vast empty expanse of the Tyr Shadow Slave, Chapter 431, as Sunny and the treasure chest plunged through the skies into the boundless black abyss. Pieces of the shattered island pursued them. The crushing was slowly growing weaker, but it was still strong enough to kill most awakened. If not for the power of his shadows, Sunny would have been long dead, and even with it he was much closer to becoming a corpse than he would have wished to be. His whole body was bruised, bloodied, and in pain, which he could see very clearly because, in addition to being terribly banged up, Sunny was also currently completely naked. What a glorious sight! Damn it! He had dismissed the puppeteer's shroud to absorb the shadow essence spent on its summoning, and had none of it left to manifest the armor again. The last drops had been spent to summon the Dark Wing. As the result, Sunny found himself falling into the sky below, atop a lopsided treasure chest, while wearing nothing but his pack and the strip of leather holding his broken arm in place. His only hope right now was that neither Master Roan nor St. Tyrus would suddenly appear to save the day and see him in this state. He would rather plunge into the Tyr than live through that embarrassment. Well, not really. I take it back. Both of them can descend from the clouds and carry me away in their arms. I won't mind. No, really, but no one came to his rescue. Dodging the heavy slabs of shattered stone and desperately trying to glide through the field of debris, Sunny slowly pushed the chest toward the empty expanse of the Tyr and prayed that nothing would damage his fragile cloak. It was having enough trouble obeying his commands already. The Dark Wing wasn't really designed to carry heavy weights. It could barely support just Sunny himself, and that was in normal conditions. Now that Sunny was refusing to let go of the dead mimic, and with both of them being affected by the crushing, the enchanted cloak was on the verge of breaking apart. Instead of gliding smoothly away from the falling rocks, Sunny and the treasure chest were more or less just falling between them at a slight angle. Needless to say, dodging the debris of the destroyed island in these circumstances was not easy. But somehow, Sunny managed to protect both himself and the Dark Wing for long enough to escape the danger zone in one piece. By then, the crushing had become almost bearable. Sitting on the lid of the treasure chest and feeling the terrible pressure grow weaker and weaker with each second, Sunny grimaced from pain, then let out a relieved sigh. The cool breeze was softly touching his burning face, as well as his, well, everything. All things considered, the fall was not unpleasant. But then, a sudden thought appeared in his mind. "What are you feeling relieved about, idiot?" Oh, right. Looking down, Sunny saw nothing but the swiftly approaching, boundless dark expanse of the sky below, the endless abyss that stretched downward forever, and from which there was no escape. Not unless one knew how to fly. That was where he was headed. Except for the golden string of fate Sunny had seen disappearing into the depth of the Tyr. He had no reason whatsoever to believe that he would survive the fall into the sky below, let alone ever be able to return to the sanctuary in the real world. Most likely, he was going to go mad and either be devoured by some terrifying abyssal titan or die of hunger. His life almost literally was hanging by a thread. But right now, he didn't care. All he cared about was the physical relief of not being pressed down upon by the crushing. He was still wounded all over and in pain, but experiencing just the normal amount of it was almost euphoric. It's the small things that matter, like not being constantly crushed by an invisible, murderous, magical force, or resting comfortably on a wide lid of a treasure chest instead of having your limbs crushed in its jaws. Simple stuff like that. Now that the crushing was almost gone, Sunny used the Dark Wing to push the dead mimic deeper into the Tyr, as well as keep it level in the air. The treasure chest was wide and long, and its lid was flat. In a sense, it was almost like a firm, narrow cot. There were worse ways to fall into an endless abyss. Really, Sunny stared at the wide sweep of the Tyr, trying to burn the memory of the golden string of light into his mind. The Tyr was situated in the center of the chained isles, and was both vast and absolutely empty. Some people believe that the ivory tower had once stood in its middle and was the first island to break free of its chains. Over thousands of years, islands that had bordered it were slowly destroyed one after another, causing the Tyr to grow. By now, it was a couple of 100 kilometers across, and from what Sunny could tell, the string of fate led to somewhere in its very center. The question was, how deep in there was the thing on the other end of the string? The longest someone had flown down into the sky below before turning back was a week. Was the mysterious object hidden in an even deeper part of the abyss? And what was that object? Sonny could not even guess. The only thing he knew was that his intuition had pushed him toward the twisted rock because of it. If so, it should have been something that would allow him to survive. Right. Of course, his fate might have been to just die there. Fate didn't really discriminate against any type of occurrence, including fatal ones. Regardless, Sonny was going to find out. It's not like he had a choice now. Feeling the air get colder, he shivered and watched the sky around him grow darker and darker. Soon there was no light left in it at all. Sonny had fallen into the sky below. Shadow Slave, Chapter 432. This is sort of grim. Sonny was falling through a boundless, empty void of cold darkness. Far below, false stars were shimmering with pale white light. Their radiance, however, did very little to illuminate the sky below. Everywhere around him there was just nothing. Sonny was still resting atop the treasure chest, holding onto it with his one healthy hand. He had no reference point to measure how far he had traveled, but suspected that the distance was swiftly leaving the realm of mundane sense and logic. He was not very educated, however. Even he knew that a falling object would forever accelerate at a steady pace, theoretically. That meant that every second Sonny was falling, his speed was increasing exponentially. By now, it had to be simply insane. But he did not really feel that speed. All he felt were wisps of cold wind caressing his skin from time to time. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that he had accumulated a bit of shadow essence and was able to summon the puppeteer's shroud again. So he wasn't naked anymore, at least. If there was one thing he did know, though, it was the approximate speed with which he could glide forward with the help of the Darkwing. Adding the weight of the dead treasure to the equation, he could more or less calculate the distance he was covering horizontally. With that in mind, he guessed that he would reach the middle of the tier in around a day. Problem was, he had no reliable way to measure time, as well. There were some clues he could try to use, like the rate of shadow essence regeneration or the state of his wounds, but they were not exactly reliable. In heroic stories, characters often found themselves in similar situations. Every time that happened, the hero somehow managed to measure the passage of time by the state of their facial hair. Sadly, despite being 18, Sonny could not grow even the most pitiful of beards. That was a real shame. I guess I'm not hero material. With a bitter sigh, he stared at the lid of the treasure chest and tried to assess his physical state. Things weren't good, but they also weren't very bad. He had sustained minor internal damage due to the crushing, as well as several rather ugly wounds in the battle against Mimic. The half-healed cuts left on his body by the mirror beast had also opened at some point, and were now hurting once again. The worst injury was, of course, his broken arm. His mental state was also somewhat in shambles after being ravaged by the visage of the strings of fate. Luckily, there seemed to be no long-lasting effects. Even the splitting headache was already growing fainter. Sonny also could not remember the exact details of what he had seen, as if his mind completely erased them from his memory to protect itself. The only thing that remained was the fragment of the memory that he had preserved on purpose, the image of the thread of golden light leading deep into the tier. Sonny stared at the black nothingness, waited for a while, then slowly exhaled. Great, now what? There was no answer. After a while, Sonny had no idea how long, he got tired of waiting for something to happen and decided to act. Might as well. The first thing he did was summon the covetous coffer. Sonny expected that an identical chest would appear near the dead one, but instead, what he saw was a miniature version of it. A box made of dark wood with strips of iron reinforcing it appeared on the lid of the treasure chest. It was about the size of a jewelry box, but not at all elegant. In fact, the covetous coffer looked more mean than graceful somehow. As Sonny stared at it, the lid of the box raised slightly, revealing rows of sharp iron teeth. He blinked. I guess that's all I can manage with my current soul core capacity. Shaking his head, Sonny looked at the coffer and said in an uncertain tone, "Come here." Immediately, 8 short iron legs appeared from under the box, and it scurried over before plopping down near him. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, glanced at his fingers, then cautiously opened the lid of the box. Luckily, it didn't try to bite them off. Taking off his pack, Sonny transferred its contents into the box. Although it seemed rather small, the coffer swallowed all his supplies without any problem. Perfect! Sonny closed the box, patted it on the lid, and dismissed it. Then he summoned the moonlight shard and methodically cut his now empty pack into strips of leather. Using his one healthy hand and his teeth, Sonny tied them into a semblance of a rope, then tied himself to the treasure chest and finally calmed down. Now his coins weren't going anywhere. Satisfied with his handiwork, Sonny rested for a bit. He was starting to feel tired and sleepy. Falling through the endless abyss turned out to be way less exciting than he had thought. In fact, it was extremely boring. There were still a lot of things he had to do, though, with a grimace. Sonny cautiously shifted his weight and crawled to the end of the chest. There he used the moonlight shard to widen a crack on the side of the dead, mimic and separate 2 long planks of wood from it. Then he made a roll out of the last strip of leather he had and bit down on it. "This is going to suck!" Without giving himself too much time to think about it, he removed his broken arm from its sling and then proceeded to swiftly set the bones just like he had been taught. A sharp, blinding pain pierced his mind. When Sonny regained his vision and the ability to think straight, he saw that his arm did not look like jelly anymore. It seemed more or less straight. That will have to do. Hissing and cursing, he used the 2 planks of wood and the strip of leather to create a sturdy splint, then carefully placed it back inside the sling. Now his broken bones had a good chance of growing back together correctly. Hopefully, after that, Sonny summoned the endless spring and the covetous coffer, took some of his remaining food out of it, and had a strangely relaxed meal on top of the dead mimic's lid. By the time he was done, the sky below did not change at all. He was still falling into its depths, slowly moving the treasure chest toward the center of the tier, with the help of the dark wing. He was also absolutely exhausted. Sonny somberly stared at the distant false stars. He stared at them until his eyes started to water, and his thoughts became slow and muddy. Then he stared at them some more. After a while, he thought, "I can't take it anymore." By then his reserves of shadow essence were full by a third. Judging that around 24 hours had passed after the destruction of the twisted rock, Sonny sighed, then dismissed the dark wing and allowed the chest to start falling straight down. He was going to have to keep falling into the sky below for 6 more days. At least. Probably longer. Sonny shook his head, knowing full well that these estimations had almost nothing to do with reality. Then he did something that he had never thought he would ever do. He cautiously lay down on the long lid of the dead mimic, tightened the rope connecting them together, and closed his eyes. Soon, Sonny was dead asleep, plummeting into the darkness of the abyss without a care in the world. Shadow Slave, Chapter 433. Sonny's bed trembled slightly, and he felt the wind blowing across the room. Still mostly asleep, he sighed and tried to pull the blanket higher. However, that damned thing was nowhere to be found. Where the hell is it? Reluctant to let go of sleep, he blindly searched for the blanket. Instead of finding it, though, Sonny suddenly felt his whole bed careen to the side. Startled, he opened his eyes and saw nothing but darkness surrounding him. What the? Oh, right. He wasn't in his small room in the sanctuary. He was plummeting into a lightless abyss atop the corpse of a fallen devil. Instead, Sonny stared into the darkness for a bit. Then he yawned. Well, at least I slept well. Indeed, he was feeling rather refreshed. Most of his aches had either disappeared or grown milder, and even his wounded mind felt soothed. He felt rested, energized, and much better overall. The only problem was, he was still falling into the endless void of the sky below. Sonny scratched the back of his head, thought about this predicament, then summoned the endless spring and drank some water. Then he concentrated and tried to assess the situation. The situation was absolutely the same. He was surrounded by nothing. Nothing had changed while he slept, and there was nothing he could do about it. Sonny sighed and stared at the treasure chest beneath him. After a while, he thought, if you think about it, this is just next-level pettiness. Not only did I kill this poor bastard, I even went so far as to take a nap on top of its dead body. Talk about insulting. Somewhere down below, false stars shimmered with white light. Judging by how much of his shadow essence had regenerated, Sonny judged that he slept for about 12 hours. A bit longer than usual, but he was really exhausted after everything that had transpired. These calculations of his, of course, were very rough. But if he assumed them to be correct, that would mean that he had left the sanctuary 6 days ago. He had no idea how long it was going to take to reach the thing on the end of the golden string of fate, but had to assume that it would take at least a week, much longer than that, most likely. Back in the real world, his body was safely hidden in the luxurious sleeping pod in the basement of his house. The pod would keep it alive for months, so Sonny was not too worried about his physical well-being yet. Would anyone miss him? Probably not. Kai and Effie were used to his long ventures into the dream realm, and even if none of them had been as long as this one was going to be, they would just assume that he was too lazy to answer their messages and go about their business. They were famous heroes now, after all, with packed schedules and plenty of problems of their own. Teacher Julius didn't expect any reports from him, too. The lookouts in the sanctuary were not in the habit of keeping a detailed record of who went in and out of the citadel. The most anyone was going to think about him would be when Cassie arrived from the night temple, and he wasn't there to help St. Tyrus receive her. But she would just think that he was avoiding her, as he had done before. Sitting on the lid of the dead treasure chest in boundless darkness, Sonny realized that no one was really going to care that he was gone. So many things had changed, but even more remained just the same. Throwing a long look at the beautiful glass bottle in his hand, Sonny remained motionless for a while, then dismissed it and knocked on the lid of the dead mimic. Whatever, I have my coins at least. Some time later, he was performing a strange aerial dance. Holding onto the rope connecting him to the dead mimic with his one functioning hand, Sonny summoned the dark wing, then cautiously climbed onto the side of the big chest and tried to balance it so that the heavy thing didn't flip. Because of the fact that both of them were plummeting down with incredible speed, his body felt pleasantly light. Sonny thought about it for a while, then frowned. How did that even make any sense? Yesterday, he had thought that the speed of his fall was going to increase exponentially, which meant that at some point his body was bound to be simply torn apart, probably. But now, he realized that his assumption was wrong. Since he could breathe in the sky below and felt the wind, or rather the air moving past him as he fell through it, it meant that the speed of his fall had a limit dictated by the air resistance. He did not, however, feel that resistance too much. By all accounts, he should have been hearing the roaring of the wind and feeling it assault his body instead of falling through the emptiness in something that resembled comfort. Common sense didn't seem to be working in the sky below. Better not think about it too much. What was the point of trying to understand the laws of a place that simply denied all logic? He had far more practical things to do. Trusting the leather rope to hold his weight, Sonny let go of it and summoned the moonlight shard. Then, perched precariously on the side of the treasure chest, he inserted the narrow blade of the ghostly stiletto between its lip and the lid and tried to pry it open. The task turned out to be far more difficult than Sonny had anticipated. Not only did he have to do everything with only one hand, he also had to balance the chest to prevent it from spinning in the empty void, as well as keep an eye on the rope, hoping nervously that it would not break. After some time and plenty of exasperated curses, however, he finally managed to pry the jaws of the dead devil open. Inside its maw, a pile of golden coins was waiting for him to claim them. A dark smile appeared on Sonny's face. Then he let out a shaky, slightly unhinged laugh. Ah, it feels nice to be rich. Shadow Slave, Chapter 434. Summoning the covetous coffer, he commanded the toothy box to climb inside the bigger, toothier box and open its lid. Then he started whistling a light-hearted melody while throwing the heavy coins inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, ah, what a day to be alive! 5, 6, one after another, the miraculous golden discs disappeared into the coffer. After a while, Sonny shifted his weight slightly, got more comfortable, and continued gathering his spoils. In the end, he had recovered almost 1,400 coins from inside the dead devil. Just as Sunny had expected, the entire top layer of the treasure pile had turned out to be real. That was an incredible, astonishing boon. Suddenly, everything that had happened seemed worth it, almost. Glancing at the lightless void around him, Sunny sighed. Who knows if I will even be able to return to the sanctuary without the altar? These coins are just dead weight. Somewhat disheartened, he lingered for a few moments, then turned his gaze back to the open treasure chest. The top layer of the treasure pile that he had successfully plundered was indeed real, but beneath it, Sunny struggled to keep the contents of his stomach inside. Beneath the treasure, the limbs and organs of the mimic were tightly packed together, taking up most of the chest's volume. The whole thing was soaked in black blood and producing a sickening stench, not to mention looking like a butcher's nightmare. Disgusting, so disgusting. Thinking about how repulsive the sight in front of him was, Sunny used the moonlight shard to cut through the terrible sludge and fished out 4 large soul shards with a wide smile on his face. After cleaning them up a little, he placed the alluring crystals inside the covetous coffer and dismissed the memory with a feeling of great satisfaction. After that, Sunny stared inside the treasure chest with a dubious expression on his face. The thing was, he only had around 3 days' worth of provisions left, stored neatly inside the covetous coffer. If he rationed his food, it would probably last him for about a week. After that, Sunny scratched the back of his head, then shuddered and closed the lid of the chest with a loud thud. I'll think about it when the time comes, but hopefully it never does. With that, he climbed back onto the dead devil and rested for a while, looking into the darkness. As time slowly passed, Sunny grew more and more solemn. Finally, he came to a frightening realization. He had nothing else left to do. This is going to be a problem. An eternity later, or just a few hours, who knew Sunny was sitting on top of the treasure chest and dying from boredom. He was still falling through the boundless dark abyss. Of course, what else would he be doing? There was nothing else to do. The cruel sight was in his hand, the silver blade shining with a bright radiance. He was using its light-eater enchantment to summon the sunlight the somber spear had absorbed and projected into the darkness of the sky below. Thanks to that light, the shapes of his 2 shadows could be clearly seen, one resting on the surface of the chest to his left, the other to his right. Sunny shook his head, then said, I am dying of boredom here. I have never been this bored. How are we going to survive weeks of this crap? What do you guys think? The happy shadow to his right hesitated, then raised a fist encouragingly. Its sentiment was quite clear. You got this. The gloomy shadow to his left stared at him grimly, then simply shook its head. Its meaning was clear, too. Just give up already. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Well, I think it's going to be fine. I'll just think about it as a vacation. Yeah. When was the last time I could just relax and do nothing? That's right, never. If you think about it, guys, this is a godsend opportunity. An opportunity to rest and laze about as much as I want. He remained silent for a while, then added, I literally have no choice but to do nothing. Lucky me, right? The gloomy shadow glanced at him, then covered its face with a palm. Even the happy shadow hesitated for a bit before giving him a timid shrug. Sunny frowned. What do you mean, go crazy? I'm not going to go crazy. I'm so done with being crazy. Been there, done that, as they say. There is 0 possibility that I will go crazy. The shadows didn't answer, making him huff angrily. Whatever. Why am I even speaking to you two? It's not like you even have enough decency to pull your weight in the conversation. He scowled and dismissed the cruel sight, letting the darkness shroud everything once again. The shadows became invisible after a while. Sunny said scornfully, And it's not like I don't have better alternatives to talk to anyway. Where had he put the ordinary rock? By the time 3 days had passed, at least Sunny suspected that it had been 3 days, since that was how long his shadow essence usually took to fully recover without the aid of the soul serpent. He was indeed on the verge of losing his mind. It wasn't even the boredom that was the worst. It was the absolute lack of any external stimuli. Nothing ever changed in the sky below. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever appeared or disappeared, or was there at all. There was nothing but empty darkness, the distant shimmering stars, and him, and falling. At the start of it all, Sonny had been worried that he would encounter evil, colossal, inconceivably horrifying creatures in the abyss. That was what one would expect from an abyss, right? But there was none. By now, he almost hoped to encounter a stray titan or two. He had heard that people were prone to going insane in isolation, but never expected to be in such a situation himself. Sonny had spent the first day thinking about this and that, remembering his experiences and trying to learn something from them. He wondered about the mirror beast and the cruel sight. Why was the silver spear even called that then, he understood. It was called the cruel sight because its polished blade showed a person their own reflection. He wondered about the shipwreck, the coins, the mimic, and the person called Noctis. How were all of these things connected? After a while, he guessed that Noctis had been the captain of the ancient ship, the master of the mimic, and the person whose face was depicted on the miraculous coins. Noctis was also probably the one who had created the coins in the first place. That's why they could only be used in his sanctuary. He wondered about what Kai, Effie, and Cassie were doing. He wondered about Nephis. On the second day, he summoned the runes and saw that she had become a devil. Sonny stared at the counter that showed 2/4000 with a deadpan expression, then sighed and dove into the soul sea. There he had studied all of his memories and the shadows of all the creatures he had killed. That only took him a couple of hours, or an eternity. On the third day, Sonny just lay on the lid of the dead mimic and stared into the void. His mind was starting to behave in strange ways. Although there was nothing around him, Sonny could sometimes see strange shapes and silhouettes in the darkness, as well as hear distant noises. He wanted to think that they were real, but knew that it was just the result of prolonged sensory starvation. Human minds were weird that way. They couldn't really withstand a lot of nothing. Suddenly, the story of a man who had to turn back after 7 days of descending into the sky below, out of fear of going insane, made much more sense to him. To make himself perceive at least something, Sonny summoned the silver bell and rang it in the darkness, listening to the melodious ringing as it disappeared into the abyss. And now he was sitting on the treasure chest, looking at the distant stars and speaking with the ordinary rock. "So, how has your day been, Rock?" The memory answered in his own voice, "Same old nothing, yours." Sonny remained silent for a while, then said, "I am enjoying my vacation." The ordinary rock laughed. "Sounds wonderful. How is your vacation going?" he sighed. "Splendidly. I've yet to hit the rock bottom." For a while there was nothing but silence. Then a new question came. "Why is it so dark?" Sonny smiled weakly. "Why wouldn't it be dark? This is the sky below, after all." But then he froze. What? The voice that asked the question had not come from the ordinary rock. That voice was not his own. Shadow Slave, chapter 435. Sonny shuddered. The voice he heard was not his own. It sounded pleasant and calm, and seemed to have come from the darkness of the sky below itself. Have I finally lost it? His first thought was that he had gone crazy again, and was now hearing things. His second thought was much less comforting. Damnation! Had he summoned some unholy titan from the depths of the sky below, after all? Sonny outstretched one hand, ready to manifest the cruel sight, but then hesitated. If the owner of the voice was not a figment of his imagination, but some harrowing being of the void, was it really wise to agitate it? Would the silver blade even do anything against it? Calm down, calm down. Maybe you just imagined the whole thing. As if to answer his thoughts, the void laughed softly. "Ah, my apologies. I seem to have startled you." Sonny gulped. The pleasant voice seemed to belong to a young man, but no matter how hard he looked into the darkness, he couldn't see anyone or anything nearby. He was reminded of his first meeting with Kai, only this time, things were much more frightening. "Nan, no worries. I just didn't expect to hear another human's voice here. You are a human, right?" The void was silent for a while, then answered in a neutral tone, "A human? I used to be a human once, I guess." Sonny realized that he couldn't even pinpoint the direction from which the voice was coming. It was just there somehow, everywhere, around him. He tensed, then asked cautiously, "Used to? Then what are you now?" The voice disappeared for a few moments, then sighed. Finally it answered, "Lost." Sonny blinked. What the hell does he mean? Lost as in lost in the sky below? The darkness let out a sad laugh. No, not in the sky below. As Sonny felt cold shivers run down his spine, it hesitantly added, I am sorry. I haven't spoken to anyone in a long, long time. Instead of lost, it would be more proper to say that I am one of the lost. My body in the waking world was destroyed, but my soul continues to exist here in the dream realm. I hope that explanation is more clear. One of the lost, Sonny knew of these people, although he had never met one in person. Just like there were hollow people whose souls were destroyed, leaving an empty body behind, there were also the lost, people whose bodies had somehow died in the real world, leaving their souls stranded in the dream realm. There wasn't a lot of them, since most of the time the soul perished shortly after the body had, but there were some. Knowing that the owner of the voice was one of these lost souls made Sonny relax a little. Not that he had any reason to believe that the stranger was telling him the truth. He could have been a nightmare creature, still or something worse. But even if he was lost, that didn't explain how they were able to converse. The lost, from what Sonny knew, were just like any other awakened in the dream realm. It was just that they couldn't return to the real world. What they certainly were not were disembodied voices coming from the void. He shifted his weight slightly, ready to do something to protect himself if need be, and asked, Sorry to hear that. But how is it that I'm able to hear your voice, but can't see you? The voice lingered for some time, then answered with a bit of amusement. That is a good question. Sonny waited patiently for him to expand on that answer, but that seemed to be it. A bit irritated, he said, Well, aren't you going to explain, instead? The voice suddenly asked, Why are you descending into the sky below? This is a very dangerous place. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then coughed. Well, you see, I'm not so much descending into the sky below as I'm falling into it. I got stuck on an island because of the crushing, and sadly, that island broke off its chain. So I had to jump off, and here I am. Then he frowned. Wait, dangerous place? Why is it dangerous? I haven't seen anything dangerous anywhere in this dreadful pit. The voice lingered for a while, then sighed with regret. You'll see. When you reach the stars, then you will see. Then it disappeared. Sonny stared into the darkness, a bit disturbed. A deep frown appeared on his face. What do you mean? What will happen when I reach the stars? But there was no answer. No matter how long Sonny waited, the voice did not speak to him again. The void was silent and empty, just as it had been before. In the end, he just massaged his temples and cursed. What the hell was that? Did he imagine the whole thing? Had his mind finally cracked? Sonny stared at the ordinary rock as though expecting it to actually talk and corroborate his story. Sadly, the memory could only repeat the sounds it had recently heard. Wait, the sounds it had heard? Sonny hurriedly commanded the rock to repeat everything it had recorded in the past few minutes. Then, feeling cold sweat appear on his forehead, he listened to his own voice speaking to nothing. His words were repeated, but where the words of the strange voice should have been, there was nothing but silence. Dismissing the ordinary rock, Sonny clutched his hair and groaned. Crazy! I've gone completely crazy, curse it all! It has been just 4 days and I'm already turning back into a lunatic. Not even a full week passed by and he was already going insane. This is the worst vacation ever. After a while, he frowned, despite being mostly sure that the whole thing was just a symptom of his sanity slowly breaking apart. Sonny cautiously crawled to the edge of the chest and looked down at the distant shimmering stars. Was he imagining things? Or did they seem to be a little closer? Shadow Slave, Chapter 436. After the conversation with the disembodied voice of the void, whether it was real or not, Sonny felt different. Not exactly better, but at least not as lost and unmoored as before. That would be really ironic if the voice was just a figment of my imagination, wouldn't it? The empty void around him didn't seem as empty anymore. Even if it was now full of potential danger, the danger was better than nothing. Anything was better than nothing. After 4 days spent in the endless silence of the dark abyss, Sonny realized just how terrible nothingness was. The human mind was simply not built to withstand it. In any case, he wasted some time staring at the distant stars and then got to thinking. Now that his cores were once again full of essence, he had no tool left to measure time. After considering his options for a while, he summoned the cruel sight and activated the dark mirror enchantment. Even though he had no enemies to fight in the sky below, simply keeping the enchantment active was going to drain his shadow essence. Sunny felt that he could keep it going for about 2 hours straight. After his reserve of essence became approximately half empty, he dismissed the cruel sight and sat cross-legged in the center of the dead devil's lid. Plummeting through the lightless void, Sunny inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Then he concentrated on the flow of essence through his body, feeling it permeate every fiber of his being. Directing it into the coils of the soul serpent, he felt its flow accelerate and widen. By using the shadow, he was going to replenish all of the spent essence in about a day. That was going to be his clock from now on. Sunny exhaled, directed the shadow essence into his left hand, and concentrated it in his thumb, then in his index finger thanks to the soul serpent. His control of the essence was better than that of most awakened. However, it was still rather crude. Sunny innately knew how to enhance his physical attributes by expending it, but wasn't really efficient with how he did it. To him, it was a matter of instinct. He just thought about making his hand stronger, and the essence flowed like a torrent to achieve the desired effect. That was how all young awakened used it. True masters, however, were much more intricate in their control of essence. They could isolate every muscle, every nerve, every bone in their body, and only enhance those parts of it that they needed to perform an action. Their expenditure of essence was more akin to a trickle than a torrent, but achieved the same result. That's why, between two awakened with similar soul core capacity, one could be able to fight at his peak physical prowess for much longer. Now that Sunny had nothing else to do, he decided to really work on this aspect of mastery over his own body and soul. He had practiced essence control before, of course, but between the constant need to hunt down nightmare creatures and the fact that Soul Serpent served as an effective replacement for months of training, not as much as he could and should have, directing the flow of essence into his right hand, Sunny sighed and thought, vacation is over. 2 more days passed, or rather, 2 cycles of spending shadow essence with the help of the cruel sight, and then waiting for it to regenerate, which Sunny had decided to count as days. He spent that time meditating as he controlled the flow of the essence through his body, sleeping, and feeling hungry. Now that Sunny was rationing his food, the feeling of hunger that he had forgotten ever since becoming infected by the nightmare spell returned. Even then, his supplies were on the verge of running out. He only had enough for 2 meager meals left. After that, Sunny was either going to have to starve or consider opening the treasure chest again and gnawing on the dead devil's raw meat. Both possibilities seemed rather bleak. What he was more concerned about, however, were the shimmering fake stars of the sky below. Now he was more or less sure that they were slowly growing larger. If not for the conversation with the voice of the void, he would have never noticed the subtle change. But after being alerted to their importance and spending a lot of time observing the stars, he had become convinced that the voice, whether it was one of the lost, a nightmare creature pretending to be human, or simply a manifestation of his damaged psyche, had been right. He was slowly drawing closer to the stars burning in the deepest reaches of the abyss. If only the voice had told him why exactly the stars were dangerous. Luckily, on the 7th day of his plummeting through the sky below, the voice returned. Sunny was grimly eating his second-to-last piece of food and staring into the darkness, feeling his mind teetering on the verge of madness, when the voice resounded from the void again. "What a curious creature you are! Oh, thank God!" Sunny choked on a piece of dried meat, took a sip of water from the endless spring to chase it down, and glanced at the empty expanse of the sky below with a dark expression. "Where the hell have you been?" The voice remained silent for a bit, then answered apologetically. "Talking like this is draining for me. I was recovering." Sunny frowned, trying to glean some information about the nature of the owner of the pleasant voice from this statement, but then gave up. He had too few clues to guess. "Well, if you're about to disappear for a few days again, at least tell me what's the deal with these stars first. Why are they so dangerous?" The void hesitated. You don't know? Sunny blinked. Of course, I don't know. Why would I ask if I knew? When the void answered in a few moments, it sounded slightly surprised. Well, those lights are not really stars. They are actually remnant conflagrations of the divine flame. Sunny thought about what he just heard, then tilted his head to the side. Divine flame? What? Why would divine flame burn in the depths of the sky below? The voice chuckled. Then it said with a bit of amusement, How do you think the sky below came to be? A long time ago this was a beautiful and prosperous land, you know. The amusement drained from its voice, replaced with something much darker, but then its prideful ruler provoked the wrath of the Lord of Light. The Lord, you probably only know him as Sun God brought down his heavenly flame upon the lands, shattering the earth and burying an unquenchable fire beneath it. The void grew silent and then sighed. Over the ages, that fire devoured everything. The earth, the land, even reality itself. All that is left is this empty abyss and the remnant fragments of the divine flame still burning deep below. So, I'm sorry to say this, but unless you know a way to survive the searing heat of the all-destroying heavenly fire, you will probably burn to death in a few weeks. Shadow Slave, Chapter 437. Sunny sat silently for a few moments, thinking, Sun God. So the ruler of this land had angered the gods, and one of them struck down her kingdom. He could just imagine it, a vast pillar of incandescent white flame falling from the skies, piercing the ground and causing the whole region to fracture, its fragments falling into the searing inferno of the divine flame one after another. Well, not all of them had fallen. He glanced up, wondering if the chained isles were created to save the citizens of the destroyed kingdom from annihilation. If so, that prideful ruler must have been not so simple herself. Who would be powerful enough to dare resist the wrath of the gods, and what had that being done to provoke it? But more importantly, how the hell did the voice of the void know so much about it? A subtly suspicious expression appeared on his face. Really? This is very interesting. And how exactly do you know all this? Sunny hesitated, and then cautiously added, Did you perhaps have something to do with that prideful ruler? The voice was silent for a moment, and then suddenly exploded with sincere laughter. Oh my, I wish. Wouldn't that be grand? But no, I am just an awakened who had studied the chained isles, probably the same way that you have studied them in your travels. The ruins here are all but destroyed by the endless cycle of the crushing, but if one knows where to look, there are still some answers left to find. Sunny smiled. True, but I am actually a research assistant for the Wilderness Survival Faculty of the Academy, and yet I have never seen any of the information you possess in the database with the level of access that I have. That is very strange, isn't it? The voice chuckled. How am I supposed to report my findings to the Academy? I can't even leave the dream realm. Sunny blinked. That actually made a lot of sense. Sort of. Lost or not, an awakened still had to survive somehow in the dream realm, so they were bound to live in one of the citadels. Probably so. It wasn't like they had no contact at all with the real world, even if it was only through the other inhabitants of their citadel, unless the owner of the voice was not a usual lost, or was lying to Sunny, or was just a figment of his imagination. He frowned. By the way, where are you exactly? I haven't heard a voice like yours anywhere in the sanctuary, and I have spoken to most of the awakened there at least once. The voice lingered for a while, then answered, I am not in the sanctuary. What was that supposed to mean? There was another citadel on the Chained Isles, the Night Temple, but only those serving valor were allowed to anchor there. Well, excluding Cassie and her cohort. Did the owner of the voice have something to do with the great clan Valor? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Are you from the Night Temple, then? But there was no response. It seemed that the mysterious young man Sunny had been speaking with, if he was even real, had once again reached his limit, thus ending their conversation. Sunny sighed. I swear to gods, this is even more annoying than when Effie leaves me on read. Who knew that a voice of the void could be more irritating than someone who had been almost literally raised by wild wolves? No manners, no decorum. Soon, Sunny regretted not asking the voice necessary questions. He would have to be more strategic with his words in the future. Survive heavenly fire, survive heavenly fire. Sonny glanced at the stars and felt that they had drawn even closer. How was he supposed to withstand the searing heat of the divine flame? Could that flame burn shadows? He didn't really have an answer, but felt that it would be at least damaging to him, even in his shadow form. And then there was a more looming problem. The voice said that it would take Sonny a few weeks to reach the layer of the abyss containing the false stars, which meant that he was going to be very, very hungry by the time he did. Humans could survive a surprising amount of time without any food, but it would take a heavy toll on his body. Sonny had no idea what he was going to find on the other end of the golden string of fate, but doubted that it would be a warm welcome. He had to be ready to confront danger, and becoming starved and weak was not really an option. Sonny lingered for a while, then stared down at the lid of the treasure chest. Was he really going to have to eat that? Even his shadows seemed disgusted by the idea. But hey, food was food. Right? With a sigh, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer, took out his last meal, and looked at it with regret. Tonight we feast. Tomorrow we mourn, and barf, probably. A few days later, the stars were visibly brighter than they had been before. The sight of the black void littered with shimmering lights would have been beautiful if not for the terrible danger they represented. Sonny was sitting in the center of the plummeting treasure chest with an extremely miserable expression on his face. It was deathly pale, and his chin was covered with drying black blood. Raising a piece of raw devil meat to his mouth, he tore a piece of it with his teeth and forced himself to chew. Disgusting, this is so disgusting. Who knew I would miss the taste of synth paste one day? Maybe I should just starve after all. As soon as he thought that, the void suddenly spoke again. Oh gods, you are actually eating that. Sonny stared into the darkness with hatred, swallowed the piece of mimic meat and said evenly, "Sure. Want a bite?" The voice hesitated for several seconds, then asked, "You're eating it raw?" Sonny gritted his teeth. "Of course I'm eating it raw, you fool. How else am I supposed to eat it? I don't exactly have a kitchen here." Then, with a furious determination, he tore another piece of meat and chewed on it. As it turned out, his face had not reached its maximum paleness before. Now it seemed not only white, but also a little green. The void sighed. Then it asked curiously, "Are you not afraid of poisoning yourself?" Sonny snarled. "I have a strong stomach." He had indeed considered the possibility of catching a severe case of food poisoning from eating the corrupted meat of the vile devil. As an awakened, however, his digestive system was much stronger than that of mundane humans, and on top of that there was blood weave, so he judged that his chances of dying from eating the mimic were rather low. Now matter how poetic it would have been, choking to death on the flesh of a devil you killed would be too. How funny. Sonny swallowed the disgusting meat and took a sip from the endless spring. A few moments later, the voice asked, "Have you thought of a way to survive the divine flames?" He stared at his broken arm, then shrugged. "I considered a few." The voice seemed to be pleased to hear that. "Good. I have thought about it as well." Shadow Slave, Chapter 438. Sonny stared into the void suspiciously. "Yeah? And how come you are so concerned about my well-being?" The voice remained silent for a bit, then answered wistfully, "I haven't really spoken to anyone in a long, long time. It would be a shame to finally find someone to talk to, only for them to die soon. Don't you think? That guy is definitely not just a simple lost. What is his deal, really? Is he actually a human or only pretends to be one?" Sonny thought for a bit, then said, "I guess, and since we're on the topic, how is it exactly that we are able to talk?" He expected the voice to change the subject or ignore the question, but to his surprise, it actually answered, "I am not really sure. This has never happened to me before either." After a while, it added hesitantly, Have you perhaps found a piece of a broken mirror somewhere?" Something clicked in Sonny's mind. Broken mirror, mirror beast, beastie. The ascended reflection. The shard of a mirror that the strange creature had left behind was still inside the covetous coffer, smeared with his blood. Crap! So the owner of the voice was the creator of the murderous reflection Sonny had encountered on the reckoning. That gave him as many questions as it had given him answers. He couldn't really think about it right now, though, because the pressure of the flaw was already building in his mind. forcing him to speak. "Now that you mention it, I did indeed recently find a piece of a broken mirror, with the word beastie written on it in a child's handwriting." The voice remained silent for a while, then asked quietly, "Oh, how exactly did you find it?" Sonny did not answer for as long as he could, then reluctantly spoke. "That mirror shard was left behind by a powerful creature I killed. I took it with me, thinking that it might turn out to be important." This time the voice was quiet for an especially long amount of time. When it finally spoke, there was a hint of anguish in it. The owner of the voice tried very hard to suppress it, but his pain seemed to be too deep to not seep into his words even slightly. "So it's dead." "I see." Then it fell silent once again. Sonny tensed. After a while, he asked carefully, You're not going to be angry with me for killing your pet, are you?" A deep sigh resounded from the void. "Angry with you? Why would I be angry with you? You are not to blame for what happened to us." Sonny shivered, suspecting that whoever or whatever it was that had been responsible for the mirror beast becoming separated from its creator and eventually dying by his hand was extremely lucky that the owner of the voice had become one of the lost. Then he asked cautiously, What exactly was it, though? I have never seen a creature like that." The voice seemed more in control of itself when it answered after a few long moments. "A manifestation of my aspect ability. A kind of an echo, you can say. I created him when I was just a lonely kid. We were together for a long time before we weren't anymore." Sonny tilted his head, then frowned slightly. "What do you mean, a kid? A kid with an aspect ability?" The voice laughed bitterly. That I had my first nightmare when I was 12. It's rare, but does happen sometimes. Few children survive the trial, though." Sonny blinked. Being sent into the nightmare at 12, of course very few survive. He did know that in extremely rare cases, the people infected by the spell were outside of the usual age range. The entire first generation of the awakened had been, for example. And there were cases of this anomaly to this day, even though it usually happened to someone older than the norm, not someone younger. "And I thought that I was unlucky." He cleared his throat, then said awkwardly, "Well, I'm sorry for your loss, if it makes you feel any better. The creature tried to say something before it died. We never stopped searching. Something like that." The voice, however, didn't respond. It seemed that its owner had once again spent all of his soul essence, or whatever it was that allowed him to communicate with Sonny, and was now gone for another few days. Sonny sighed. "Curse it. I didn't even have time to ask him how to survive the damned stars." More strategic with how he chose his words, damn it. Sonny spent a few more days plummeting into the void. By now, he was having trouble remembering what it even felt like to not be falling. The darkness seemed to be eternal and ever-present, as though he had always been here in its empty embrace, and all of his actual life was just a strange dream. Maybe it was? No, it wasn't. He was almost sure. By the time the voice returned, the void had changed slightly. Not only were the distant, shimmering lights now closer and brighter, but it also felt as if the air was getting warmer. Sonny was in his usual spot, sitting cross-legged in the center of the treasure chest, and training to better control the flow of shadow essence. On the surface of the lid near him was a dark longbow and a quiver of black arrows. "You practice archery?" Sonny opened his eyes and glanced into the darkness, then shrugged. "Not really, but I hope to learn a bit of it soon." He made a grimace and nodded toward his broken arm. "I do need 2 functioning hands before I'll be able to, though." The bow and the quiver of arrows were the same he had entrusted to Saint before. Both of the memories were ascended, but only of the first tier. The bow's enchantments made it incredibly strong and sturdy, while the only enchantment that the arrows possessed was that they came as a whole quiver instead of a single one. His broken arm, meanwhile, was healing. He could already move his fingers, but the process was far from over. He was halfway there, though. Sonny healed much faster than mundane humans, and even other awakened. He was sure that in another week or so he would be able to take off the splint and draw the black bow. The voice lingered, then said, "We had no time to discuss the divine flames last time." Sonny nodded. "Indeed? Then he remembered something and asked, "Oh, by the way, what do I call you? Do you have a name? It's a bit awkward to keep thinking of you simply as the voice." The voice laughed. "A name? I used to have a name, I guess." Sonny sighed. "Yeah. Well, what is it?" The void lingered for a while, then answered with amusement, "Mordred, or rather Prince Mordred, I guess." Sonny opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, then asked with suspicion in his voice, "Prince, what are you the prince of?" Mordred laughed. "Nothing. I am a prince of nothing. Nothing at all." Shadow Slave, Chapter 439. Sonny stared into the darkness with an incredulous expression, then shrugged. "Sure, whatever. Nice to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. I am called Sunless, by the way, sadly, no title." Silently, though, he thought. The young prince that the dream spawn had taken away? Oblivious to his suspicions, Mordred hesitated, then asked politely, "Sunless, what an unusual name." Sonny grimaced. "Yes, my mother had on second thought. Forget that. Are you going to tell me about the divine flame or not?" The Prince of Nothing was silent for a bit, then said, "There is not much to tell. The heat of those flames is absolutely deadly. Unless you have some way to fly, you are in big trouble. Which I assume you don't, otherwise you wouldn't be in this predicament to begin with, right?" "Well, you can't argue with sound logic, I guess." Sonny sighed. "I can control the direction of the fall, but yes, no true flight." He hesitated, then added reluctantly, "For what it is worth, my aspect ability allows me to turn incorporeal as well as teleport for short distances." He didn't really want to share the details of his powers with the mysterious prince, but currently there was no other choice. Mordred obviously knew more about the sky below than Sonny, so his advice was vital. The lost prince thought for a few moments, then said, "Turning incorporeal will help against being cooked by the heat, but it won't save you from the divine flame itself. However, not everything is lost. Even though you can't fly, you do have some mobility. With some luck, you might be able to dodge the conflagrations." Sonny glanced into the darkness with a resentful expression. "That I already figured out myself. Tell me something that I don't know, genius." The void chuckled. "Fine, but only because you asked nicely." Then it disappeared. Sonny's face twitched. "Goddamn, he's gone again," but a second later Mordred's voice suddenly resounded from the darkness. "No, no, there is still time. I was just thinking." He was quiet for a few moments, then said hesitantly, "There is actually a path through the divine flame, an empty rift in the tapestry of stars where none of it remains. If you find it, you might survive." Although it was hard to control his emotions these days, Sonny tried his hardest to suppress the misplaced anger and calm himself down. When he spoke, his voice sounded almost even. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "How far am I from this rift then?" Mordred sighed. "How would I know? It's not like I know where you are exactly. More than that, I had never managed to find the rift myself. The sky below is vast and deadly after all." So he was exploring this abyss too. Why? What's out there beyond the fake stars? Sonny tilted his head, then asked cautiously, "If you never found it, how do you know that it's there?" The void remained silent for some time. After a while, when Mordred spoke again, his voice sounded distant and weak. "The tear, it should be somewhere near the tear, I think." With that, Sonny felt that he was alone in the darkness again. This time, the mysterious prince was truly gone. He sat motionlessly for a while, staring into the endless nothingness of the sky below. Near the tear. The string of fate, too, had pointed toward the tear, to somewhere very near its center. If the rift in the annihilating field of the divine flames had anything to do with the golden thread, then Sonny had a much better chance of finding the path through the merciless stars than Mordred had ever had. He had already half found it, really. Looking down, Sonny sighed and closed his eyes again, returning to the endless routine of circulating the shadow essence through his body. Day passed after day. The closer Sonny drew to the obliterating stars, the calmer he became. Now that mortal danger was getting near, his mind had no time and reason to slowly destroy itself. The absolute nothingness of the void that had assaulted it, too, was much less empty now. Not only was it full of threat, but also of heat and light, and Shadow's Sonny had dismissed the leather elements of the puppeteer's shroud and undid the bands of its upper garment. Stripped to the waist, he meditated in the darkness, the soul serpent coiling around his pale and lithe body. Because of the rough diet of only eating the poisonous meat of a dead devil, he had practically no fat left. His skin looked a bit feverish and was drawn tautly across his lean muscles, making for a sight that was both splendid and a little disturbing. His broken arm had almost healed, so he removed the splint and spent some time every day doing simple exercises to bring it back to its former strength. He had to be cautious not to overexert it too soon, though. The plan of how to survive the field of stars was slowly forming in his mind. It was bound to be a gamble one way or another, but Sonny was not going to give up without doing everything he could to survive. His confidence was somewhat reinforced by the fact that he had most likely discovered the rift that Mordred told him about. Following the direction of the golden string of fate that had been practically burned into his mind, Sonny studied a particular cluster of the stars for an entire week before finally noticing something that looked like a tiny, almost imperceptibly minuscule gap in the vast tapestry of countless shimmering lights. Trusting his judgment, he summoned the Dark Wing and used it to push the treasure chest toward that particular cluster. Luckily, he was already not too far away from it, most likely because he had been aiming to follow the golden string from the very beginning of his fall. As a few more days went by and the stars grew even larger, Sonny became more or less certain that the tiny gap was, indeed, there. It had grown slightly bigger, too. What he was uncertain about, however, was his ability to reach the rift without being incinerated by the annihilating heat of the divine flame. The field of false stars was vast, and the rift was tiny in comparison. At the speed that he was falling, missing it would be far too easy. But what choice did he have? Do or die? Well, when had it ever been any different? Shadow Slave, Chapter 440. After more than 3 weeks of falling into the sky below, at least Sonny thought that it had been that long, he sighed and stood up, balancing on the dangerously swaying treasure chest. His hair was wet with sweat, and his skin glistened in the piercing white light of approaching stars. By now they did not resemble white dots in the boundless darkness of the abyss. Instead, each was the size of a fist, surrounded by a furious, blinding halo. The heat permeating the void was suffocating. Sonny stared down at the ocean of white flames beneath him. If this was what remained of the inferno of heavenly fire after thousands of years of burning in an empty void, he shuddered to imagine what it must have looked like right after the hammer of divine punishment had fallen on the ancient land. His gaze was locked on a small empty space between several radiant stars, the rift. This was his goal. As Sonny stared darkly at the tiny patch of emptiness amid the vast field of flame, the void suddenly spoke. "Have you, huh? Is that a large tattoo you have?" Sonny glanced at the darkness, then shrugged. "What about it?" Mordred lingered for a few moments as though not sure what to say, then asked with amusement. "Sunless, are you sure that you're a research assistant?" Sonny grinned. "Of course I am. Do you know how many contribution points they give me every month? I scribbled a few words about this and that bought me a house. An entire house. Maybe being a researcher is not as swell as being a prince, but it's still a sweet gig with all due respect, of course." "Your Highness?" The void laughed. "You are such an interesting person." Sonny stared into the void with an incredulous expression. "You are a bit of an enigma yourself, are you not?" Mordred remained silent for a bit, then asked, "Are you ready for what is about to come?" Instead of answering, Sonny pointed to the ocean of merciless stars. "Look there." When the lost prince spoke, his voice was strangely regretful. "I can't really see that well. What is it?" "Oh, right." Sonny hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "I think I found the rift you told me about," Mordred asked with surprise in his voice. "Really? You found it?" Sonny shrugged. "We'll see, you said that it should be somewhere under the tier, right? Since I fell right into the tier, there's a chance that I'm right." The void lingered, then said in a somber tone, "What if you're not?" Sonny smiled. "Then it has been nice knowing you. Anyway, anything else you want to tell me before you go? I doubt that we'll have the opportunity to speak again before I reach the stars." Mordred thought for a few seconds, then said, "I might not be able to reach you at all after that, so good luck." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Really?" The voice of the void answered after a long pause. "Yes? Why?" He shook his head. "Nothing, really. I just thought that you're stuck somewhere out there, beyond the stars." Mordred chuckled. "No, I am stuck somewhere else." His voice grew strangely distant. Then an almost inaudible whisper reached Sunny's ears. "I hope you survive Sunless." Then the lost prince was gone, leaving Sunny alone in the darkness once again. He sighed. "Me too. I hope I'll survive too." After Mordred disappeared, Sunny waited for a bit and then broke the rule he had set for himself for a second time since starting this expedition. He summoned another memory that should have been tied only to Mongrel, the mantle of the underworld. The intricate onyx armor weaved itself from sparks of darkness and covered him from head to toe. Sunny was not accustomed to wearing its closed helmet, since he was usually using Weaver's mask instead, but it was not uncomfortable. His field of vision, however, became slightly constricted. "Hopefully no one will be able to see me this far into the abyss." Out here in the sky below, he felt as though no one, not even those who were attuned to revelations, could peer into his secrets and glean anything about them. The only exception to the rule was the Prince of Nothing himself, but he was gone now. The mantle possessed two enchantments that would most likely prove themselves to be extremely helpful soon. The stalwart trait of the armor imbued it with high resistance against various types of elemental damage, including fire. Just seconds after donning it, Sunny felt the suffocating heat retreat, replaced by a pleasant coolness. How long would that coolness last? He did not know. The Living Stone enchantment, on the other hand, allowed the mantle of the underworld to repair itself while being worn. This trait would come into play later, helping Sunny protect himself even after the divine flame became intense enough to damage the onyx armor. After that, Sunny summoned the dark longbow and the quiver of black arrows. By now, his hand had recovered enough for him to be able to draw the mighty bow. He just hoped that he would not need to. Finally, he summoned the cruel sight and attached it to his belt. All preparations were now done. Looking down through the narrow slit of the visor, Sunny sighed. Now, everything depended on his resilience, luck, and how deep his reserves of shadow essence were. In the stark darkness of the empty void, deeper than even the memories of a blue sky could reach, a cracked treasure chest was plummeting toward an ocean of searing white flames. Its underside was bathed in the furious light, while its lid was drowning in the deepest of shadows. Wisps of smoke were slowly rising from its smoldering wood, and the strips of iron reinforcing it were slowly starting to glow as they turned orange. Sunny, who had become a shadow and was once again hiding on the lid of the dead devil, felt fine for now. Until the treasure chest was destroyed, he was protected from directly touching the light of the divine flame. But how long would the corpse of the mimic last? He was thinking about something else, though something far more dreadful. The rift, the damned rift. I'm going to miss it. Shadow Slave, Chapter 441. Sunny almost managed to direct his endless fall toward the tiny gap between the remnant conflagrations of the divine flame, but on that incredible scale, even the smallest mistake was bound to take him many kilometers away from the goal. A mistake that he had inevitably made, since there were no lessons on navigating eternal voids, especially without any tools except for his own two eyes. Damn it! Right below him, swiftly approaching, was an ocean of obliterating light, heat, and fire. The conflagrations themselves were rather small, no larger than a dozen meters in diameter, and chaotically scattered in the void at a considerable distance from one another. Each looked like a furious, undulant orb of dancing white flames. The space between them, though, was not safe. It was permeated by immolating heat that nothing could withstand, at least nothing Sunny had at his disposal. As the adamantine wood of the treasure chest started to slowly catch fire, he hesitated, then glanced at the empty darkness of the distant rift in the ocean of light. Whether by accident or by design, there was a point in the field of false stars where no conflagrations remained. A roughly circular breach was torn through them, promising him safe passage, but how was he supposed to reach it? If Sunny jumped off the plummeting chest right now, he would probably be able to glide all the way to the rift. The distance was just right. However, he was pretty sure that the dark wing would be instantly turned to ash by the terrible heat of the remnant vestiges of the divine flame, not to mention that he himself would probably get thoroughly cooked inside the mantle of the underworld if he remained corporeal for that long. With a mental sigh, Sonny left the comforting embrace of the shadows. A kneeling figure in an intricate onyx armor appeared on the lid of the smoldering treasure chest. Arg! Despite the protection of the stalwart enchantment, the air he breathed in was thin and scaldingly hot. It almost felt as if he was inhaling fire. Other than that, however, the mantle of the underworld did a good job of keeping the heat at bay, and yet Sonny could feel it starting to slowly get warmer. He didn't have a lot of time. Standing up, he raised the dark longbow, knocked an arrow on its string, and gritted his teeth. Then, sending a thin trickle of essence into the muscles of his shoulder and back, he strained his body and drew the mighty bow. It felt as though he was lifting a mountain. How the hell does Saint make it look easy? Feeling his muscles tremble, Sonny aimed toward the rift and hesitated for a second. After he did this, there would be no going back. "What is there to go back to, fool? Aren't you sick of that damned chest?" Relaxing his hand, he let go of the string. The black arrow shot into the darkness with incredible speed, instantly becoming illuminated by a blinding radiance. It was strange. The void was full of light now, but with nothing to reflect it, the sky below still appeared black and empty. Only when something entered the emptiness did the light become visible. Sonny felt the chest sway and struggled to keep his balance. A couple of moments later, the fletching of the arrow suddenly caught fire and burned away. However, that didn't affect its flight too much. The arrow pierced the darkness and turned into a distant spark, covering almost an entire kilometer in just a few seconds. Then, however, it slowed down considerably, and its wooden shaft began to smolder. It was time to move. As Sonny felt flame licking his greaves, he held his breath and used shadow step. The arrow he had sent flying in the direction of the rift was wrapped into one of his shadows. As the shadow unfurled itself from the igniting shaft, Sonny shot out of it as if launched from a giant slingshot. As soon as he left the shadow, it instantly wrapped itself around his body and then slid toward the quiver. Crap! Sonny found himself flying through the darkness with nothing to support or shield him from being directly exposed to the immolating radiance. The mantle of the underworld suddenly shone in the torrent of light, instantly growing considerably warmer. It wasn't burning his skin yet, but he suspected that there was not much time left before that happened, especially because his momentum was not only horizontal, but also vertical, and was becoming more so with each moment. He was still plummeting toward the ocean of flames, approaching it with terrifying speed. The closer he got, the more obliterating the heat would become. Twisting as he fell to orient himself in the void, Sonny knocked another arrow and drew the bow again. This time it was considerably harder, since he had nothing to stand on and had to rely solely on the strength of his arms and shoulders. Just in the few seconds it had taken him to draw the bow. The heat became much more destructive. Another arrow flew into the darkness, and several seconds later he used shadow step again, appearing almost 2 kilometers closer to the rift. It was still decently far away, though. Curses! Sonny flew through the obliterating darkness and struggled to knock another arrow. The glossy black surface of the mantle of the underworld was starting to glow, slowly turning incandescent. He was still fine inside, though, for now. If a little hot, another arrow disappeared into the darkness, and Sonny jumped through the shadows again. This time the jump devoured pretty much all of his remaining shadow essence. Whatever little there was left would not have been enough to repeat the process the 4th time. However, maybe just maybe he wasn't going to have to. After using shadow step 3 times in a row and turning some of his vertical momentum into horizontal one with each jump, Sonny was now plummeting diagonally through the void, seemingly toward the very edge of the rift. I'm going to make it. Am I going to make it? Even if he would, it was going to be very, very close. The string of the bow suddenly caught fire and broke with a loud ring, dismissing the bow and the quiver. Sonny sent both of his shadows to reinforce the mantle of the underworld and threw his hands and legs to the sides. He was trying to create as much surface area as possible to utilize the resistance of the air in his favor. He was well versed in all kinds of falling and gliding, thanks to using the dark wing so often, so this was not something new to him. Granted, he had never done it in a heavy armor. Speaking of which, Sunny hesitated, then directed some of his remaining essence into the mantle of the underworld to activate the Feather of Truth enchantment and make the armor as light as possible. Then, all he could do was endure the growing heat and wait and watch as both the obliterating ocean of flames and the circle of saving darkness approached him at tremendous speed. His life now depended solely on which of the two was going to swallow him first. Shadow Slave, Chapter 442. Surrounded by a radiant halo, Sunny plummeted into the darkness. His breath was ragged and hoarse, and his eyes were blinded by the piercing shine of the immolating ocean of white flames beneath him. Fearing that his eyes would be permanently blinded by it, he closed them, which helped a little. Hot! It's so hot! He was drawing closer and closer to the remains of the divine inferno, and as he did, the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld was growing hotter and hotter. Soon its outer layer turned bright red, then it started to melt. Damn! Sunny directed more of his remaining essence through the coils of the soul serpent, activating the living stone enchantment of the underworld armor. As the onyx melted and cracked, causing him excruciating pain, the mantle began to repair itself. Before anything could fully breach the surface of the incandescent onyx, the damage was undone. For now, the enchanted armor could heal itself faster than it was being destroyed. In large part due to being augmented by both of his shadows, perhaps. Sunny encountered another problem, though. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, not even because the air was scalding and hot, but because there was not enough of it. Fire fed on oxygen, after all. Luckily, Sunny was no stranger to being deprived of it. What's more, thanks to the blood weave, he could get by without breathing for much longer than most awakened, and he suspected that he would have to do just that very soon. Hopefully he would be able to reach the rift shortly after that. And speaking of the rift, he carefully opened his eyes a little and glanced into the blinding inferno beneath, trying to judge whether or not he was going to make it. For now it seemed that he would easily pass the field of fire and enter the dark emptiness. But that was just an illusion. Sunny had to factor in that his forward momentum was constantly growing weaker, which meant that his trajectory would become more and more vertical the longer he fell through the searing abyss. It was too hard to tell whether or not he was going to make it. Gritting his teeth, he shifted his weight and lowered one hand, grabbing the hilt of the cruel sight. Then he raised the silver blade to his chest, threw a cursory glance at his warped reflection, and activated the Light Eater enchantment of the somber sword. Instantly, the mirror blade began to absorb the merciless light of the false stars, growing white-hot and incandescent. Sunny, however, found himself able to see once again. He even felt a little cooler, although it might have been just wishful thinking. Surrounded by a strange bubble of darkness left behind by the devoured light, Sunny plummeted toward the obliterating stars. Almost! I'm almost there! By then, the conflagrations of the divine flame were so close that it seemed as though he could reach out and touch them. No matter how hard Sunny tried, he couldn't draw in even a little bit of air into his lungs. The rift was so close, but in the end, it turned out to be just a little bit too far. Sunny reached the very edge of the field of flames. He only had to fly past one last cluster of conflagrations. However, his fall took him straight into the embrace of fire instead. Sunny would have screamed if there was any air in his lungs. Moving at a terrible speed, he pierced right through one of the seething orbs and emerged from the other side of it, wreathed in white flame. A terrible pain enveloped his whole being, but it wasn't physical pain. It was the similar kind of pain he had experienced while using the broken oath, only magnified 100-fold. Shadows. My shadows. His shadows were wrapped around the mantle of the underworld, and so they had been badly damaged by the divine fire. The armor itself had caught aflame and was now quickly disintegrating. The fire was spreading too, threatening to envelop him whole. Half blind from pain, Sunny did the only thing that could save him now. He dismissed the onyx armor. The mantle of the underworld fell into countless sparks of darkness, which then disappeared, causing the fire to be extinguished. Naked and hurting, Sunny fell into the darkness and saw the cruel sight crack, the silver of its blade becoming dull and tarnished. Following an instinct, he activated the dark mirror enchantment, and then dismissed that memory, too. Finally, he wrapped the wounded shadows around himself and circulated what little shadow essence he had left through his entire body, spending all of it to make himself more resilient. And then he felt cool wind touch his blistering skin. Sonny fought through the terrible pain and opened his eyes. Behind him there was a wall of ruthless radiance, but in front of him there was nothing but darkness. He had reached the rift. Hurts. Everything hurts. Crap, this is so unfair. Sonny flew deeper into the rift, creating more distance between himself and the conflagrations of the divine flame. Of course, they were too close for him to feel comfortable, but at least he could breathe again and wasn't being cooked alive. Well, at least not very fast. Before being badly hurt by the divine flame, Sonny had hoped that somehow, miraculously, he would turn out to be immune to it. He was technically a shadow of a sun god's descendant after all. Why wouldn't he be immune to the manifestation of his master's domain? Well, his master's indirect ancestor's domain, to be precise. Plus, he was not just any shadow, but a divine one left behind by Shadow God himself. Light and shadows were two sides of the same coin, weren't they? As it turned out, the divine flame didn't care. Arg! Currently, Sonny was falling through the rift. He had reached its center and dove straight down, hoping to stay as far away from the surrounding stars as possible. It was as though there was a tunnel of empty darkness torn through the very heart of the field of flames, and he was following it down, 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 down. It was hard to even conceive of a world where he wasn't constantly falling down. Now that he had no mantle of the underworld to protect him from the blaze, Sonny was suffering a lot. Rift or not, the air was still permeated by the unbearable heat. His skin was red, with patches of it blistering. Some of it was badly burned by his unfortunate clash with the divine flame, and because he had not dismissed the burning mantle of the underworld fast enough. It was not life-threatening, though. Yet. Come on, end, God damn it. But the field of flames showed no signs of ever ending. Until it did. After a while, when Sonny was on the verge of losing consciousness from the constant heat, he noticed that the scattering of the immolating stars around him became a bit thinner, and then even more so, and then, suddenly and without any warning, he fell out of the field of divine flame, and found himself surrounded by nothing but blessed nothing once again. The radiant inferno was now above him, growing further away with each second. It looked as if heaven was on fire, and beneath him, Sonny looked down and shivered. What? How? His eyes widened in shock. Shadow's Slave, Chapter 443. Out there in the empty darkness of the void, something even darker loomed, hidden from the radiant light of the ocean of flame above. Sonny peered at the distant black silhouette and shivered. What the hell? What is it doing here? Far below him, a small island cut from dark stone floated in the endless emptiness, surrounded by drifting slabs of shattered obsidian. A tall and magnificent pagoda stood in its center, built of a flawlessly black material that was neither wood nor stone. Its lusterless walls seemed to devour any light that touched them. It was the perfect replica of the ivory tower, but at the same time, its opposite. The two pagodas were so alike that for a moment Sonny even thought that he had somehow found himself high up in the sky above. But no. The island that the obsidian tower stood upon was different. It was larger than the one every awakened on the chained isles was used to observing in the skies, and had no broken chains hanging from its stone slopes. On its desolate surface, remains of mysterious structures could be seen turned to ruin by the passage of time. Several obsidian pillars protruded horizontally from its edges, stretching into the empty void like strange wharves. From high above, Sonny couldn't see much of the island in detail, but he was approaching it fast. Crap, too fast. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then suppressed the desire to immediately summon the dark wing. The divine flames were still too close, and their heat could damage the fragile memory. He had to wait for a bit. There was still time, even if it was going to run out pretty soon. Sonny continued to fall, waiting. With every minute, the heat of the immolating stars dissipated a little, and with each minute, the dark island grew closer and closer. Finally, knowing that there was no more time to waste, Sonny summoned the dark wing and commanded it to turn his fall into a glide. The dragonfly cloak turned into a blur behind his back, but it also began to produce thin wisps of smoke, threatening to catch a flame at any moment. Curses! Supported by the enchantment of the dark wing, Sunny's descent started to slow down little by little. His speed, however, was too great to be nullified in a single instant. It was dropping swiftly, but was it swift enough to prevent him from splattering all over the surface of the mysterious island? And was the transparent cloak even going to endure for long enough? Sunny cursed and trembled as he watched the obsidian tower approach. Here goes nothing! Damn! In the end, he still landed with enough speed to shatter all bones in his legs from the impact against the ground. At the last moment, however, Sunny turned into a shadow and dove into the deep darkness enveloping the island instead. Safely embraced by the shadows, he submerged himself into them and finally allowed his mind to relax. Safe, I'm safe. He was finally safe for a few seconds at least. Sunny was in a world of pain. His shadow essence was running out too. Also, he had no idea what terrifying danger was waiting for him on the mysterious island that remained hidden in the deepest reaches of the sky below for thousands of years, nor what deadly secrets waited for him inside the obsidian tower. But for now, he did not care. All he cared about was that he was not falling anymore. Bliss. This is pure bliss. Floating in the dark embrace of shadows, Sunny couldn't get enough of the fact that for the first time in almost a month, he was stationary. He finally had solid ground under his feet again, metaphorically speaking, of course. In any case, it was such a beautiful feeling. Sunny allowed himself to relax and rested for a bit, safely hidden in the deep, dark shadows. After a while, he sighed and forced himself to turn his attention to the outside world. Moving closer to the surface of the deep darkness that embraced him, Sunny cautiously took a look outside. Strangely, what met him was complete and utter silence. There were no nightmare creatures on the island, no abyssal horrors, no terrifying beings to devour him whole. Not even a single unholy titan slumbered nearby, ready to wake up at the slightest disturbance. The island seemed empty, which was very fortunate, considering that Sunny was running very low on shadow essence and was going to have to assume his physical form soon. He hesitated for a few moments, then took stock of his equipment and himself. His soul was seriously wounded, but not beyond its ability to heal itself in time. His body was not exactly whole, but in somewhat of a splendid shape, considering all that had happened. He even had all his limbs intact. Both the mantle of the underworld and the cruel sight, as well as the dark wing and Saint's bow, were heavily damaged. Luckily, none of these memories were completely destroyed. It was going to take a long time before he could use them again, though days, maybe even weeks. On the bright side, Saint herself had recovered from the wounds received on the shipwreck island ages ago. Sunny actually could have summoned her at any point during his journey through the sky below, but there was no real reason to. Plus, the treasure chest would not have accommodated both of them, especially considering how much the living statue weighed. The dark mirror enchantment of the cruel sight now also had 2 elemental augmentations for Sunny to choose from. Its runes showed current charge divine flame, latent charges soul. Divine flame, huh? Well, if there was one benefit from being burned by the damn thing, it was that now he would be able to cause similar pain to others. So it was totally worth it in the end. No doubt about it. I guess we will have to see. And lastly, Sunny was now completely sure that the thing on the other end of the golden string of fate was the obsidian tower. His intuition was calm and silent, that told him that he had arrived at his destination. Somewhere inside, a thing that was deeply connected to his fate waited. Glancing at the magnificent silhouette of the black pagoda, Sunny sighed and left the safety of the shadows, emerging from them to step onto the surface of the island that no other human had visited in thousands of years, if ever. Shadow Slave. Chapter 444. Sunny stood naked on the rocky surface of the dark island. He grimaced and looked at his body, which was a map of burns, some more severe than others, then summoned the puppeteer's shroud. Not wishing for the soft fabric to touch the worst of his wounds, he left it the way it had been during the latter stages of his journey through the sky below, with the leather elements gone and the upper garment undone and tied around his waist. This time his body was wrapped in shadows and appeared black, as if cut from the same obsidian that the dark island consisted of. The coils of the soul serpent seemed to shimmer as the essence flowed through them. A moment later, Saint stepped from behind him and moved forward, summoning the midnight shard as she walked. Knowing how badly his soul was damaged, Sunny decided to keep the broken oath locked away for a while, so the shadow was not surrounded by the destructive aura anymore. He was also not in any shape to fight himself, at least not very effectively, and that was why the austere Tachi was currently in the hands of the taciturn demon. If push came to shove, Sunny would either use the moonlight shard or command the soul serpent to assume the Odachi form. With a heavy sigh, he summoned the endless spring and greedily drank the cold water from it, then leaned forward and poured some on his head. After that, he finally felt like a human once again. All in all, things weren't that bad. He was alive and in one piece, suffering from neither thirst nor hunger. Here on the dark island, the air was pleasantly warm. Bright stars burned in the empty void high above, making for a beautiful view. Right in front of them, the graceful silhouette of the obsidian tower rose from the ground like a black rift in reality. It turned out to be much larger than Sunny had thought, but nowhere near the scale of the crimson spire. That cursed thing seemed to be too gargantuan to even exist, while the ancient pagoda was more or less fit to have been built for humans. Well, maybe for extremely tall humans, or tiny giants. As Sunny studied the obsidian tower, Saint tilted her head and stared at the black pagoda too, her ruby eyes reflecting some strange emotion. Was it recognition? Why would his shadow recognize a tower hidden in the depths of the abyss below the chained islands? Strange. Sunny frowned, then dismissed the endless spring. He remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly headed toward the tall pagoda. Saint followed. As they walked across the island, Sunny had time to look at the various ruins left on its surface. It was hard to determine what they had been once, but Sunny got the feeling that he wasn't looking at the remains of buildings, more like structures, devices. Their purpose was now impossible to determine, but whatever it had been, he doubted that anyone could have ever lived inside. The closest he could get to putting his feeling in words was that these ruins reminded him most of the bowels of the underground factory his mom had worked in when he was little. Even though the factory was much larger and built of alloy instead of cut blocks of obsidian, not to mention being much more advanced, the sensation was the same. Just what was the purpose of this island? Who lived here? Who built that strange tower? The closer Sunny got to the obsidian tower, the more he was impressed by its graceful beauty. Even though the pagoda was hidden in the depths of the sky below, where very few creatures would have ever seen it, the unknown builders spent time to ensure that it replicated the magnificence of its ivory counterpart perfectly. It would have been breathtaking if it wasn't so menacing. Surrounded by nothing but emptiness and silence, the obsidian tower appeared ominous just by virtue of existing. "I'm not scared at all," he did, however, was thinking about one thing in particular, which tower was really the replica and which one was the original. The beautiful white pagoda that floated high above the chained isles, or the menacing black one that hid in the darkness below. Maybe he was going to find out. Soon Sunny and Saint approached the tall gates of the obsidian tower. Nothing attacked them, and no frightening sound came from inside, announcing that something that dwelled beyond the black gates was awakening in hunger. The pagoda was silent, just like the rest of the dark island. The strange thing, though, was that Sunny could not feel any shadows on the other side of the massive door. Not because there weren't any, but because the walls of the tower seemed to shield the interior from his shadow sense. A cold shiver ran down his spine. I have never encountered anything like this before, have I? He hesitated, then approached the black door, summoned the moonlight shard, and scratched its surface. A layer of black dust fell down, revealing a much harder and even blacker surface beneath. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Soot? The entire pagoda was covered in a thick layer of soot. He stood motionlessly for a bit, trying to understand what meaning there was in this fact, then simply shrugged and studied the ancient gate. The problem he was facing was that the gate didn't have a handle to open. Neither did it have a keyhole, a bell to ring, or a knocker to announce his arrival. How the hell am I supposed to open it? Without shadow sense, He couldn't use Shadow Step to simply appear inside. So, for the moment, Sunny was stuck. It would be very, very funny to travel all this way only to find out that I can't open a damn door. Right? Slightly embarrassed, he looked at Saint and asked, "Any ideas?" He didn't really expect an answer from the taciturn demon, but to his surprise, the shadow stared at him for a few moments and then lowered her sword. Then she raised one hand and pointed to her eye. Sunny observed all of that in complete bewilderment, then blinked a couple of times. "Eye? What does she mean?" Then an idea came into his mind. Turning back to the door, he put one hand on it and then shifted his gaze in a similar manner he did when looking beneath the surface of memories to look at their spell weave. And there, beneath the obsidian surface of the tower's gate, he saw it, a weave. It wasn't the weave of ethereal threads he was used to seeing, though. Instead, it was a much cruder and more primitive version of it, created from very physical diamond strings that stretched beneath the stone surface, creating a beautiful but simple pattern. Sunny had only seen this type of weave one time before, inside Saint herself. Back when she was just an echo, he had noticed it hidden behind the radiant pattern of the spell weave. He had thought that it was what made the stone warriors alive in the first place, that it was created by the last child of the unknown in the cavernous halls of his dark domain, and that it might have been the precursor of the spell itself, or maybe an imitation of it. Was this tower built by the Lord of the Underworld too, then? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then moved his hand to a particularly bright node of the diamond weave and sent a small amount of shadow essence into it. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the gates of the obsidian tower opened. Shadow Slave, Chapter 445. Visible only to Sunny, the diamond weave beneath the surface of the gate ignited with ghostly light. Almost immediately, a thin vertical crack appeared in the ancient stone. Then the gates silently opened, and a gust of wind hit Sunny in the back. He took a few steps away, hiding behind Saint, and cautiously looked over her shoulder at the dark entrance. Nothing was moving in the darkness. From what he could see, the interior of the obsidian tower seemed quite mundane. As soon as the gate opened, his shadow sense could finally penetrate the invisible barrier surrounding the graceful pagoda. It didn't detect any danger as well. It really did seem safe. He waited for a few moments, then coughed and waved a hand in front of his face, trying to get the soot that had flown into the air away from it. "Ah, well, nothing to worry about then. Let's go." Sunny glanced at Saint, lingered for a second, and added in a polite tone, "Oh, ladies first." The taciturn demon turned her head slightly, stared at him with one ruby eye, then simply walked forward and stepped over the threshold of the ancient tower. Sunny waited for a few moments and followed. Tightly gripping the handle of the moonlight shard, he dove into the darkness that reigned behind the tall frame of the entrance, made a dozen steps forward, and found himself in a wide corridor that seemed to encircle the entire first level of the pagoda. The corridor stretched both far to the left and to the right. Here and there, Sunny could see large doors leading to differently sized rooms that were situated in the direction of the tower's outer wall, all the way to the bends of the corridor, and right in front of him was an intricate wooden gate decorated with beautiful engravings. Behind it was the central hall of the tower. Sunny hesitated for a bit, then pushed the wooden gate, which opened easily and revealed a vast chamber on the other side. That smell. His eyes widened. Behind the gate was a large hall with a very tall ceiling. As soon as the gate opened, glass lanterns ignited on its walls, filling the interior of the obsidian tower with ghostly blue light. There were various things in the hall, all of which demanded Sunny's attention. There was a stand holding Smith's tools and implements, all masterfully crafted from black obsidian and silver. A badly burned work table with a scattering of beautiful soul crystals on its black surface. A stone wall with mysterious schematics cut into it, the cuts themselves so smooth and deep that he couldn't even begin to imagine what had left them behind, let alone what the schematics described. There were strange devices forged from silver and black steel, some of which reminded him of astronomical instruments, but also very mundane things like chairs, tables, and even something that resembled a very long bed. All of it was perfectly preserved and immaculate, with not a speck of dust anywhere, cleaner than even his own house in the real world was, despite the thousands of years that must have passed since the obsidian tower was visited last. It also all felt slightly wrong. The sizes of everything were almost fit to be used by a human, but slightly different. The shapes of the handles of all the tools were slightly strange. The way the pieces of furniture and equipment were arranged in space filled him with a slight feeling of unease, even though he didn't know why. But Sonny did not dwell on this for too long. Neither did his gaze linger on any of these items. His attention was pulled toward one specific place. Not too far from him stood a simple wooden table, and on it was all kinds of delicious food. Juicy meat, freshly baked bread, succulent grapes, glass jars of exquisite wine, beautiful pots full of steaming tea, all of it waited for him, as if served only a few seconds ago. Sonny's mouth watered. How is this possible? This has to be an illusion, right? Covered in layers of soot, sweat, and blood, he walked toward the table. His boots left black marks on the pristine floor of the hall. Arriving at his destination, Sonny reached out and grabbed a piece of bread with his dirty hand and greedily devoured it, then took one of the intricate silver goblets and filled it with wine. The rest of the goblets clattered to the floor, thrown off the table by his careless movement. Not paying it any attention, Sonny gulped down the sweet wine and laughed, sending breadcrumbs flying into the air. This is not bad, really. He would have preferred something without alcohol, but then again, this wine tasted so good. There was a wide grin on Sonny's face, but also dirty traces left by tears. His shoulders trembled. This really hits the spot. He was aware of the fact that the food could have been full of poison, but didn't care too much. He was just too hungry, tired, and spent. His body and his soul both hurt too much. He was at his wits' end. Refilling his goblet and grabbing a piece of perfectly roasted meat, he wandered away from the table and took another look at the large hall. "There's no one here, right, Saint?" The shadow silently walked behind him, vigilantly looking around and keeping the midnight shard ready. But there was nothing to use it against. Sonny wandered for a minute or so, and eventually stopped near a large bed covered with black, lavish furs. Dropping the empty goblet on the floor, he hesitated a little and then climbed into the furs. "Who's been sleeping in my bed?" Sonny dismissed the puppeteer's shroud and lowered his heavy head onto a soft pillow. He wanted to give Saint the command to stand guard, but there was no need. The taciturn demon was already doing exactly that. Before Sonny could think about something else, the exhaustion of the past few weeks took over his mind, and offering almost no resistance, it slipped easily into the embrace of darkness. The first thing Sonny ended up doing after discovering the obsidian tower and finding his way inside was falling on a bed and going to sleep. He slept well. Shadow Slave, Chapter 446. Sonny slept for a long time, the exhaustion slowly leaving his battered body. After a while, though, his consciousness rose from the deepest layers of slumber, summoned back by pain and thirst. With a sigh, he turned to his other side and tried to go back to sleep. After a few more hours of tossing and turning, though, Sonny was finally awoken by the loud sound of something crashing to the floor. What is Saint doing? He reluctantly opened his eyes and sat up. As Sonny's weight shifted, the bed beneath him suddenly broke with a loud crack. He rolled onto the floor with a startled yelp. "Huh?" Standing up, Sonny looked at the broken bed, then at the hall of the obsidian tower, which was now submerged in darkness. A bewildered expression appeared on his face. The room he had entered before had gone through a dramatic transformation while he was asleep. The magical lanterns were now extinguished, and everything inside seemed dilapidated and decrepit, almost on the verge of crumbling to pieces. The magnificent tools and implements had rusted through and deformed. The work table had collapsed under its own weight. That was the sound which had awoken Sonny. The food he had enjoyed yesterday had turned to dust. The pristine condition of the hall was gone, and now it was full of darkness, debris, and dirt. It was as though eons had passed since he fell asleep. A cold feeling appeared in his chest. Have I slept for 1,000 years? Remembering fairy tales where similar things often happened, Sonny felt a hint of horror. but then thought about it for a few moments and calmed down. No, he had not, judging by how much shadow essence had accumulated in his cores. He slept for about 24 hours straight, which was a lot, but nowhere near 1,000 years. Saint, who was keeping watch nearby, also didn't look as if she had been guarding him for a few centuries. Instead, it was the pagoda itself that had aged, as if an invisible seal that had kept it untouched by the passage of time for all those thousands of years was now broken, and time was finally catching up with it. Time was the most relentless destroyer, after all. Sunny sighed with relief, then grimaced. Curses. I should have eaten more yesterday, much, much more. All that delicious food, wasted. Shaking his head dejectedly, Sunny looked around, then accessed his own state. His wounds were already much better than they had been the day before. The burns were still rather painful, but within his capacity to endure without being slowed down in battle too much. A couple more days of rest, and he would be close to being fully functional again. He was really hungry, though, but that was going to have to wait. Summoning the moonlight shard, Sunny gave Saint a command to follow and went to explore the obsidian tower. It took Sunny about an hour to fully explore the first level of the ancient pagoda. Some of the doors in the outer corridor had collapsed and turned to dust. Some remained standing and required him to use a tiny bit of shadow essence to unlock them. Behind the doors were all kinds of rooms. Most of them were empty, suggesting that the master of the tower had moved away a long time ago, taking all the valuable things with him, while some contained weathered debris and dust. Sunny spent a lot of time trying to understand what all these things had once been, but the damage done by the accelerated time was too extensive to even guess. Such a shame. Feeling strangely disappointed, Sunny decided that it was time to move on to other levels of the tower. He still had to find the thing that had pulled him toward this place, as well as, hopefully, some means of returning either to the Chained Isles or to the real world. The idea of being stuck on this island forever did not seem very appealing, especially now that there was no food anywhere around. Not finding anything interesting on the first level, Sunny decided to explore further. From the outside, it had seemed as though the obsidian tower had 6 levels, which really surprised Sunny. He had expected there to be 7, however. After finding 2 stairwells, one stair leading up, the other down, he realized that there was an underground level too, which explained this small discrepancy. Everything having to do with the spell in the dream realm had a tendency to be tied to the number 7, except the gods, of whom there had been only 6. I guess that's why they are called gods. No law can bind them, not even such a weird and random law as all things coming in 7s. Sunny looked up, then looked down, and decided to explore the underground level first, letting Saint go ahead. He entered the spiraling staircase and descended into the depths of the dark island. Unlike the ground level, the basement of the obsidian tower turned out to be one giant hall, and in it, Sunny recoiled. For a second it seemed as though hundreds of dismembered corpses were piled at the center of the hall, forming a morbid hill. But as Sunny took a step back and instinctively raised the moonlight shard, he realized that he made a mistake. The bodies piled in the center of the chamber were not that of people. Instead, they were dolls. Hundreds of broken porcelain dolls, each the size of a human, were discarded in the underground hall. Their fragile bodies were shattered and broken, lying there like abandoned toys. Some were missing limbs, some were left with gaping holes in their torsos. Some had long ago turned into piles of small fragments, with not even their faces remaining. But those faces that did remain, Sunny tilted his head, then glanced at Saint. Every broken doll had the same face. Or rather, all of their faces looked alike, as if they were all imperfect copies of the same original. They had the same flawless, inhumanly beautiful features that Saint had, only the craftsmanship behind the faces of the broken dolls seemed much less refined, as though the sculptor had not yet perfected his skill when creating them. They all looked like Saint's lesser siblings. If Sunny ever had doubts that the obsidian tower had once belonged to a certain underworld demon, now there were none. The last child of the unknown had clearly spent some time here, was probably the one who had created the Black Pagoda in the first place, for some mysterious purpose Sunny couldn't even begin to guess. Then, however, his attention was drawn to something else. The floor of the vast hall was covered by a thick layer of dust, which should not have been disturbed in a few thousand years, but it had been. A set of fleet footprints led all the way from the bottom of the stairs, where Sonny was standing, to the pile of broken dolls, circled it, and then mysteriously disappeared. Sonny stared at it for a few moments, surprised. Someone had entered the obsidian tower before me. Shadow Slave, Chapter 447. Sonny stared at the footprints for some more, then frowned. How does this make any sense? The obsidian tower had been sealed before he opened its gates. After he did so, the magic that had preserved everything inside was dispelled, which meant that those doors had not been opened in thousands of years. It wasn't that easy to gain entry into the pagoda, to begin with. Not even mentioning the fact that one had to travel through the sky below and find the only rift in the boundless ocean of divine flames. There was also the fact that the gate had to be opened by pouring essence into the weave of diamond strings beneath its surface. Sonny could only see the weave and understand its meaning a little, because his eyes had been transformed by the drop of Weaver's blood. He assumed that there were other awakened with similar abilities, but there had to be very, very few of them, and what were the chances that one would find their way to the dark island beyond the immolating sea of stars, which was hidden in the depths of this endless void? And how would they enter the pagoda without causing its seal to break? Just who was it that snuck into the obsidian tower unseen, and when? It had to have happened long before today. Sonny knew for a fact that Saint would not have let anyone come and go without waking him up, neither would his shadows. Even when he slept, they were aware and vigilant. So it could have happened at any point in the thousands of years since the tower had been abandoned by its rightful owner. For now, he had no answer. Feeling a little apprehensive, Sonny approached the pile of broken dolls and studied them for some time. Saint came closer, too, and stared at them silently. Then she poked one with the tip of the midnight shard and turned away indifferently, as if losing all interest in the porcelain mannequins. I guess she doesn't care too much about lesser versions of her. Saint repeatedly shown her disdain toward things that seemed to be replicas of her kind. It had been the same with the Black Knight, and even with the walking colossus of the forgotten shore. Sonny clearly remembered how unimpressed his shadow had been with the awesome stone giant. Turning away from the broken dolls, Sonny looked around and noticed that the walls of the chamber were lined with massive glass vessels. Some were whole and some were broken, but all were empty. The glass was black and opaque, covered with a thick layer of soot from the inside. Weird. Not finding anything else of interest on the underground level, he returned to where he had started and rested for a while, drinking water from the endless spring and trying to suppress his hunger. This place is so eerie. It was indeed. The Black Tower stood at the edge of an endless void of darkness, empty and abandoned, with everything inside of it made out of nothing by an inhuman mind. It was not a very welcoming place, at least not for humans. Sonny stared at the ancient walls that surrounded him and wondered about the secrets of the past. After a while, he stood up and cautiously headed for the second level of the great pagoda. As soon as Sonny set foot on it, though, he instantly felt that something was very, very wrong there. The feeling of deep, subtle, primordial terror he suddenly experienced was unlike anything he had known before, with the exception, perhaps, of those few moments back on the forgotten shore, when the walking colossus had lifted the giant three-eyed skull from the depths of the dark sea. But here this feeling was even more dire, even more invasive. What is this? Just like the underground level, this one consisted of only one great hall. The black walls rose high into the darkness, creating a magnificent and solemn atmosphere. At the center of it, cut into the obsidian floor, was a massive silver brazier, and in it Sonny shuddered and took a step back. Something was growing from the brazier, spreading outward like a vile kind of rot. It had infected the very stone of the ancient tower, turning it into a semblance of repulsive black pulsating flesh. The silver brazier was infected by the terrifying growth, too, its metal somehow becoming a part of it. It seemed as if everything would become absorbed and transformed by the spreading corruption. As long as it was touched by the harrowing growth, entire worlds would be devoured by it, perhaps, if given chance. The thing slowly spreading from the ancient brazier felt like pure evil. Sonny shivered, gave Saint a signal to stay back, and shifted his gaze slightly. He was looking past the spreading black flesh At the source of this harrowing infection, at the very center of the brazier, blackened by the flames that must have raged in it once, lay a severed human arm. Well, it resembled that of a human, at least. The arm was much longer than it should have been, and the hand had 7 fingers that ended with sharp claws. The rot seemed to be spreading from a terrible torn wound on the forearm, to the charred and emaciated flesh, and then outward to everything else around it. Despite the repugnant state of the severed arm, the cut that separated it at the shoulder seemed clean and perfectly smooth, as if delivered by a steady and unfaltering blade. But Sonny was more affected in something else. A deep frown appeared on his face when he noticed it in his mind's eye. The vile arm was radiating a blindingly bright, overwhelming, beautiful golden radiance. It was awash in the light of divinity. A frightening thought appeared in Sonny's head. Can it be? In front of him, stricken by the harrowing rot, was a severed arm of a deity. It was also the reason why fate had brought him to this lost and forgotten corner of the abyss. Shadow Slave, Chapter 448. Sonny stared at the severed arm of an unknown deity, then at the harrowing, profane rot spreading from it. Then he tiredly rubbed his face. Why can't anything ever be easy? He was sure that his fate was somehow connected to that arm, which meant that he was going to have to get to it somehow. But Sonny was also sure that there weren't enough rewards in all of the universe to make him go anywhere near that rot, let alone touch something infected by it. He had the feeling that this thing was way, way out of his league. In fact, he suspected that a divine being had ruthlessly severed their own arm, because even someone as powerful as that had no means to resist that spreading corruption. What was Sonny supposed to do then? Well, trying to remain as far from the rot as possible, he studied it for a while before coming to a strange conclusion, or rather, a strange question. If the corruption was so terrible, then why had it not spread through the entire tower? Why had it only managed to crawl a few meters out of the silver brazier, turning a small portion of the second level of the pagoda into its flesh? Scrax that. Why didn't the whole island become one giant chunk of rotten black, whatever the hell that thing is? The answer was not hard to guess. It was because the rot, just like everything else inside the tower, had been sealed away from time for thousands of years. And now that Sonny had broken that seal, his frown deepened as he glanced at the silver hearth that was overgrown and had become a part of the spreading rot. Now there were only 2 possibilities. Time was going to catch up to the devouring corruption, and it was either going to slowly consume everything or starve and die. Could that thing last for thousands of years with nothing to feed on except for cold stone? Did it need to feed on flesh and souls, or would anything do? I guess I'm going to find out. Keeping an eye on the patch of harrowing rot, Sonny tried to suppress his fear and took a step forward. It didn't seem like the rot was spreading, at least not yet. In any case, he wasn't going to get closer to it, but he also knew that if the worst happened, he had no tool at his disposal that would save him. If that thing began to grow, slowly spreading across the whole of the obsidian tower, and then across the whole island, Sonny was simply going to die. Probably jump down into nothingness to avoid becoming a part of that thing. There was nowhere else to retreat to in the sky below, after all, and he doubted that he would be able to find a second secret island out there in the void. So his only hope was to find something inside the pagoda to save him. He had to explore further. Plus, there was a possibility that the rot would swiftly wither and die. Not that Sonny would bet on it. Pressing his back against the cold obsidian, Sonny dismissed Saint and skirted around the outer wall of the great hall until he reached the staircase that led higher to the 3rd level. There he summoned the taciturn demon again, hesitated for a bit, and then left one of his shadows to keep an eye on the devouring rot. Feeling irrational panic at the thought of turning his back to the silver brazier, Sonny gritted his teeth and then cautiously ascended the spiraling stairs. As soon as the terrible thing disappeared from view, he let out a relieved sigh and realized that his entire body was covered in a cold sweat. Raising a trembling hand, Sonny wiped his face and then continued to climb higher. Saint being by his side gave him a little confidence at least. The shadow seemed absolutely unperturbed by the horrific visage they had left behind. I bet fear can't even fit into that stone head of hers. Do shadows have the ability to be afraid? He didn't know whether or not Saint could feel fear, but the gloomy shadow certainly could. In fact, behind its haughty exterior it was rather cowardly. He was sure that the bastard would have been trembling all over if not for the fact that it was currently wrapped around his body. Trying to distract himself with these thoughts, Sonny entered the third level of the obsidian tower and froze, dumbfounded by what he saw there. I see. Wait, no. What the hell am I looking at? The chamber he found himself in was smaller than the previous 3 halls he had explored, mostly because the pagoda narrowed the higher it went, but also because the level was separated into several chambers. And in that chamber in particular, dozens of porcelain arms floated in the air, each at a different level of being disassembled into tiny parts. It was as though someone had stolen them from the pile of broken dolls in the basement of the obsidian tower, and then brought them here to do what, exactly? Sonny stared at the floating garden of disassembled arms, and then walked closer. He felt as though he was in some bizarre anatomy museum, as it turns out. The porcelain dolls were much more complex than he had thought. In their disassembled state, their limbs showed how intricate the design was and how many moving parts went into making each one as functional and articulated as that of a human. The joints in particular seemed like a marvel of engineering, not to mention the incredibly delicate weave of the diamond string beneath. Even Spelltech automatons could not boast of that level of ingenuity and intricacy. But why were these arms brought here and taken apart? Who had done it? The prince of the underworld himself. It didn't look like it. Why would he need to study his abandoned creations? It all became clearer when Sonny reached a stone pedestal standing at the far end of the chamber and saw a faint golden light emanating from a small object lying on it. On the surface of the table were numerous parts that had been scavenged from the disassembled porcelain arms, several skeins of beautiful diamond string, and a long, narrow needle. It was the needle that gave off a faint, weak radiance. Sonny looked at the needle, then glanced at the floating porcelain arms, noting for the first time that each was missing a part or two. Finally, different pieces of information connected in his mind, and he felt that he understood something about what had transpired in the obsidian tower. Sometime after the prince of the underworld had left this hidden island, perhaps years or perhaps thousands of years, an uninvited guest had snuck into the black pagoda like a thief, somehow getting past the closed gates without ever opening them or disturbing the seal that had been preserving this place from being ravaged by time. That thief was a divine creature themselves and also horribly wounded. One of their arms had been torn open and infected by the spreading rot that no one, not even a deity like them, could expel. That was why the thief had severed their infected arm at the shoulder and tossed it into the divine flame that had been burning in the silver brazier on the second level, and then went down to the basement to collect limbs from the broken porcelain dolls. It was that deity that had circled the pile of them and left the footprints in the dust for Sonny to notice. In the end, the thief ascended to the 3rd floor and fashioned a new arm for themselves from the parts of the prince's discarded mannequins, and then sewn it onto their body with the diamond strings threaded through a sharp needle. That was the needle Sonny was currently staring at, and the divine light on it was emanated by the remnant traces of the thief's blood still left on its surface. But who was the thief, and why was Sonny connected to their severed arm by a golden string of fate? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then reached for the needle but suddenly froze. The shadow left behind to monitor the harrowing rot had noticed something. The black, ulcerous flesh was changing. Shadow Slave, Chapter 409. Here we go! Sonny faced the stairwell and stood motionless, looking at the black rot through his trembling shadow. Sensing something, Saint turned around, too. The tip of her sword hesitantly rose into the air. The next few moments were going to decide whether he was going to live or die, or maybe be condemned to a fate much worse than death. One level lower, the harrowing corruption that had been spreading from the severed arm of a deity was moving. The black ulcerous flesh was rising and falling, as if in the throes of death or transformations. Sonny gritted his teeth, waited for a second, and then breathed out with immeasurable relief. Dying! It's dying! It felt as though he had been sentenced to execution, only for a pardon to arrive at the last possible moment when the rope was already pressing on his neck. Indeed, the terrifying rot was withering. As thousands of years that passed since it was locked in the obsidian tower caught up with it, the devouring corruption appeared to be dying of starvation. The stone surface assimilated into it, convulsed and wriggled as if consumed by pain. The silver brazier was melting. The growths of the bulbous black flesh were slowly receding, their color turning ashen. The process was slow, but at the edges of the patch of corruption, the rot was already turning into wisps of darkness, which then disappeared without a trace as tension left Sonny's body. He couldn't help but sway a little. Good, something has gone my way at last. Before he had been considering his options and finding no possible way to escape from the rot if it was to start spreading. He had considered trying to damage it with broken oath, but doubted that anything the awakened memory could do would work, considering that even the original owner of the seven-fingered hand resorted to severing their limb completely instead of trying to destroy the spreading corruption. He had also entertained the idea of using the cruel sight, which was now infused with divine flame. But something told Sonny that the massive brazier where the rot had taken root had once been full of it too. That was apparent from how charred the severed arm of the transient deity was. If even thousands of years of burning and annihilating divine flame couldn't destroy or stop the black rot, then what hope did he have in the end, though the corruption had destroyed itself? Neither divine flame nor an actual deity had been able to damage the black rot, but its hunger and the relentless nature of time worth. Thank gods. Sonny inhaled deeply and tiredly closed his eyes. The corruption was slowly dying, pieces of it slowly disappearing, bit after bit. All that was left behind were the damaged stone and the memory of primal horror. He grimaced. But also, damn the gods. Why would they allow for such a thing to exist? Shaking his head, Sonny wiped the sweat off his face, then turned around and walked back to the stone pedestal. Reaching with one hand, he picked up the long, sharp needle and stared at it for some time. The needle seemed to have been made out of polished iron, but due to the traces of divine blood absorbed by it, the cold metal had assumed a faint golden shine. Sonny looked at it for a long time, trying to understand if this was a mundane item or some mystical artifact. In the end, he had to admit that he had no clue. The needle did not turn into a memory like Weaver's mask had. He didn't see any spell weave inside of it either. However, the needle also didn't feel like a simple object. It was strange, he thought for a bit, then summoned the covetous coffer and carefully placed the needle inside. The skeins of diamond string also went in, easily disappearing into the gluttonous box. I will have time to study it later. With that, Sonny hesitated for a bit, then reluctantly headed back toward the second level of the great pagoda. He was going to watch the harrowing rot die, and then try to approach the severed hand of the mysterious deity. Sometime later, Sonny was sitting on the lowest step of the stairs leading to the great hall, staring at the massive brazier in its center. What was left of it, to be precise? The devouring corruption took its sweet time dying. Even the hunger of thousands of years could not destroy it so easily, it seemed. The black flesh writhed and pulsated, disappearing little by little. Several times, veins of rot tried to spread outward, clearly sensing the presence of a living being nearby and lusting to absorb at him. But the profane infestation was too weak to overcome the entropic power of starvation. The silver brazier, which had long ago become a part of the horrid corruption, melted and fell apart, then disappeared into wisps of pure darkness. Soon, it was clear that the rot was not long for this world. All that remained from its vile flesh were a few growths infused into the severed arm itself. Staring at the disintegrating rot, Sonny felt both deep, primal terror and a strange compulsion to try and damage it a little, in hopes of being credited for the kill by the spell. Who knew what reward he would receive? But in the end, Sonny remained still firstly, because he wasn't even sure that the corruption would be acknowledged by the spell as a creature. He didn't really know if that thing was alive, for the lack of a better word, if it was an entity, a process, or a manifestation of some profane law that he didn't know of. Secondly, because he was absolutely unwilling to approach the rot, even now that it was dying. He wasn't even willing to let his memories get anywhere near it. The memories were connected to his soul, after all. Who knew if that thing was capable of spreading to a memory, and then to his very soul through the invisible link? So, Sonny simply sat silently and waited. After a while, the corruption finally died. The charred flesh of the severed arm became ashen, crumbled into dust, and finally disappeared in wisps of deep, impenetrable darkness. All that remained was the empty hall, the patch of mangled obsidian in its center, a single piece of pristine alabaster bone shining with blinding gold radiance, a sole phalanx of a finger. Sonny waited for a few minutes, gathering his courage, then sighed and stood up. He glanced at the small bone, scowled, and walked toward it. It was time to see what fate had in store for him. Shadow Slave, Chapter 450. Sonny stepped into the patch of mangled obsidian and slowly approached the alabaster phalanx, then kneeled beside it and lingered, studying its golden shine. He was trying to determine if any sign of the harrowing rot remained, but also felt pulled toward the radiant bone and found it hard to look away. All of this insanity, just for that little piece of bone. What secrets does it hold? He hesitated for a moment, then reached down and picked up the phalanx. Sonny had instinctively expected it to crumble into a torrent of white sparks and hear the spell proclaim that he had acquired a new memory, just like what had happened with Weaver's mask, that memory being, perhaps, another drop of ichor. But nothing of the sort happened. The bone felt cold and smooth to the touch. There was still marrow inside, wet and infused with bright golden radiance. Sonny tilted his head, stumped. What was he supposed to do now? In hindsight, the fact that the phalanx was not going to turn into a memory was rather sensible, obvious even. After all, memories were simply copies of real items recreated by the spell, just like echoes were copies of actual creatures, or items conjured by it from scratch, following some unknown principle. This, however, this was the real deal. The alabaster bone had nothing to do with the spell. It wasn't a recreation. It was the original. Sonny frowned, feeling unsure about how he was supposed to proceed. Then a certain scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Back in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, Saint stood above the rusted remains of the Black Knight, holding a black gem in her hand. With a hint of some dark emotion burning in her ruby eyes, she raised the gem to her mouth and bit into it. Before he could fully process the implications of this image, Sonny followed a strange instinct. Without allowing himself time to think about it, he opened his mouth, put the phalanx inside, and swallowed it. What? He blinked a couple of times. What did I just do? Sonny stared at his empty hand, in which a divine bone had been just a few seconds ago, with wide eyes. And then it was as though a furious fire ignited in his chest. Crap. Sonny tumbled to the floor, feeling a harrowing pain permeate his entire being. It was the unbearable agony he knew and remembered all too well, the feeling of his very nature being forcibly changed into something that it was never meant to be, that nothing was ever meant to be, or maybe simply not allowed to. It was the opposite of the euphoric sense of rebirth the awakened experienced after completing the first nightmare or returning from the dream realm for the first time. The feeling of your whole body being torn apart and reassembled, only to be torn apart once more. Arg. Here we go again. The torturous suffering he was experiencing was very similar to what he had gone through after consuming the drop of Weaver's blood. Back then, it had felt as though every muscle, every fiber, every molecule in his body were destroyed and recreated over and over again, becoming slightly different with each time. The agony had been especially excruciating when it came to his eyes, which had felt as though two white-hot rods were inserted into them. This time was different. The pain was concentrated in his spine, in his bones, in the marrow permeating them. His fingers in particular felt as though there was molten, incandescent liquid metal flowing through them. Sonny shrieked. Damn it. God damn it. Damn it all. It hurt so much, however, the torture did not last as long as it had back in the branches of the soul-devouring tree. After a few more minutes of it, Sonny felt the blood weave suddenly come alive and rush through his veins, absorbing the harrowing heat and then carrying it to every cell of his body. Slowly but surely, the pain lessened. But the process of transformation continued. Sonny sprawled on the floor, covered in sweat and breathing heavily. He could feel himself changing. It was a strange and extremely unpleasant sensation, one suffused with a feeling of profound wrongness, but not as devastatingly excruciating as it had been just a few seconds ago. Hell, that was rough. His voice was hoarse and creaky. Sonny glanced to the side and noticed Saint, who was standing silently above him and looking away with cold indifference. Such heartlessness. No sympathy at all. At least the happy shadow seemed very concerned about him or itself. It was pacing nervously, turning to Sonny from time to time and timidly offering its encouragement. The gloomy shadow was currently wrapped around his body, so it couldn't offer any feedback. He had no doubt that it would have just mocked him anyway. That jolly guy is really irritating. I would rather be mocked. Curse it all. Gritting his teeth, Sonny closed his eyes and endured the unpleasant feeling of his body being demolished and reconstructed as best as he could. After a long while, which felt like an eternity, it was all finally over. A deep feeling of relief spread through Sonny's body. It felt more solid, somehow strong, firm, resilient. Just what have I? The voice of the spell suddenly thundered in the solemn dark hall, interrupting his thoughts. Was he imagining it, or had there been a note of dark excitement in it? It said, "One of your attributes has evolved. You have acquired a new attribute, you don't say." Sonny struggled to sit up, and then hurriedly summoned the runes. What have I done to myself this time?" The runes shimmered in the air in front of him, and Sonny quickly looked at the cluster describing his attributes. Attributes faded, ember of divinity. Wait, ember? This was new. He concentrated on the ember of divinity and studied the string of runes. Attribute description: deep within your soul an ember of divinity shines, almost ready to erupt into a radiant flame. So I have an even higher affinity to divinity now. Makes sense. He had just swallowed a phalanx of an actual deity after all. Impatient, Sonny turned back to the list of attributes, where 3 more remained. The first 2 he knew all too well, Child of Shadows, Blood Weave. But the third one was new. At the very end of the list, several new runes appeared. Sonny held his breath and read, Attribute Bone Weave. And that's the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for spending your time with me and for continuing this incredible journey through Shadow Slave. If you enjoyed the episode, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to KevinAudiobook.tv, and share your thoughts or theories in the comments. I always love hearing what you think about the story and what you believe might happen next. Take care of yourselves and your loved ones, stay healthy, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Until then, happy listening.